Yeah. You can talk.
Oh, sorry, I was waiting for the picture to come up.
No, that's on a delay. Oh my God. Do you want to start again? Going live.
Okay, hello everybody. It's great to see you. I hope you find you well. I'm Jenny Kirk and we are here at DCCConcepts in Settle. We're going to be joining them for their open day. They've got a load of courses on. So if you are wanting to learn to solder, to weather, to wire a layout, well, you should have booked in advance because it's already happening. It's on today and tomorrow. We're only here today. So come on up and say hello. The shop is open as usual, and TMC are here as well, so you can come and grab yourself a bargain. They've got actually a few I've seen of the items which I've done reviews on recently. So the Class 422, they've got a load of those here, and the Southern Railway Booster. And it's well worth look. Oh, and the cupboard monkey is hanging around as well.
Thank you for pointing out that I'm here and setting up the computer.
Yeah, she set it up. That's why we're running a bit late. But we're going to go to our all-new intro. So, roll intro.
You want to roll the intro?
Yeah, that was when I said roll intro. That's what it meant.
Welcome to the Monday Club, your online model rail club for all the news, gossip, layout tours and more with your host, broadcaster and model maker, Jennifer Kirk.
So it's great to see you. I hope you find you well. Who have we got in? We've got Ham Shackleton. We've also got Plymouth North Road Station, great to see you, and ECML Electrics, greetings to you. Oh, stop it, Cupboard Monkey. So we're going to try and grab a few people from TMC, from DCCConcepts as the day goes on. And we've also got a number of different cameras too. So we're going to have some views of a miniature Ribblehead fired up, and you'll be able to watch what's going on. We've got a bit of a Dutch angle.
Also, we've just missed the train.
Yeah. Oh no, you're supposed to stop in the station. So there we are. We've got.
I can't actually see this, so you're going to have to tell me.
You're going to have to rotate it to your right ever so slightly. Ooh. No, I don't mean like as in roll it. Yeah, there we are. Make it stick there. So we're just adjusting the camera. It seems to have slipped a little bit.
We're trying not to adjust our set.
So a few more people have arrived. We've got Richard Knowles. Good morning to you. Joe Smith, who says, cool intro. Yeah, we thought it was about time that we swapped up the intro. I've been wanting to change that for a little while. So, you've got to do these things just to keep things fresh and with it.
I used to be with it, then they changed what it was.
Yes, Grandpa Simpson. Melchester Model Railway, good morning to you. And greetings from Granger in USA. Daniel Brewer, it's good to see you and hope you are well. And of course, this being both a Saturday, well, it's Saturday here. I don't know what day of the week we're in other places around the globe. I suspect most people are in Saturday. Although the Aussies, they're in the future.
Anyone who's really far to the west is actually in Friday.
Friday? Well, really far to the international date line. Is that Easter?
We're in the middle. We're on.
Yeah, I know.
They'd be at like 11 o'clock at night.
See, that's the advantage of inventing time. you get to be at 0 GMT. So we've got Hyrian, great to see you. Heritage as well says hello as per usual. I'm late, but also very early. Is this not so Monday Club? No, this is
Monday Clubber is never late to the wagons, nor are they early. They arrive precisely when they mean to.
Thanks, Gandalf. He's incognito.
I'm trying to talk through a tube.
Yeah, we should have brought our Gandalf in a can, actually.
I should have, but it was busy this morning. Right.
So anyway, I'm gonna bring up some of the other cameras so I can hear the sound of things coming. So that's a class 158, 159, I think.
Top of the class.
Stop it. Stop it.
I'm going to go and test the quality of the stream, and then I'll be back.
Okay. So, unfortunately, technical issues. Can't get me and a picture of the viaduct on screen at the same time. But I'll just show you the views that we've got. So, that's looking down this model of Ribblehead Viaduct that's next to us. And if I just move to this one, that's a lovely shot, isn't it? So you can actually see and enjoy the back scene. I'm just looking around, actually, seeing if there's a train coming. We'll catch up with that in a moment. Daniel Brewer says it's Saturday at 5:35 a.m. in where you are. Wow. So greetings from the future in Granger in the USA. So there we go. That is actually a really great shot. That looks amazing. So see if I can just pick up. So if we're just catching it at the end of the viaduct there. So Hereford Martin, big hello to you. Good to see you. Bang got your junction, Carl Brond. So we got a few people in. I know it's not our usual time. It's the Monday Club big Saturday outing. So I'm going to bring me back on screen. So we're actually in the shop at DCC Concepts. So there are people about. It's quite busy actually. The Monkey of Madness is hovering around.
Coming through well.
Did you see the good shots with the viaduct? That looked really good. So, distracted by the cupboard monkey, spotted shiny. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. TMC have got a lot of stuff on display. They've got a stand here as well. And the main shop layout is up and running. And there's a load of courses going on, teaching people how to solder. Really important skill. And I'd like to say it's easy, but of course it's not easy if you don't know how. So they're doing courses on how to solder. Craig, Iron Horse Railway, is here. He's doing weathering courses throughout the weekend. And plenty of other courses too, making layout control panels. And yeah, so we're going to be dipping in and out. What we might do is grab some people in a bit and sit them down and have a chat. Ham Shackleton has shared the real Ribblehead. Yeah, so there is also a it's like a webcam. I don't know, is it like a live video or is it one of those oldie worldy webcams where it was like lots of photographs every 20-30 seconds?
You do realise that that's exactly what a real webcam is.
What, lots of photographs?
Yes. We're currently broadcasting on our webcam at 25 frames a second, which means we're taking 25 photos every single second.
Yeah, and somebody has to sit there, put them all together and flick through so that we appear to be moving. So, yeah, so we're going to try and dip in and out of the trains running on the viaduct. You can actually see it behind me. I just realised it's there, you can see it.
That's why I set the camera in that position.
Yeah, that was clever. Well, good thinking, that person. Oh my word, you've got Honky Horace. And no, it's the Tumble of Clowns. Oh, wait, are they? They must be all clinging on. They're all like.
They're all in my hat.
Yeah, they're clinging on. So we've got Anthnil. Great to see you, Hereford Martin. Ham Shackleton says it's real live cam. Yeah, because I remember when webcams first turned up and they used to take a photograph. We had one in the radio studio many years ago. Probably about 25 years ago, and it was like this newfangled webcam, and it took a picture like every 2 minutes. So it wasn't really a stream. It was just a series of photographs.
If you think that's bad, I remember Stanford, where they had a webcam on their kettle.
Really?
Yep.
So we've got
there.
So this is Oh, I was hoping he was coming for a chat. So,
Apparently not.
no,
Just come to annoy you.
you turn a microphone on and people run scared.
Yep.
So, don't forget to tickle that like button and share the stream as well. I haven't seen. Oh, I'm missing the stream. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Can we look at that angle?
It always reminds me when you see a train go across a viaduct.
We need a windmill. There needs to be a windmill. I can't remember whether it was in the background or the foreground, but there needs to be
It
a.
was, yeah.
That was my lasting memory of that. But yeah, so we've got Wardle Restorations. Big hello to you, morning to you. If anybody's wondering, this is the Monday Club's big Saturday outing. We've come to DCC Concepts in Settle, and can we have a word?
She's back.
Yeah, come on,
Yes,
give up
back.
your seat.
Back
I'll
here.
go behind you, then you can both be on. I'll just
No, we don't want her. Go.
No one wants to see me.
Can I just
the cupboard
say?
monkey has been banished.
Yes, behind the scenes.
Have you got a comfy chair?
I have actually. Yeah, this is really nice. You've got a very abrasive bottom. I noticed your chair is a bit worn.
It's because I stress so much.
Is it? Oh, you like?
Yeah.
I thought it was all
yourself busy.
it's all the coffee you pour down your neck.
Something like that. Something.
So we're just going to try and hide the cable. There we go. So you
it's you.
yeah, it's me.
You're there.
It's you, and you're there.
Oh wow.
So anyway, look. So
Yes.
tell us all about this weekend. What's actually happening?
Stuff.
So
We've got trains
we-
running all weekend, as you can see on your other camera that you have. Trains going past on our wonderful
yeah.
viaduct. We've got the shop open here. We've got TMC are selling locos, rolling stock, heated stock, all sorts of. We've got courses running. The signal box is open today, so you can go
pull a lever.
pull the lever, ring the
yeah.
bells. We've got model shops in town, of course, that's open tomorrow. The big
Oh,
model
is
shop.
it? Right.
We've
Yep.
got the Museum of North Craven Light, the Settle Museum. That's open today. And you can go and find out all about the building of the Settle to Carlisle Railway.
Oh,
And
wow.
all the navvies did and the building of it. This viaduct is all documented in Settle Museum. So there's tons. Oh, and don't forget the barbecue,
Yes.
which I know you have taken advantage of already.
Can I just say the pulled pork?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Oh, yes.
I do love it when we pull pork.
Where did all this
Filthy.
pork get pulled from?
Filthy.
So actually, it's a really nice shot, isn't it? Of the viaduct there. Yeah. So we've got
It looks almost real, that, doesn't it?
it. Well, I think isn't that the point?
This is sort of the point.
Yeah. When are you going to get? Let me just bring up another shot. I don't know whether this. Oops.
It
Well done, Jenny. Turned it off.
Yeah.
It works for a moment. There you go.
Do we? Are we going to get any grass
Yes,
here?
yes, we are. That is going to be all landscaped. We have aerial shots of the area, and we have there's a note underneath each of the piers to say at what height the earth needs to be at that pier. So that will be scale modelled as to the level of the ground as well as how it looks. If you like. So yeah, that's going in. Yeah.
Because at the moment you've got a kind of a shaped open frame baseboard.
That's right. Yes.
So what's the plan for actually doing that ground? I've just realised actually I should probably move the microphone over. So we're going to put that between us. I was selfishly hogging all of the sound reproduction.
That's not you. That's not like you to hog a microphone or a camera. You've never done that. She never does that, does she? Cupboard
Never
monkey?
done that. It's like,
Said nothing.
excuse me, you appear to be protruding into my frame. But no, so what's the plan for actually doing the ground level? What method of construction have you got in mind?
That is down to Kiwi. He is the master of the ground construction and the paint. He's the one that painted and weathered that viaduct. Of course, RJ made it, but that was just in grey primer until Kiwi's come along, and it looks like the real thing now. I mean, it is beautiful.
It is really good, actually.
So he's going to be the one that does this. I believe he's got some basic mesh to go on first, and then he'll be going for the rest of it. It's either that. I think we're undecided between doing mesh and effectively plaster bandages, or whether to go for polystyrene, like the insulation foam,
Yes,
and
yeah,
do
and
it
then
with
just
insulation
carve
foam
it.
and then carve it.
That-
So
that's
at the moment,
very
this
messy.
is two. Yes, it is, but it's also very lightweight and it's easy to change if you want to.
And quite strong.
And we also need, of course, behind the viaduct, that needs ground on it, but it's also an access point, so it needs to lift out. And if we did it in plaster, that's going to be quite heavy and awkward to shift. If it's in foam, it's going to be a lot easier. So at the moment, we're just playing with a few
There are
ideas.
plans.
Yeah,
yes.
definitely.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's going to look amazing when it's
It
done.
will look like the real thing. Yes.
Yeah. So, and what sort of time frame are you looking at? Can I just say, when I
You
used
worked here for 6 months. You know what the answer to that question is.
yeah, when I was here, there was talk of adding ground to this.
Yes.
How many years ago was that?
Oh, many. Have you got a little thing you can put many years ago?
Yeah. Oh, incidentally,
Yes.
because you're a guest on the Monday Club,
Okay.
something we give guests is
Oh.
they get a badge.
A gift.
A badge.
A gift. A free gift.
Yes, a free gift. You get a badge. Monday Club badge. These are available to order through the website.
Hang on. Your wife
Yeah.
is on her knees with
Only
something
because I happen to give
with something gold, and she's offering it to me.
Just say yes. It keeps her happy.
Yeah. There you are.
It's yours now. No backsies. Release me.
Tatum is going to be most upset.
Release me of this demon. So there we are. So this is the Monday Club badge. And
Have we got a? Can I do?
yeah. So you can extreme close up.
It's all mirrored and awkward.
Yeah.
Can you see that? Is that on podcast?
I suspect it doesn't like focusing that close in, but
There
there we are.
Yes. A gold
If-
shiny badge.
If people are wondering what it looks like, see the intro. There's a big picture of it in the intro. You haven't seen our new intro, have
I
you?
haven't seen it on your intro.
Oh, I
Is
said
it still you riding a train?
no. Oh no! Monday Club intro was.
Oh, the
always-
Monday Club intro.
gone all
now.
high tech.
Yeah, we've gone all professional.
There we go. Look.
Yeah. So, that's nice. You're not wearing your ESP. I know you got a big ESP.
I've got a big ESP. I don't need a little ESP.
All right. Okay. So, what are the courses that you're running this weekend?
So soldering is going on right now. Super panel is going on right
Super
now.
What's super panel?
So,
Explain that for us.
One moment, please.
Okay, it's just run off. I think we've scared him. So whilst Richard Brighton runs off, so we just catch that.
What's that, Jen?
That's
Coming back.
oh right, he's back. So
The hot seat. Back in the hot
Back
seat.
in the hot seat. Okay, I'm needed. Have that for a second.
okay, so it's going to be talking a bit about this product.
What
So
on earth is this?
this is a new product from DCC. Well, relatively new. Super Panel, it's called.
I'll read it. What have we got here?
I
A
can
clever
read.
layout, accessory and loco controller for all users of Aegis and NCE DCC systems.
Aegis.
It lets you Aegis, okay.
Yeah.
It lets you create, save, and edit routes, loco actions, sound and light control, letting you mix them in one single sequence. Okay,
So it's
that sounds like the type of thing that you find very useful for automation.
Yeah. Essentially, this is for automation, I guess. But we'll talk a little. Oh, right, go on. Shift
Hello
it.
again.
Sorry, I've upgraded.
Technical issues. You're aware of technical gremlins.
Yes.
Has that ever happened to you? No.
Yeah. I am aware. I did work here.
So this is Super Panel, and
How new is this? Has this just been released?
yes, this is just released. Yes. So what this is so if you've got an NCE system, so a power cab or pro cab,
Yep.
this is an automation device. So you can see there you've got 25 inputs. Oh, sorry, actually more than that on this one. They go 47. We updated it. 47 inputs on here,
Right.
where you can assign a button or a switch to an action. So those of you familiar with our products will know AEU, where
Yeah.
you can have 12 switches which send out accessory commands.
Yes.
This is like AEU on steroids because you can send out multiple accessory commands with one button.
So essentially, you could have a route set.
Yes.
And that ties in with the new IP Digital Plus.
Yes, the Ultra. Yes.
Ultra.
So we're tying with Ultra in terms of route setting, but this is where it gets really good. Because Super Panel is not just for accessory commands.
Right. Okay.
Super Panel can send CV programming commands and loco commands as well.
So you could, for example, when you've got your locomotive go off scene,
Yes.
you could tell it to turn the sound off.
Absolutely, with a push of a button, you can say sound off, done. Yeah?
So there's
Or
no
you can automate, for example, on Weir Yard, you've got a little thing where you've got the little shuttle going back and
Yeah,
forth,
yeah,
but it goes over some points, doesn't it?
Yes.
You could program in that when that shuttle, you can program that loco to go forward and the points to change.
So you could actually have it go one route one way and a
another route,
different route
yes.
the other.
Yes, you can.
Which
yes.
is
And
brilliant
because it
for-
can send loco commands, you can obviously have it play sounds at certain points. So it could blow the horn when it goes past a signal. It could turn sound up, turn sound down. You've got CV commands, so you can live command things like deceleration rate. So you can tell it to do an emergency stop at a certain point. The limitation, there is really no limitation what you can do with a push button.
So you could actually say you've got a little miniature whistle board. You could
Yeah.
actually have it so every time a train went past that, a sound fitted train,
Yeah.
it would
Yeah,
whistle.
because you could put a detector next to that whistle board that goes into an input on here.
And that tells this to basically play the whistle sound
Yes.
on that locomotive.
Yes.
Oh, well, and you could also say, like, you could have the AWS sound play whenever it goes over AWS.
Yeah, you could do.
rates.
Yeah, look, anything.
So actually, it's really just limited by your imagination.
It is, yeah. And there's 22 commands per input as well. So it's not just like one thing that button does. You can have lots and lots of things that button does. So you can actually have it so when the locomotive approaches, it plays the AWS sound and raises the signal and makes the loco then speed up. So, I mean, you've got loads of stuff you can do. So, yeah, this is quite a cool little thing.
So, I mean, that is like, I'm just trying to fold my head around it. I think there's a lot of people will immediately the light bulb is burning bright.
Yeah,
They've
so
got
I can
ideas,
do
yeah.
blah. And the answer generally is, can I do this? Yes. It usually is.
And
Yeah.
this will be available from all of your stockists.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And what's the RRP?
This is $189.99
radio
for that.
And what products would you need to go with that?
You would need to be an NCE user. It only operates with NCE.
Right.
So if you've got an NCE power cab or you've got the Powerhouse Pro, then this will work with it. If it works, if you've got any other DCC system, this is not compatible. We are working on a universal system, but that's a little bit down the line.
I have just one question.
Yes,
You've
Cupboard
got
Monkey?
lots of different inputs here.
Yes.
You say you can do 22 commands per thing.
Yes.
How many does this count as?
There's 47 inputs there, so 47 times 20. Yeah.
So can I also...
That's a lot, isn't
So
it?
one could
And
basically
you can
do
it's got
the
some
entirety
tails
of-
here, so you can plug the inputs in like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6
Yeah.
there. But you can also use the screw terminals as well. So you've got a common negative, a common ground, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you can either use the plugs or the screw terminals, and you can actually use them both. So each input has got two states. So you can have a high state, it does something, and a low state, it does something. So effectively, you can double up all 47.
Wow.
So you could have like, what's that? What's double 47?
94.
So 94. Yeah, because effectively you've got a high action and a low action per each input.
Wow.
This one thing could basically run almost all, if not all. Of
Oh, you can automate an entire layout with it. Yeah.
Because it doesn't need to be a manual push button. You could have detectors in the tracks
Yes,
so that
yeah.
it does things.
If you've got a detector that goes high at a certain point, then it would trigger a high command into the system. Yeah.
So, for
That's
example,
incredible.
your switchback layout, you could have all the stuff controlled by this.
Yeah.
and
So at the moment, the switch back layout, as you know, is controlled with various different sensors and relays and bits and pieces.
yeah, you go behind it, and
Effectively,
it's like
yes,
it's like
ooh, Buck Rogers in the 25th century.
Yeah.
Whereas with this, this would literally do everything.
so basically that would replace all of the complicated
Yeah.
electronics. So it's like your one-stop shop to do all of the complicated things
Yeah.
that people want to do, but are too scared to try and do because
Yes.
they don't know how to do it.
So I
It's
think
just-
the original question you ask is, what super panel? And the answer to that is yes. Because it's basically a lot of things, isn't it? It's not just one particular thing. So that's quite a cool little... I'll have to give you one of these and you can have a play with it. At
yeah.
some point.
I'll have to
You have to mangle your brain around it because I know what you like with technology.
Yeah,
I can see the cogs going already.
yeah. I can.
Zoe is already predicting the swearing and smoke coming out of the loft. Yeah.
Yeah, that was going to happen.
Can I just say, I'm just mentally trying to work out how I splice this into the rat's nest into my layout. But no, I mean that does sound to be certainly something which should be a great addition.
And ultimately, the only input to this is a connection to the NCE system. and power, and then the only other things is basically plugging things in like detectors or buttons or whatever you want. So
Yeah. Oh wow,
that's quite cool. So what other courses have we got? We've got advanced weathering with Kiwi. You've met Kiwi. So he's Andrew Thompson. He does a lot of advanced weathering courses for Missing and Abbey as well. So he's doing some advanced weathering courses.
Right.
We've got Craig, and I know the Monday Club viewers all know Craig.
Iron Horse Railways.
Yes, exactly.
Knows.
He's here doing basic weathering. So people who are like, "Ooh, I don't want to do that because I'm going to ruin it." Yep. He's doing that course. So off you go. We've got ABC. So you want to set up a little shuttle, get that going. You've got that on Weir
I
Yard.
have to say, ABC Shuttle is one of the most useful things that I introduced to Weir Yard. Because you've got to remember, I am like the world president of the Techno Wheelie Society. Me and technology don't go together, but I found actually it was so simple to set up. And it opens up a lot of areas of your layout to actually do stuff. If you want to sit back and watch trains, ABC is perfect. Because it does all this shuttling around stuff, so you don't have to. You can concentrate doing shunting. You've still got things doing things, and you don't need to have complete loops.
The beauty, I think, especially if you go to an exhibition, the biggest complaint of an exhibition attendee is they look at a layout and nothing's happening on it. It might be for genuine reasons, like there could be some marshalling going on in the fiddle yard, there could be some
or there could be one of those
on.
Now we're running to a prototypical timetable.
Whatever, But with ABC on it, then the punters are always going to be happy because there'll always be something happening on the layout.
And it means if you talk to the operator, the layout doesn't just stop.
Yes.
That was always a big bugbear. It's like stop talking to him. I want to see the trains running.
And the other course we've got on is ESP. So that's when ESP actually building an ESP control panel and how you go about doing that and what benefits it has. So there's quite a few bits going on. Barbecue, you've already soda, TMC, we've already got signal boxes open. We said that, haven't we? Yeah, it's got quite a lot.
And I presume people need to have booked beforehand, or is there spaces
there's
on?
A few left. If you go onto the website, you can see if there's any course spaces left. If it lets you book it, there's a space. But obviously, don't book something for a course that's in the past.
Yeah, because presumably the website will let you do that and take your money.
Your vote won't count, and you may still be charged. So yes, but all good. So
excellent.
The big question to all the Monday Clubbers is why are they watching you and why aren't they here?
Because some of these people are in America
And there's planes
and Australia.
and planes.
There's
Well, Richard's from Australia.
Yeah, but he was already here.
Kiwi's from New Zealand. He's come even further.
Does he come special?
Yeah, especially.
Oh wow.
He hasn't come from North Yorkshire Moors Railway at all. No. He came from New Zealand. Right, I'm going to go and do stuff. And let you do stuff.
Okay. I will do. Okay, go on, hop it.
I'm going.
Mr. Abrasive Bottom.
Yes, I know.
I can't. Come on, spring for a new chair.
I need a new chair.
I will eventually show you guys his chair, but he has scrubbed all of the colour off in the bottom area.
Doesn't have any padding anymore.
Yeah.
Luckily, I've got plenty of padding, so it's
Look, anyway, look.
pleasure.
Always great to talk. So
Yes, I'm sure we'll bump into each other again.
Absolutely.
I'll relinquish my worn-out chair to the cupboard monkey again.
Yeah. Well, actually,
I do notice that Jenny gets the plush leather chair and you get the worn-out chair. I have noticed that.
I'm sorry. This is the driving seat.
To be fair, I'm more used to just sitting on a wooden stool that I had to make myself.
Okay. Anyway, look, I can see we have some regulars to the Monday Club stream are hovering.
I'm going to go and take my coat and put it in the car
You
because
do
that
that.
might be better.
Yeah. Okay. Come on, hop it. Relinquish the chair.
Do I have to hop? Do I have to
I can-
literally hop?
Oh, hold on. Right.
We need to see the. Come on. I need to see a choo-choo.
Oops.
Stop pressing the buttons.
So the
You're an
tip field,
international
well, it's actually Lion with a couple of brake bands and a wagon is making its way across the viaduct. And
It went choo-choo.
So whilst the Monkey of Madness is moving over, let's see who we got. James Pett. We do approve of James Pett. And British Rail Enthusiast says, hi Jenny, could you show us the layout in the background? Ah yes, we are finally doing that. So this is Ribblehead Viaduct. Big hello to Ryan Tune. It's not a shuttle, actually. It is a full layout. Just not all of it is scenic. It actually does go. It's a huge layout. And then we've got Logan Garrett as well. It says 8 p.m. in Australia. Ah, yeah, but 8 p.m. on what day? Are you in today or tomorrow or yesterday? Ben Davis says Jennifer used the ABC shuttle on DCC. Yeah, the ABC shuttle is a DCC thing. On decoders that support it, you basically set a couple of CVs and you have some modules as well. Oh my word, that's the Northeastern Railway petrol electric rail car that's just chugging across the viaduct. That was a special commission for rails, I believe. So I'm going to try and snag. I've seen Skipsy Trains knocking about. It's disappeared. It's run off as soon as the chair got vacated. But we're essentially here at DCC Concepts. Martin Shipman says, first day back from holiday, and what a treat. Oh, welcome along. It's great to see you, and I hope I find you well. Hope you had a good holiday as well. Logan Garrett says, hello, Jenny. First time catching a live stream from Australia, and it is Saturday. So you're towards the end of today. So greetings from the past. Those pesky time zones. What we're going to try and do, I'm going to try and snag another guest. So just bear with me a moment. I shall leave you with the... Oh, hello. Yoo-hoo. Oh, he's studiously ignoring me. Pim1234 says, wow, live during the day. Yes, this is the Monday Club big Saturday outing. So everybody's just run off. It's amazing, isn't it? I'm just going to put this microphone onto me. So excuse the noise. There we are. So I've got hands free. We're just waiting for some trains to come across a Ribblehead Viaduct, which is the layout that's here at DCC Concepts in the showroom. So you can come here, come and browse the shop, and this is the layout that you actually see in here. And occasionally you'll see it running. It's an amazing centerpiece. Nigel Cole says, good morning. Is it Monday already? No, don't worry. Don't worry. You're not late. You're not early. This is a special Saturday outing for the Monday Club. Obviously, our regular club night is Monday from 7 p.m. All are welcome. And you can catch up on that stream after the stream is run. It becomes a regular video. So do check it out and do make sure that you don't miss out. But occasionally the club goes on tour, and that's exactly what we're doing today at DCC Concepts in Settle. It's actually right by Settle railway station, so it's quite easy to get here. You can get here by train, and actually comparatively recently, First Northwestern? It might be a different provider, but they're running. I think it's 2 trains a day from Manchester all the way up to Carlisle, which actually come through here. So finally, for the first time in a long time, there's actually a connection between Clitheroe and Hellifield, which is very welcome indeed. Ham Shackleton says it's a DeLorean time slip rod. And Pim1234, it is a live picture, so I can lean over and wave. But for some reason, the streaming computer is having a little bit of a moment. Yes, that's right. Windows did a down date just before we went on stream. And unfortunately, we can't get 2 cameras on the screen at the same time. But actually, one of the things I've just remembered that I haven't done is actually I can hear a train coming. So I'm gonna wait until the train's gone, and then we're gonna name check our sponsors. But I've got a lovely view up here, and this actually sets off. This is a model. What you're seeing on your screen now is a model. It's a model of Ribblehead Viaduct. And the back scene is a real photographic back scene, which I suspect is taken from Ribblehead Viaduct so that it is accurate to the location. Pim1234 says, for a moment I saw you. Yes, a giant hand. So I can, yeah, that is a model. But we've got a train coming. It's Lion, which I don't know whether it's the Hornby or the Rapido one. But it's fully sound fitted. I'm not sure how well the sound is getting picked up. But we're just going to see that glide across the top of the viaduct. There it goes. And this is a great view for watching trains go by. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of a time delay between trains. It's just how it is. Andrew Cleaver says, "Hi all, hope it goes well today." Thank you so much. British Rail Enthusiast says, "Is that layout based on a real life railway?" Yes. Ribblehead on the Settle to Carlisle Railway. This is Ribblehead Viaduct. Well, this is a model of it. I think it's scale length in a 00 gauge. So for all of those outside the UK, 00, just think HO that's discovered pies and quite like them. So a little bit bigger than HO. Sound is fine, says Jeff Hines. Yeah, no worries. I didn't know whether the sound of the train, they're fully sound fitted. It's quite impressive. So I'm going to get me back on the screen now, in between. There we go. So as you can see, the hot seat is empty, and that's actually Richard Brighton's office chair, and he has a very abrasive bottom. He's worn all of the colour off the seat. But like we said before, there's courses here all weekend. And
Sorry, Jen, you'll have to bear with me.
You shouldn't be allowed out unattended. Oh, you're showing off the knickers. So, and you've brought me a gift. Can I just say, you shouldn't be allowed out on your own, because
To be fair, I'd have bought the bear even if you were there.
oh. So what have we got? A gift from the Settle and Carlisle line. Clotted cream, handmade fudge. Oh, and it's even got a picture of the rail viaduct. You can just see there on the thingy.
So this is the station mistress.
Huh?
Hello. Hello there.
Oh, that is surprisingly soft. Yes. So, sorry, I've got talk to nice people. I've got my gob full of clotted cream.
So, bear with me. Who have we got?
We're going to get all these rubbish puns.
Oh, yes.
Peachy 120.
You could grin and bear it.
Oh. Anyway, Hillside Junction says, "Morning all. I must be early for Monday."
The Monday Clubber is never late, nor are they early. They arrive precisely when they mean to.
Yeah.
Isn't that
Oh,
right, Gandalf? Here comes a choo-choo.
there it goes. That is a really good shot, actually, isn't it?
Look, and it shows off the length of the thing.
Can I just say, it's quite a big room that we're in, and this thing runs nearly the full length of it. It's a very, very impressive model.
Is that layout based on a real-life railway? It is, isn't it?
It's Ribblehead.
Yeah.
If you look up Ribblehead on the Settle and Carlisle Railway in the UK, this is just a little bit north of Ribblehead Station. And this layout in here eventually will include Ribblehead Station and the viaduct. There'll be the scenic areas, fully scenic, eventually. So it's certainly impressive just to watch the viaduct. So what, apart from spending all your money, what else have you found? What, can I ask, why has it got
Bloomers. It's the station mistress, so it's wearing a dress.
why is it showing off its neck?
Because it sat down. If it was stood up, it wouldn't.
I suppose they'd have to put knickers on it, because it would be a bit weird if they didn't.
Yes.
What always gets me
Yes,
is,
it would be very weird for this bear that is wearing clothes.
I just realised nobody else can see it. There we go.
This is a bear that's wearing clothes, and Jen thinks it would be weird if it wasn't wearing underwear.
Can I just say, it's like, can I just say, Donald Duck doesn't wear pants, but when Donald Duck gets out of the shower, he wraps a towel around it. What is he hiding?
He's not hiding anything. The water will naturally go down him, and he's just wicking it off into the towel.
No, I just wondered why he needs to wear a towel when he doesn't wear clothes anyway.
He does wear clothes.
It's not on his bottom. So, you've clearly been going for a walk about.
I went to get some sweeties and I saw
Did you?
this bear and thought I've got to have the bear.
Oh, just the bare essentials, eh? Yeah. Oh God, you got Meager doing it as well. So, shall we swap over, and you can chat to the nice people? Dominic Z, our Kickline correspondent. It's great to see you. Long time no see. Hope you're well. PGTT120 says morning gang, and of course, making the announcement here, PGTT120 will be our special Monday Club guest on Monday night. So do stay tuned for that. Bringing us all the news on TT.
And there's been some news, hasn't there?
Yeah, actually, the Melks Models Special Commission. I believe he said to me it's sold out in TT in 4 hours.
Amazing.
So anybody goes, oh, nobody's going to buy TT. It's like, I'm sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of people buying TT. So Dominic Z, our Kickline correspondent, says, Jenny and Zoe, I got some more exciting news. Is it Jada or Yada Toys announced a 1:32 scale G1 Bumblebee this year?
That would be Transformers.
Robots in disguise.
Yes.
Yeah, do the Transformers noise. I just realised actually I'm hogging all of the microphone. You tried too hard the first time, didn't you? So anyway, enough about the copyright strike from Mattel. It is Mattel.
Transformers are robots in disguise.
Let's have a look. So now you've lost... Peachy TT120 says, now you've lost some subscribers. No!
Oh, that happens every time I'm on screen. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. John Edwards says, hello, Jenny, Zoe, and all in the room. I am not getting any sound from the locos, but you're sounding good out and about. I think
Yeah, the loco, unfortunately, is like a foot away from us. Oh, show this one that's coming up.
So, this is the... I've just caught it there.
That is really nice. What is it?
It's a Northeastern Railway petrol electric rail car. It was a special commission from Hellion for Rails of Sheffield. I think they're largely sold out now. They've sold really, really well. I've got one, I think.
Why don't you run it?
I think I've got one. I'm trying to think, actually. I can't remember if I've got one or not. You've got me confused.
Fair enough. Well, Jen, if you're wanting to do the out and about and go and talk to people, I will start with the build, because we have a special thing today. I'm building Evening Star.
Yes, you are.
So I should go and get the bits.
Okay, so you're going to go and get the bits. This is one of the Daypole kits that the Monkey of Madness is actually going to try and build whilst we're here. Now, one thing I would say to you, Cupboard Monkey, is you don't need to be making any nasty smells. Just to be aware, because we are indoors here in somebody else's thing.
So how am I supposed to paint this?
I'm just saying, be aware that you might have to possibly get a second cup to put into the first cup, and it'll stop the evaporation of fumes.
Okay, well, I'll let you go and get one from the...
From the barbecue. There is a Is it the
wherever.
Where did you get that cup from?
From the station shop. It's sent down the bottom bag.
Oh, right. Did you just say, can I have a cup, please?
Yeah.
Oh, right. And they went, what, is it going to be a silly hat for your bear?
So I'll go get the pieces and then we'll swap over and then you can go and find on a quest for a cup.
A quest?
A
Yes.
quest.
Oh,
A
yes.
quest for a cup. That'd be bad.
Absolutely.
Why am I getting the house key when I need the car?
I don't know. You're going to walk
It's
home.
your fault. You do this to me. You're making me mad.
You are mad. Walker Hope Valley Railway enthusiast is morning from Bamford in the glorious Peak District. Ah, so local. And it is a lovely part of the world, I must admit. Peachy T2120 says, is Craig on fire? I don't know, not that I know of. I don't think anybody struck a match near him today. I could be wrong. But he is actually taking one of the courses. So we're at DCCConcepts on their open weekend. So we're here on Saturday. You can catch us broadcasting live from the DCCConcepts shop. And we're going to try and snag a few people for interviews and such like as the day goes on. But don't forget to Like, share and subscribe, you know, all the usual stuff. And Dominic Z, our Kickline correspondent, says, Jenny and Zoe, we're finally getting a Hot Wheels Optimus Prime. Oh, don't tell Zoe that. She'll be all over that. She loves Optimus Prime. This one will be part of the Hot Wheels Track Fleet range in 2024. Wow. Peachy TT120 says Zoe's fumes can't be as bad as Iron Horses. Ooh. When he comes out of teaching his first course, I'm going to tell him you said that, and he'll probably nod and go, yes. So we've also got trains running. You're just seeing one sneaking across the viaduct there. There's trains running here all weekend as well. And, of course, it's right by Settle Station. Now, the signal box at Settle Station is open for, they do demonstrations on signalling and such like. It's well worth it. I think we filmed a video there, certainly Iron Horse Railways has, and it's always great to go in there. It's a real signal box, no longer part of the national network, but it is preserved and kept in tip-top shape, with a full working lever frame, although they only control the signals that are adjacent to it, not the ones on the railway anymore. But it's a great way of actually getting a feel for how signal boxes work, so well worth visiting that. Tomorrow on Sunday too, it's a very elusive model shop. In all the time that I actually worked here, I never ever saw it open, but apparently the elusive model shop in Settle is open tomorrow, so you can go and have a rummage. TMC are also here, so that's TMC, the Model Centre, here all weekend, and they've got a stand. And in fact, that reminds me, we're just going to have a quick word from our sponsor. The Monday Club is proudly sponsored by TMC, the Model Centre. Check them out at themodelcentre.com. The website features extensive stocks of new models as well as selective pre-owned items where you can track down that bargain you've always wanted. Pre-order with confidence all of the forthcoming models from all the manufacturers. TMC also offer a renumbering and renaming service so you can get the exact identity of locomotive that you want. Why not also check out their value weathering, or go for something incredibly special with their bespoke service where you can choose from a more extensive weathered look right through to custom graffiti either off the peg or to a design of your choice. Check out TMC today at themodelcentre.com and start your model journey. So we're back. I appear to be being molested by a tiny little bear who's being controlled by an errant cupboard monkey. So I think that we might have to... Oh. What happened to the tumble of clowns? They were hiding under your hat. Yes. So the tumble of clowns with the stragglers are here. Any of them got a trombone about their person? Apparently they have, but they're being told to keep the noise down. So unfortunately, that's all you're going to get from the tumble of clowns. But the cupboard monkey now is going to take you through a build of... This is one of the Daypole kits of the Southern Railway Schools class.
I think it's... I don't know if it's schools class. It is Evening Star.
It's a 9F.
It's a 9F. So I thought it was a schools class, but apparently it's a 9F.
We have no idea why the cupboard monkey thought this was a schools class.
Because I've got one that says schools class, and apparently I've brought the other one.
So it's mistaken a little dinky 440 with a 210. So
it's not my fault that I don't know what I'm doing.
Fair enough. Well, why don't you sit down and make it?
All right.
So what we're going to do is I'm just going to move over to one of the other angles of the dangles. And
I think you've actually missed it.
No. So, right, I'm going to put the microphone down and I'm going to let you get set up. So I'll catch you all later. I'm going to try and actually snag Alex from TMC if I can.
All right.
And so actually before you kick off, you chat to the people. I'm going to go and see if I can find Alex.
All right, you go and do what you need to. When you come back, what do you want? Remember to actually come back. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're stuck with me for the moment. Dion Wollaston says, joining us from Mallorca. He's on holiday. My goodness. Can't wait for the new Bachmann Class 8 shunter. That'll be nice, yes. Just going to place the microphone on. Sorry if that makes some noise. Hot Wheels released Mutt Cut's van from Dumb and Dumber. Oh my goodness. I remember that van. It was a bit weird. It's a car with ears. So, ladies and gentlemen, the plan is that I'm going to be building this Daypol Kitmaster Evening Star. I thought I brought the schools class, but I brought the Evening Star. Thankfully, it is still green, so the paints I've got will work. So I've got a mixture of them. This is going to be interesting. They started off with a load of Citadel colours from Warhammer 40,000, because in the grim future of the 41st millennium, there is only paint. But I've also added in some Tamiya colour acrylics. So it's acrylics on acrylics, and it should be rather good. I've got a load of different ones. We've got some Humbrol liquid poly to get on with as well, to actually build it, and we're going to assemble this thing and see how we get on. That's the idea anyway. So the first things first though is I need to prime the entire thing. So yep, that's German Infantry Grey, because I've a war game that I'm making as well, and this one here we are. So got some matte black to prime everything, and I'm going to do this for a very specific reason. There's not just that there are certain parts of it that need to be in matte black, but also because I'm going to show you a kind of overpaint method which will enhance shadows, and hopefully it'll look really good. So got a load of brushes, and we're going to get on with this. Not into Steam, but love the new Scotsman Real Steam Loca. Yeah, the Real Steam is very impressive. I was actually very impressed with it. So going to go with a standard nice acrylic brush here. Decent hard-wearing synthetic bristles, and should be good for getting in on the little areas that I need to prime the whole thing. So that's going to be fun, but I have to wait off a minute until Jen comes back, just in case she's found someone she wants to interview before we start going. But that is what we're going to be doing today. I don't think Jen's coming back actually, so I might just start. So ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. There's a signal box near Ramsey that people can visit and see what it was like to use. Cool. There's one just down the road from here actually. It's down the road. It's actually right next to us. What am I on about? And Jen went in and had a lot of fun with the signal controls. Let's put it that way. Also, I've got this. Not just because I cosplay as Sherlock Holmes, no, but also because it's actually really useful for being able to see what you're doing when, like me, your eyesight isn't as good as it used to be. Let's put it that way. As there are other kits they do of trains, and who are they again, please? Yeah, there's loads. Daypol do a lot of train models. So this is the Daypol's Kitmaster range. Very nice, decent quality, clear instructions. Really enjoy them. They do a pug and a couple of other things as well. Hello there.
Hello. So we're gonna. You might need to move.
I will move all the stuff. Don't worry.
I'm gone 5 minutes, and she covers.
Well, yeah, I was about to get started. So you guys are coming in for a quick chat, are you? My goodness.
Yes, we are.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to do the build just yet, but we will be preparing for it while Jenny talks to a lovely gentleman from TMC.
So it's Alex from TMC.
I was trying to hide the fact that I can never remember names.
So she's just going to move out. I shall move in, and we're going to set up now.
Oops.
So
Can you tell we're live and that we're not used to it? There you go. Have a seat.
So just, I'm afraid it's Richard Brighton's very, very
best seat.
Yeah. I think it's got a very abrasive bottom.
Yeah.
So
will you stop talking about your friend's bottom?
Yeah, I just move this round so we get everybody in
I
shot.
can do that, yes.
So that's perfect. So we're here live on the live stream at DCCConcepts in the showroom, and it's great to see you. We recently actually filmed. It's going out next week. But we filmed at your all-new second-hand facility.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, and of course, all guests get their very own pin badge, so you can wear that with pride.
Very good. Is it worth anything on eBay? Or?
It will be once they've sold out, because we're running out.
They're selling quite well, actually.
Perfect.
But, so there you go.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. And it was actually really, really good to go and have a look at the new facility. You've got a lot of people who used to work at Hatton's.
Yeah, we've got five Hatton staff now.
which is great to see, actually.
Yeah,
I think
well, it just brings something, to the team. They've all got this knowledge that we just thought it was such a shame to go to waste. So.
Absolutely, because obviously the people who've been in the industry know the industry, particularly dealing with second-hand items.
Yeah, definitely.
And it would be a shame to lose that. So
And
I
yeah,
think,
we've sort of put their knowledge together with ours, so we are doing it very differently to how Hatton's used to do it. But we're sort of taking the best of both of our processes, putting them together, and I think we've come up with something pretty good. So
absolutely. So does that mean you're going to be ramping up the second-hand side of the business?
definitely, yeah. That's the way we're going to go. With that facility is just going to be pre-owned.
Because I think it's one of the things, and going forward, I think people very much have a keen eye on price, and that's where second hand is definitely, I think, a growth area.
Yeah.
And it's nice to be able to purchase stuff that has been screened, it's been checked out thoroughly, so you can buy it with confidence.
Yeah, and we don't just test it; we repair things as well. So it's getting like a full service. If there's parts off, we'll make sure they're fixed back on. And even if there's parts missing, we'll buy parts in and make sure.
Yeah, because I was talking with Howard when we filmed the video, which obviously will go out next week.
Yeah.
And he was saying that you've actually got quite a stash of spare parts from models which may be coming, which are incomplete, rather than either selling them cheap or just binning them.
Yeah.
You can actually use them as a source of genuine parts.
Yeah, that's it. And obviously with us having a workshop as well.
Yeah.
You over the years, I think if you go into any model workshop,
bits
and parts everywhere, so you can sort of use those as well. Sort of 20 years worth of bits we've accumulated. So.
And actually, that stuff's like gold dust, because modern locomotive and model production, they don't seem to cater as much for spare parts. So sometimes things that you might see as being fairly simple parts of a model can be impossible to get.
Yeah,
so actually, that's a really useful thing to have on hand.
And if it is missing and we can't get it, we will very clearly mark, that whatever's missing. And obviously with us, you get the 360 photo as well. So you can have a look around yourself. And obviously that would be obvious if a buffer was missing.
Yeah, and that's one of the things, I think, which is very important.
Yeah.
When you can't physically hold and look at a model yourself, that's the next best thing, to be able to see it from every angle.
Yeah, we're trying to bring that sort of personal service you would get in a shop. If you haven't got a local model shop, we're trying to be that in an online presence. And
unfortunately, I think we've seen kind of a shrinkage of local model shops quite often. I mean, the place that astounds me is London. There's like a couple of shops in the entirety of Greater London, so there's a lot of people who may well find themselves quite a long way from a model shop. And if you're limited to just public transport, then you're going to be very reliant on buying stuff secondhand online.
That's it. And when you do call a shop, you want to know you're getting through to someone who knows what they're doing, and that's why we've invested in the customer service team as well.
So, and bringing those people in from Hatton's. This isn't a fresh startup part of your business. This is effectively you're bringing the people who've been doing this for years.
Yeah, they were up and running the day they started, which I don't think you can do in many other jobs, can you? So
absolutely. And you're currently holding as well.
Yeah,
we've got to talk about this. This is
selection.
One of the most amazing things that you do.
You can see they might have seen our graffiti already advertised anyway. But
so we're just going to bring that up. I mean, look at that. It's unfortunate. I think a lot of people might say, like, "Oh, graffiti," or but it is a parcel of the modern world, and people, when they build a model, they want to model what they see around them.
And some of them are a bit more gimmicky like that. Obviously, probably would actually never happen as graffiti in real life, but it's something.
You say
we're getting people collecting these, and they're sort of,
and they're works of art, and you could
do a mixture of realistic and sort of more fictitious.
But one of the things, actually, when we were in Birmingham a few years ago now, and some of the graffiti was this kind of level of art, and you looked at it and thought, wow, that's if that was on a canvas in an art gallery,
it would get caught when they're doing it, isn't it? Really? But apparently they bring step ladders and everything, and they team of people can do these things in a couple of hours in the real thing, can't they? So.
Absolutely.
Pretty much what Banksy was doing as part of his art expression. Like, look, it's on a wall, but it's art.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't approve of it because it's vandalism, but
Yeah.
it is art.
Yeah, that's
Although
it.
saying that, if Banksy wants to come and spray paint on our fence, I'm happy for that. I'll have that panel whipped out on a well-known auction site in no time at all.
Yeah. Well, it's no different to weathering in my mind. It happens
Yeah.
in real life. Dirt's the same, isn't it? Ideally, you wouldn't
Yeah.
want it there, but it is there. So.
But I mean, in terms of visual aesthetics on a model,
Yeah.
it's really is a centerpiece for any model layout.
And obviously, we can do anything. So if someone comes to us with an idea, we can do
Yeah.
that. So if they just want a centerpiece on the layout, like you say, something a bit gimmicky that means something to them, we can do that. So
Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily have to be based on
Yeah.
real graffiti, but
No.
likewise, if you're modeling a specific location at a specific time and you've got photographs,
yeah.
then your artist can
Yeah.
actually recreate
Some of the
that.
strangest requests we get, sort of self-portraits of their own faces on the side. And obviously, we can't get it very it's not going to be like a perfect photograph.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
we have done that as well. It's each to their own, isn't it? So.
But I mean, the artist that you've got who does this, it's like absolute magic to watch.
Yeah.
These aren't printed or anything
No.
like that. He actually does every single one
by hand, yeah.
from scratch by hand. And when you realise that, this is just, you're actually getting a bargain for a work of
Yeah,
art. And how does he keep coming up with ideas for new images to put on these things?
The only thing I can think is probably the paint fumes.
I must admit, when we visited and did the video on that, it was like, oh, I can listen to the colours in here. But no, certainly an incredibly talented
Yeah, he's got an
guy.
imagination, definitely. So.
Yeah, and they're all available through your website as well as you've got quite a range here today. But
Yeah, we tend to do like a release every week of what he's been up to.
Yeah.
And people are sort of clocking on now. It's sort of towards the back end of the week. And the same
Yeah.
with the pre-owned. We'll do an upload towards the end of the week. And people are clocking on. And yeah, they tend to go quite quickly. So yeah,
excellent.
they're not hanging around at the moment. So.
Well, that's what you want, and I think when I've been at shows as well, some of the stuff has just
Yeah.
been incredible. Because I first saw them at the Doncaster show a couple of years ago, and it just blew me away. It's
Yeah.
like, whoa! And you can imagine just having a display cabinet with these on
Yeah.
display, as a kind of an alternative to pictures on the wall.
Yeah,
They really are that kind of standard.
Yeah.
So looking at some of the other stuff that you've got, what's come through recently? What are the big sellers?
We've got that Flying Scotsman with the smoke generator. I think
Oh,
there's one running around the
There
layout
is.
somewhere. don't
I
know if
have
it's-
seen one
Yeah.
actually. It was running earlier on. We've been looking out for it. I think it's got lost in the other
Yeah,
room.
but a couple of customers have come to the stand and said, what's it actually like? We said, well, they've got one through there, and then they've come back and bought one, so they must like it. So.
Everybody who's got one
Yeah.
is raving about it, so
Yeah.
there must be something special about it.
It's again, it's like the graffiti. It's a point of difference, something different, isn't it? That
Yeah.
people like. So
And I think that there's definitely a lot of interesting development in
Yeah.
the hobby in terms of the tech side of things.
Yeah.
So DCC was very much a game changer, but what we're seeing now is, I guess, companies starting to see what they can
Yeah.
do using DCC as the control method,
definitely.
and that the steam generators is definitely something new and
yeah,
interesting.
that's it. It's obviously something people have been fitting themselves for
Yeah,
many years,
yeah.
haven't they? But obviously, you can run into problems with melting your boiler or whatever.
Oh,
and
I
think
remember-
people just want to buy it, don't
Yeah,
they?
the bad
It's
old
ready
days
done
of
and-
Sooth Oil things
Yeah.
where your entire model collection ended up looking like it had 1,000 a day cigarette habit
Yeah.
with that sort of yellow stickiness.
Yeah.
Which is where these new ones actually really good with the water,
Exactly,
because
yeah. It's a lot
you're not
cleaner,
ending
isn't it?
up huffing fumes in your model rail.
And we stayed away from the smoke generator because it sort of made an oily mark on the weathering as well. Obviously, now it's water based; it's not an issue.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And do you find that the steam generators have been a very, very popular new development?
Yeah, I think so. It's definitely seen larger sales on those than the standard range items. So yeah.
Well, that is really good to see. And what other new items have you had through that have been maybe stand out?
The Hawthorne Leslies have proven popular. We've done a video on those as well on our
Yes,
website.
could you,
yeah.
I think Dave Paul brought round the pre-production,
Yeah.
the decorated samples, so
definitely,
you
yeah.
got to have a good look at them
Yep,
before they
we've
were
got those
actually in
through
the
our
shop.
new photo booths as well. So
I think you were saying to me that they've sold so well, you're pretty much out on some of the liveries.
yeah, we managed to get a few more, but I think definitely a couple of them are completely sold out at the supplier as well. So,
Yeah, I think they've definitely been really popular, and
Yeah.
it's in some ways as well, it's interesting to see how popular industrial liveries have become.
Yeah.
I mean, I can remember maybe even just 15 years ago, trying to get an actual industrial livery thing was nigh on impossible.
Yeah.
And now it seems that they're some of the biggest sellers. You know, we've had the Peckett W4 and the B2 from Hornby. We've had the Sentinels. We've had the vertical boiler Sentinels. Hawthorne Leslie, we've had the Hunslet 16-inch from Rapido.
Yeah.
It does seem to be a really popular vein.
Yeah,
and I guess if people don't have a lot of space, then that is something that
little
does
diorama or
play.
something. Yeah.
And TT120, have you been stocking that?
We stocked it, from as early as we were allowed to. And it's one of those ranges that it ticks away. I don't think it's ever really going to sort of set the world on fire. But again, it's sort of that, people say N-gauge is too small, I can't see it.
Yeah.
I can't fit double O gauge in, that might be the perfect scale for them, I don't know.
And one of the things I found with TT120 is because it kind of came with no historical baggage, it's true to scale, which is something you don't get with N-gauge or double O.
That's true.
And I think that's probably been one of the big appeals for it, that by starting from scratch, it's been able to do away with any of the historical issues that were still, it's kind of built into double O and even N-gauge. And I think that's been one of the big appeals.
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
What about the G5 was your most recent locomotive commission?
Yes, that's our only one we've done, sort of new tooling as well.
And that's completely exclusive to you.
Exclusive to us, yeah.
And how are they doing? Are they
They're steady away. I think it's like any new tooling commission, you've got to do a lot of them.
Yeah.
So I think it's it's sort of slow burner, but they're definitely proving popular, and the feedback's been good.
And because they're building, because none of the originals survived, but they're actually building a new build of one of those.
Yeah, that's it. We support
is,
that as well with sort of members of the G5 Society and everything. So do follow that quite closely, and it'll be good when that finally gets
I can imagine,
going,
because it's kind of the perfect size for a preserved railway, somewhere like the North Yorkshire Moors Railway.
Yeah.
So it's certainly interesting times, and of course your main shop site is actually right by the North Yorkshire Moors Railway.
Yeah, and of course they did a run there as well. We've got pictures of it going up the incline towards Gothland. So
right,
one of the reasons we did it as well. So,
excellent.
Yeah.
Well, look, it's been amazing to have a chat with you, and of course you're here all weekend with your stall.
Yeah.
And of course, anything that you don't necessarily have here, people can order from you and have it delivered.
Yeah.
So brilliant.
Yeah. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, look, thanks so much for
See
chatting.
you later.
Always great to see you. That's Alex from TMC. So just having a look. Jerry BVR says, "Good morning, clubbers. Great to see you." It says, got here eventually. Real life getting in the way as usual. Now, excuse the noises that's going to happen. I'm just going to put the microphone on here, and then when the monkey appears, let's get some shots of the viaduct. The Monkey of Madness has reappeared. So we've had a good long chat. Actually, it's lovely to chat with Alex.
Yes.
So you're going to be doing your build now, are you?
Yes.
So what I'm going to do is oh, look, it's Stevenson's Rock. Oh, that is nice.
Isn't it just?
So I'm glad we caught that, actually. So that's Stevenson's Rocket going across the fabulous model of Ribblehead Viaduct. So we're at the DCCConcepts Open Day. And as you've already gathered, there's a lot of courses going on, but TMC have a stand here, so you can come and browse their wares and some of those amazing graffiti wagons that they've got on display here that you can buy. Peachy TT120 says, Jenny, ask Alex about a rev. Oh, I'm sorry, we just missed that. Dominic Z, our Kickline correspondent, says, Jenny, can you imagine a collab between Jada Toys and TMC? Possibly. Again, something
Never say never.
Never say never. Indie Spaniel says, can you get Mick on cam? We can ask him. Might be a little bit camera shy, but we can certainly ask him. Ben Davis says, Jennifer, do you know upcoming new Rapido Metropolitan E-Class can run it on DCC ready concepts that I want to use, but DCC sound work on DCC ready. You can set up DCC sound to run on DC, but there's you've got to be careful. If you get a short, if your controller doesn't have good current cutout, then it can damage the decoder. So that's just like there's a little asterisk with a note underneath on that front. But yes,
You've got to be so careful with asterisks round.
absolutely. But yes, they will be doing both a sound fitted from the factory, or should be fairly readily easy to fit your own sound yourself. Dominic Z, our Kickline correspondent, says Jenny Jada Toys even announced a Cheetos themed Camaro iRock Z2. As American, I should say iRock Z.
No, you shouldn't do that.
Apparently, I shouldn't. Yes.
We've discussed this.
For any Americans there who are wondering about that, it just sounds so weird to English people's ears when people say Z. That we just don't do that. It's just not cricket, you know.
We just don't.
Yes, we'll just have.
Don't do that type of thing. No.
Let's have some more tea. Right, Richard Swiderski says, good morning all at DCC Concepts.
Hello.
And of course, don't forget, you can come on down, the price is right. We're here at Settle. There's a lot to do here, not just the DCC Concepts Open Day, but there's also watching the Ribblehead Viaduct here. Trains at Settle Station, you can arrive by train as well. The signal box at Settle is open. You can go in there and see how a real a semaphore levered signal box works. The museum is open in town as well. You can go and see about the construction of the Settle and Carlisle Railway. And Settle itself is a lovely place to go for a walk around. And the barbecue is up and running. So, as you can imagine, it's raining. Because Andy's silly fool, he lit the barbecue. Joking aside, some lovely. I recommend the pulled pork. It's really good. You can cut it with a spoon. British Rail Enthusiast says, are you getting the new Rapido S160? I do hope so, actually. Do hope so. Dominic Z, our Kickline correspondent, says, Jenny and Jada even blessed us with a Sonic-themed Lamborghini Veneno with a Sonic die-cast figure in 1:24 scale. That's I can see that being in
Why
your...
would Sonic require a car? Actually, no. I
When his
can
legs are
actually
tired?
answer that. In universe, I know why. Sonic, when he's racing, doesn't run. He gets in a car so that his friends all have a chance. Because he's the
and
fastest.
everybody gets a participation medal at the end.
It-
Wamgot,
basically,
good
he
morning
wants
to
be
you.
fair.
And Dion Wollaston says, it's so hot here, but actually I wish I was there with you guys. Absolutely, everybody's welcome. Now, the courses, what Richard Brighton of DCC Concepts said is that you can check available. Some of the courses do have spaces, but don't book yourself on a course that's technically in the past, because you may still get charged, but the course is obviously already run.
Yeah, they can't do anything about that because
So-
the system works.
But you can essentially check availability online. If you want to do any of the courses, they've got their super panel build, which Richard Brighton talks us through a little bit. Quite interesting, actually. Endless possibilities for automation. Basically, a course to show people how to get the best out of that. Soldering, introduction to soldering. I'll be honest, I know soldering is like witchcraft for a lot of people, and it doesn't need to be that way. And one of the things that they're doing courses on with the soldering is to show you just how easy soldering can be to get great results first time every time. And I learned to solder properly when I worked here. And you know, I used to be in your camp. I used to really struggle with soldering. You know, the big blobs of solder, dry solder joints, struggling to get it to stick where you wanted, melting things. I had all those problems, and then Richard Johnson here showed me, and within 10 minutes I could solder. That's how good his technique is. So well worth doing some of the courses that they do on that. And also they've got advanced weathering and introduction to weathering. I think Iron Horse Railways is doing introduction to weathering. So let's just bring up the viaduct cam. There we go, just caught it. That is amazing. So that's the new steam generator fitted Flying Scotsman, I believe.
It does look lovely, doesn't it?
A lovely rake of Gresley coaches in very unusual transition era livery. So they're basically still in LNER teak, but they've got grey roofs and British Railways numbering. So probably suitable from like 1948 to early 50s, but it's actually a great livery too for mixing and matching between LNER livery and early BR livery. So don't give me a wet willy. Right, I'm gonna turn over to you. So actually, whilst you're setting up, shall we just we'll bring up the viaduct whilst you're setting up, because trains will be going around. And I'm going to leave you in the incapable hands of the cupboard monkey, who's and you brought a clown with you. Yeah, communicating through the medium of horn. That sounds like they've got a clown strapped to the front of the HST.
Yeah.
High-vis vest flapping in the breeze, makeup streaming off his face. Yeah, it took him 6 months before they gave him a seat. Had to cling on for dear life. You haven't lived until you've seen a clown clinging onto a windscreen wiper at 120. Right, anyway.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. I really don't know. I think there's paint fumes or something.
Okay, in that case, I suggest you go and have a look around and perhaps bring back a cup of tea for me.
You want a cup of tea? Okay. Well, have you had your kind of...
Yes.
Good God, you must be bouncing off the walls.
No, I'm mostly running on caffeine because I had 3 hours sleep last night.
Excellent. Right, anyway, I'm going to hand over the microphone.
My goodness.
Microphone of ultimate power.
I have the power.
So you're going to talk people through your build, right? You
Yes.
get yourself down there. And I'm going to move this out of people's way.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
Oh, hold on, there's a train coming, so...
we've got a choo-choo on the way.
Yeah, I can hear it doing its thing. Here it comes. Oh, this is a Black 5. This is kind of like the Black 5 that I built, only this one works.
Yes, you did build a Black 5, didn't you? There it is. Wow.
Oh, big hello, Angus's Trains. It's been so long. I do hope you are well. Always great to have your company. And of course, everybody, don't forget to hit that like button, share the stream, and subscribe to the channel. This is the Monday Club's big Saturday outing.
Yeah, we do leave the house sometimes, see? So I'm just going to bring in the overhead camera and hope that this works.
Pass me my handbag.
To
your left somewhere.
I can. So, I'm just setting up. We're going to be doing the Daypole jig. I've forgotten what it is already. I am 9F, that was it. So, I'm just getting into position. Here we are. So, I've got just got a nice newspaper, plenty of space. And the first thing we're going to be doing is opening up this. Yes, Logan, you're absolutely right. The long train does look amazing, doesn't it, on the viaduct? It really shows off just how big this thing is. So we're doing the schools class. This is Evening Star. It's a Daypole Kitmaster kit. I picked up £12.50. You can't be robbed for that kind of price. Gives you an entire day's worth of fun. So here we are, we're getting the bits out. We're going to have a quick assessment of what we've got. Nice instructions. Some lovely decals.
You'll have to lean a bit further
Hello
forward.
to Iron Horse, hello.
We've got Iron Horse Railway.
I'm going to put the bits away that as we're using them, to be honest, as we're not using them. So, oh, the station mistress is here. Now this is the main part that I really want to go for before we do anything else. So that's what we're going to paint straight away. And I'm going to move the rest out of the way for the moment. So there's a lot of bits. We're going to be here a while. And apparently I keep maxing out the microphone. So I'm going to just put these away and start with the back head. Oops. Immediately I've lost something on the floor. Oh, there it is. It's a tiny piece. But don't worry, I've brought stuff to be able to use to work with those as well. I've got little pins and all sorts. It's a 9F, not a Skulls class. Yeah, sorry about that. I thought it was a Skulls class, but it's a 9F. I am not the best at spotting what things are, but I do like to assemble them. So we're going to... Here's the other piece I want to keep out as well. So that's the back of the tender, and basically anywhere we can put a bit of detail in, that's what we're going for first. So I'm going to keep out these bits, and then we're going to come back to the rest. 9F, so I know, I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing, and you're all correcting me. So let's put these away, and then get straight into what we're going to be doing. Putting these down there. And that's the roof as well. So, I'm going to put the rest of that away. So, this is Evening Star. The first thing that we... Oops. I've managed to somehow bring up a menu that I didn't want. Wow, it's getting loud in here. So let's move this over. And, right. Let's do this. So we've got the Evening Star. The idea is we've got the backhead detail, and that's what I want to paint first. Because there's a lot of detail on here that we will not be able to... it's on the label. It's not... The name of it's on the label, but the rest isn't. Can I put a mortar in them? I think you can, yes. I'm just going to try and move the microphone a little further away from my mouth so that it doesn't sound quite as bad. Hopefully that's okay for you. So, we won't be able to get to access this detail once we get into the thing. So, we're going to start with the Tamiya matte black. Quickly shaking that up. Shake it up, baby, now. There we go. Lovely liquid black. We're going to just get straight in. This is my speed painting method. Painting straight on the sprue. So I've got a nice brush, and we're just straight in there. Getting straight in, all over the place. And the point is that we're going to fully coat all of that and try and get as much coverage as I can. These Tamiya paints are not quite as good as the Citadel ones that we're going to be using later on, because they don't dry quite as quick or as nicely, but we'll see how it goes. So they are fully blackened. A little bit more on the sides, I think. It does not want to go on the side of that. It's come straight off. There we are. Right, there we are. So, oh, no. Streaks on the side. Right, so we've got the base coat. Base coat looks lovely. There we go. Right, put that down onto the newspaper. Going on to the next bits. Let's do this bit here. Now hold on to, there's a little bit on the back there, a little clip, so hold on to that. Got a long brushed, bristled brush to get right in there. Make sure that we get all of it. The purpose of this isn't to be nice and get a lovely coating. It's to get a base coat on, so that we're okay. Hi Jarek, how are you doing? So there we go. Straight in there. Just coat it down, make sure that we got it all. And since some of these bits will stick up, get a bit like, so there we are. Right, that's straight in with all the little nooks and crannies. There's our first base prime. Not bad at all. Right, leave those to dry. On to the next bit. These are basically, I'm getting the bits that, to be honest with you, actually that's the back of the locomotive, so I could have done that later, but we haven't. We've done it now. This is the back of the tender, I think. Yes, there's the coal chute on the tender. So these are the bits that we're not going to be able to access properly once we're into the main build. So I want to get them done first. There we are. Again, just a quick coating. The amount of paint that I'm getting out of this, the amount of coverage I'm getting, now that we've mixed it up and it's nice, is quite impressive. So there's our initial coating. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you very much, babe. Your best bet is somewhere down there like that.
I'll move these. Put that there.
Thank you very much.
Be careful when you put it down. You don't try and put it in the hole.
I'm not that daft.
Yes, you are.
I can't back that up. So there we go. There's the first bit. We just got to wait for that to dry. It dries fairly quickly, actually. The Tamiya stuff is good for that. And then I'm going to try and go over those with some more detail, because we've got the backhead detail. The coal is looking good. Yeah, they're already drying fairly quickly. So that's brilliant. That's exactly what we want. This needs a bit more paint, actually, before I go any further in, because I can see a few streaks on it. But the idea is that we just get a proper base on and make sure that we've got enough to cover it so that we can get in the extra detail afterward for when I start doing the pull colour. And that's the idea. That's really what I want to show you on this. British rail enthusiast, you could perhaps, but not much point. There's no gear tracking. The wheels are plastic, and so is the frame. So it would be too light. That is true. If you wanted to put a motor in, you could. It would be quite an interesting intellectual exercise, but you'd have to weight it down a lot. So thank you, Ham Shackleton, for pointing that out. Yeah, the amount of weight you'd have to add is not insubstantial. Let's put it that way. There we go. There we go. So I'm actually literally just pulling the color back off this thing, which is not the best. There we go. Get a nice coating. There we are. Zoe, you should have gloves on. Why? Why? I've never painted with gloves on. Never bother. You can clean off your hands fairly easily with a bit of white spirit and you'll be fine. Speaking of white spirit, I'm about to pour some. Don't need a huge amount. And now this is the professional tip. Remember which side you've got your cleaning fluid on and which side you've got your cup of tea on, because you don't want to mix them up. The last thing you want to do is put your paintbrush into your tea or try and drink the cleaning fluid. Ask me how I know. So put that down there. And, right. This is interesting. The Tamiya paint does not come off easily on white spirit. Okay, that's... Oh. Okay, so we've got an issue now. So, I was warned that this might happen by James Pets, who said I'd ruin my brushes if I... That is interesting. That is very interesting. The paint is not coming off the brush. Huh. Okay, we've got a ruined brush now then. That is yeah, the white spirit is not getting this off. I need a paint thinner. Tamiya thinners, says James Pence. Yeah. Okay. Umbral enamels come off with white spirit. Jen and I were talking about this the other day. It should have worked. We expected it to work. I am actually amazed. You think meths? It's an acrylic paint. Okay, I'm going to send, before we go any further, I'm going to send a text to Jen and ask her to go and get me some methylated spirits. So I'm going to do that. But yeah, these are drying quite... That is almost dry. That is almost dry, which is exactly what we want. So we're going to leave that for a bit longer. Once it's dry, we'll be able to do the pole painting that I want to show you. Right. Acrylic paint is water-based. It's not a water-based. Jen, the white spirit won't get the paint off. Hello, guess what?
What?
The white spirit doesn't work.
Why? What did you need to do?
It's amazingly, it doesn't take the paint off.
Oh, you want it to stripper? No, it wants that pen off.
Should have. Doesn't all my other paints.
White spirit isn't as good as it used to be.
No, it's not.
Looking for a Mr. Claydon, everybody? No, Mr. Claydon?
This acrylic isn't water-based. Most are, because Tamiya are weird. Yeah, they use it. Richard Swarovski says, I've got white spirit and had no problems. As a rule, water should work. Yeah, Citadel acrylics work with water. It's perfectly fine. That is... so, yeah, we've got a problem there. Oh, well. Well, it's done now. So, I'll just use that for the rest of the blacks. Right, this is almost dried. And it's come out really... that is touch dry already. This is brilliant. Take care, Richard. Thank you for coming along. Have a great day. Not wear-based, so it's not acrylic. It literally says acrylic paint. Yeah, Tamiya colour acrylic paint. And this is the deep green that we're going to paint the other bit. You've always used water with your Tamiya paints. Okay. Right, guys. In that case, I'm going to go and just quickly pop into another room and get some water for it and see if that works. I'm just going to leave you just there a moment. I will be back as quick as I can. Excuse me.
I'm sure that right. So you read mine's messy. Yeah. You select one. Yeah. No reason. Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah. And that altogether looks good white. No, it's not. Then there's probably the text now. Well, because that was the 25. Yeah. Well, so what do you want to do now? Do you want to
And I'm back, guys. Let's see how this goes. So, acrylics are water. Yeah, Tamiya's acrylics are water-based, or at least water-soluble, because they are. It's all come off. There we go. So we're okay. The paints are okay. Now that's almost finished, so we're going to be able to go on. My question is, what is the colour of the internals for this build? Because the back head, I'm pretty sure, is black, isn't it? The main back head detail. Almost certain it's black, in fact. But the little individual bits aren't. So now that that's done, I'm going to bring in my favourite paints of all, because these are amazing. There's the brush, yeah. There we go. That's looking nice. So I'm going to get in the smaller brush now, and this is a Citadel colour from Warhammer. Warhammer Fantasy Battles, Warhammer 40,000, everything like that. It's called Balthazar Gold. And it's not gold, it's brass. It's a brass colour. It's an acrylic paint, and it's incredibly quick drying. So all these little bits that we've got on here, we're going to pick those out. So I'm going to find the smallest brush I've brought. Hopefully it is in here. There it is. This is one of Citadel's detail brushes, fine detail. And again, it's synthetic. Just quickly shape this up, make sure it's okay. And allow that to flow back into the thing. And it's got an air bubble, let's burst that. There we go. So, tiniest amount of this, because it goes a long way. And we're going to quickly brush off most of that. And then I'm going to do a quick only downward strokes. Only downward strokes, because we want to try and preserve where all the detail would have shadow.
You can try. Well, I don't know the answer.
Quickly bits there and bits there. Down, 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 down. Only downward strokes on all of the heading. And don't worry if you go over bits that you want black, because you can paint over that later. There's the gauges. And immediately it's coming out into the gold. That's more like a bronzy, and it works really nicely. So now that we know where all the bits are that we want to paint, because we've done that downward, we can go in and get the extra details that we want and highlight. And this is actually drying as I'm painting it. It's that kind of quickness, which I find superb. There we go. We now have all the bits with the detail in. Quick paint around. We'll come back, and I'm not someone with the steadiest of hands, so if I can do this, you guys can. Going in and getting all the extra backhead detail. And now that I did that downward stroke, we know exactly where the shading is, so we don't go over those bits. There we go. And it keeps the shadows that we want. So we've got the glass, for the water pressure and all of that. Got all the dials and gauges. We're going to go over the top of those once this is finished drying off with white, so that we've got the highlights and the gauges. Paint down all these little lines with a sideways brush stroke, so that we get all the bits we want without going into the black too much, because it'll be a right mess trying to get in there later on. Tiniest amount of paint on the brush as we go. And there we are. It's coming in nicely. So we've got all the brass work now. There we go. And down here as well. Now, if we wanted these any other colours, we could, of course, paint them, or even just highlight by brushing over again with a different colour, if that's what we fancy doing. Down to there and across and down, just slight. Wanting to get the idea of the brass without going too bright on certain bits, because it would get a bit mucky, you know. And there we are. So now we've got all there we are. I've kept a lot of the black, but now it's got a lot of the brass highlights. Let that dry while we look at the back here. Now this one's a bit interesting because what we've got is an issue. That's coal, and all of this is just going to be like little bits. So there's not much we can highlight, but I am going to highlight with the brass the handles. I don't know whether they would have been highlighted that way, but I'm going to make sure that we've got something interesting to look at. This is a bit like watching paint dry. This is exactly like watching paint dry. That is the whole thing, isn't it? So again, we're going to go down with the little highlights. Around here. There we go. And then quick paint over on these bits at the top there, the little handles. Tiniest of amounts of paint. Basically brushing across as lightly as possible. Go down the side and try and do the rest with these little bits to highlight them. There's a little bit too much paint on there, so just take that off. There we go, around there. And again,
Why is that so?
can't really see it.
Why did that start?
So bringing in the magnifying glass. There we go. There we are. On the side. Tiniest amount. Hi Anthony, how you doing? Across there. Yes. And across there. And across here as well. Smallest amounts. There. And there. There we go. Right. So we've got a few little highlights there. Not a huge amount, but enough that we're going to have something interesting to look at. So, this, given that it's a fast thing for Citadel paints, that's dry already. My hands don't still long enough. They're all of the. I know the feeling. I drop things all the time because of a nerve issue, so I understand. Also, I've just managed to spill tea all over my handbag. So give me one moment, guys. There we go. So, and of course it's water-based acrylics, so that comes straight off in the water. And just dry the brush off. There we are. So, what we've got here now is another issue. Numpty count, yes it is. We have a couple of little water pressure gauges, or gauges in general, and the water pressure glasses. So what we want is to get white. If I can just make this bigger so you guys can see it. There we go. So I'm trying to get the water pressure and glass bits in the gauges. We've got to do those in white. So, I happen to have two different whites from the Citadel's range. These are, I'm telling you, I'm not trying to sell them to you, but they are brilliant paints. I've also got this fantastic, this is a proper metal. You know, the way we just had brass, this one's gunmetal. So that's useful for later. I've also got a kind of German uniform grey. We're going to use that as well. So, what we got here? Wraith bone. That's what this one's called. It's like a bone white. And Corax white, which is more of a white. Hope it's going well. Welcome back, PGTT120. It's going really well, thank you. So we're going to go in, out of these two, I'm going to go with the bone white because it's probably a brighter one for what we want to do. And again, quickly shake. It's nice and sticky on the white, so let's go in. We're going in with this one. And then I'll show you what I'm going to do with the grey as well, because I think you'll find it quite interesting. So that's the tiniest amount of paint on here. And then very, very gently, we're not going to brush this time, we're going to dot essentially. And I'm actually going to take my glasses off at this point and try and come in a bit. Dot, 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 dot. And a dot there. And then brush, dot, well, kind of partly dot, partly brush there to get the most we can on that. Tiniest amount more paint. There we are, that's all we needed. Put the white away now. And then quickly just wash that off. I think you'll find, guys, that the tiniest amount of white is all you need. Is Iron Horse there? He is. He's off doing a weathering tutorial. There you go. So now, I can bring this in. There you go. Now our gauges and dials are done. There we go. So all we're going to do now is quickly... Oh, there's a bit of dry paint there. Quickly let that dry, and then go... If we want to, we can go over the little bits and pieces where I've managed to accidentally overpaint with the black. But we don't have to do that just yet. So that is that. Meanwhile, over on this is where we're going to have some fun. So I'm going to get a third brush. This one is hard. It's quite a tough one. So I'm going to quickly water that down and dry that off. It's a very thick, wiry brush, very hard. What I've got here is metal, essentially. Shaking that up. A very nice, thick, metallic shine. This is going to be the stupidest thing you'll ever see. Tiniest amount on a brush that's basically thick and hardly has anything on it. The quickest dry brush you'll ever see. Onto the top of the coal. There you are. So now we've got a lot of what looks like a kind of shiny effect. That's all we need with that. We're going to let that dry, and then we're going to use a less thick and spiky brush over the top of that. That was dry brushing just to add a kind of gleam or a kind of shine. The idea is that we're going to make the coal look like rock, proper rock coal with a bit of shine to it. And it's ridiculous the way it works, but you'll be amazed when you see it. So, there we are. See that? It looks grey at the moment and shiny and metal, like it's made of ore. But only from certain angles does it shine. And that's exactly what we want. We want it to shine, but only from certain angles. So we're going to let that dry now. This, by the way, is now dry, because that's how fast Citadel stuff works. It's amazing. Just scratched. Hello, how are you doing?
It's a thing.
It is. Looking quite good, isn't it?
It's cool, that.
Yeah, I like it.
We need some weathering powders on it now.
Oh, don't worry, we're going to get to weathering later on. And hopefully...
Hello? Yes, I will.
And remember, don't put your brush in your tea. Put your brush in the brush thing. You'll be amazed when you see it. Live clickbait action. It really is. So let's do this. So that's probably dry now. So now I'm coming in with a softer brush. This is a flat-headed one. And we're going to bring the black back in. Tiniest amount though. We already shook this up, so it's already ready to go. And what I'm only going to do, tiniest amount from the edge. So it's barely on the brush. And again, take some of the sheen back off that. The whole point is to just finish off, and we'll take the sheen back off these edges of, there we are, on the cold tray so that it doesn't look shiny. And then quick brush back over with the coal. So dab, 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 kind of brushing. There we are. Now the coal has a shine, but it's not too much of a shine. And put the black away again. Now we're pretty much done with the back head details. So that's cool. Now we've done the bits that are inside, except for the underneath of the roof and all of that. We're doing quite well. It's been a while, but the progress is pretty good, I think. Again, bring in the see it there. The coal now has a shine to it. It's not much, but it's enough that it doesn't look the same as the other stuff around it. That's the point. It has a bit of a gleam. So my question is, what do we do with this? Because here's the only thing that I would say about these kits. I can't see what the colour of the back is. There isn't a colour guide. So let's have a look on the thing. The instructions are pretty damn good, I have to admit. Looks like the entire thing is supposed to be green. So we'll go over with that in a moment. And I'm thinking that once we've gone over this back head, now that we've got the black on it, that piece there should be in bronze or brass. So we're going to do that. But first, we're going to bring in the green. And again, we're going to do it the same way I did before with the back head detailing. We're going to paint it with a downward stroke so that we can try and enhance some shadow. There we are. Nice bit of that. So, getting in there, get a bit of the green on. Fair amount of green, brush a bit of that off. Downward strokes only. Plus, all of these ridge details on the rivets, I want to try and highlight some of that by having a little bit of the black still underneath. Downward stroke, downward stroke. All the way. Getting some of the, yeah, down in there, down in there. Downward stroke isn't quite getting some of the bits, but it is highlighting those rivets very nicely. There we go. We're going to put some weathering on this later on as well, like Richard suggested when he popped in just to casually say, "Oh, we do some weatherings." Interestingly, the Tamiya stuff hasn't dried between the rungs on the ladder. That is interesting. So I'm only going to go down to here, this bar at the bottom. I'm going to repaint in black again later on. I'm going to try and get in as much as I can. And then we'll highlight the handlebars and all, the handholds and all that. This is, Tamiya stuff's pretty damn good actually. I'm enjoying this. This is a nice, it's got a nice feel to it. I'm starting to do some upward strokes as well, try and get in the cracks and crevices, because they're highlighting a little bit. There we go. Yeah, that's working. Okay, there's, what the hell? Okay, that's interesting. The Tamiya stuff is coming straight back off. How on earth has it managed that? There must be some thick solvent in it. I'd like to see a steam engine with that would be so cool. I'd like to see a steam engine with stabilizers. That would be funny. A steam bike. I would look at that. It's coming straight off. Tamiya, what have you done with your paints, dudes? I thought you guys were good. Okay, now we have a problem because the black is coming off. So our primer base isn't there anymore. Which means we're now getting different things. I don't like that. I'm going to leave that to dry a bit more before we come in and do the other details there. So what I'm going to do is paint the rest of the model now. And hope for the best. But prepare for the worst. Because if it's not fully dry, it's actually coming off, which is not what I want. So the only things we've got to really do before we get 100% in is make sure we've got the... Could be the mold release agent that is stopping the paint from bonding. It could be anything, really, couldn't it? But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Just going to let this dry off. I'm going to leave those to dry. Well, I'm going to find the internals now, based on the instructions. Let's have a look. So, what is it that we need for the flooring? It appears to be... Okay, part 14 has the floor of the thing, and then the walls and the roof are separate. So I'm looking for part 14 in the bag. We're going to paint the internals of the thing. Is this part 14? No, that's... What is that? That's not it, is it? I don't know what that is. We've got to find... There's bits... right, there's one of the side doors. Side walls. The other side wall had come off and was separate, so that's fine. There's the roof. And that is going to be black on both parts, so we're going to do that. Don't get the cleaning cup mixed up with the teacup. Yep, don't worry. We've made that mistake before, and hopefully won't do it again. Where's the other side? Where's the other wall? I can't find it in the bag of bits, so we're going to just take everything out and hope for the best. Put that slightly over there, while I try and find the other side wall. I know it's here because I found it earlier on. There it is. Right, we've got the internal walls. Okay, let's do this. Put these other bits away. And hope for the best on this. Right, that's there. That's going in there. Okay, I think we've got it here. I think this is what I'm looking for, but I'm not entirely sure. Okay. So this is it. This is the floor. So this is all going to be painted black. But I don't like the idea of it all just being black on the inside. So for the side walls, I'm going to paint them a different colour. I'm going to paint them a kind of flesh colour, which will look beige when we're finished. So we've got these ones. These two insides are going to be painted beige. The roof is going to be painted beige, and then the top of that is black, the sides are green, and this base here, which apparently goes that way up. I don't know what this tube is for, but we'll find out later on. That's all going to be black. So let's do that now. Where is the beige? There it is. So we've got this beige fleshy colour. It's called flesh. Flat flesh, but it's beige. We're going to go in and do those first because I think that'll be fun. Although this still has a lot of the releasing agent on, so we'll see how that goes. And if this gets a little bit, now that's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. It'll weather down all right later on as well. Let's get it straight in there with a nice big brush. Oh yeah, that looks lovely. Right, how can I do this without getting all over my hands? There we are. There we go. First coat is not going to look great, but that's fine. Going to need a couple of coats for this because of the way it is. There we go. Nice and quick. That's got a nice beige look to it. Inside the cab is usually a light grey with added coal dust. Light grey. Well, light grey I don't have. I do have duck egg blue. It's not quite the same. But we're going to go with a beige, to be honest with you, because I like the idea of a nice beige colour on it. I suppose I could mix up a white with black to get a light grey, but we'll see how this goes. I'm just going rough and slapping this on and letting it. We're going to let it dry after that. I'm enjoying this so far. I hope you guys are. Then we got another bit with this. So this is the same colour as some of the guys will be on my wargaming stuff because I bought the paints to paint the armies. So they're going to be a kind of their colour will be the internal colour of this locomotive. And that'll just be what they look like. They look a bit 9F, that's how it'll be. Right, let them dry now. I'll put the flesh tone away for the moment and let that dry. I approve of painting. So do I. I approve of painting. It makes things look much nicer than just having it flat plastic, you know? Is this an all-day marathon? Yes, it is. So, left my dad at home watching football or whatever and James Bond while we come out and have a nice day. Did the groups have their own standard colours for cab interiors like they would for exterior livery? I genuinely don't know. We'll have to ask Jen when she comes back. I don't know where she is. I know that she's aware there's a barbecue on, so she's probably off doing that. So that wouldn't work with Gauge Master Prodigy Advance yet. What have I missed? Guys, I don't know what that's about. What have I missed? So, we're going to get it straight in with the black now and get this on. On the base. And I'm going to use a different brush because this bit here is textured and I want to make sure we get in there. But I'm going to do another thing with a light brushing once it's dry over it with the German infantry grey, just to try and make it look different, you know, like it's been worn, like people have walked on it and some of the paint's come off. So there we are. That's getting in there with a nice texture, and it's already starting to bring that shine up with the texturing. So that's nice. And actually, I found a good use for this pointy bit that's sticking out the bottom. Nice handle. How is this not the... It is the base, though. It is the base. That's weird. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da. There we go. There we are. Getting right in there, right into the corners, making sure that it's all got a nice slathering of black paint.
But I don't know exactly what gauge.
Doof, 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 doof. Getting right in there.
How do I know why I've got
All of that needs a proper base coat. Get in there with all that. Straight on. Now, if I'd used the Citadel, I wouldn't have this problem with the weird streaks, because Citadel paints, base coat paints anyway, have a built-in primer, which is amazing. And it dries incredibly quick, but this Tamiya stuff is a little different. Every single type of paint has its own personality, essentially. So you've got to just learn the quirks. I have no problem with that. Everyone has their own different ways, and everything has a good use. So we just have to learn the quirks and go with it. Try and get the streaks out as much as I can. And there we are. That's a nice first coat. There we go. There. Ah, the control module. Right, I get it. Yes. We'll ask Jen about that. I think the control module is just for the power cabs at the moment, but they're looking for a universal way of doing it as well, which would be nice. There we are. That's that bit done. Ah. Oh, so we've got to let that dry. Now, we've got these interesting panels here, and you see this bar that goes across it, the handrail, which means that it's these bits here, which are black. So I'm going to paint those as well. Well, at least I'm going to paint this one, because I can't find the other one. It's somewhere else. So we're going to paint that as well. We're going to do both sides of this if we can. But not both at the same time. We're going to do one, then the other side. Make sure that's all done and nice to get a good first coat on. Hello from frozen New Zealand. Oh my goodness. Yeah, of course you guys are in winter, aren't you? We're enjoying the summer, which, I mean, we had some hot weather a day last month. So there we go. That's first coat going on nice. There we go. Again, it's starting to pull, the paint's starting to pull off, which is weird. It's a weird effect. Again, like I say, every paint type's got its own quirks. I think I prefer Citadel to this, but I'll go with it. Tap, tap, tap to get the individual bits on without taking the colours off. There we go. I'll let that dry now. First colours are on, first paint layers. So let those dry. 15mm thick ice. I realise you guys are near the Arctic, the Antarctic, but come on, 15mm of ice. Oh my goodness. So I'm just going to wash that brush. Get all the black paint off it. Right, there we go. Put that there, and right, the next bit we have to do is sit back and enjoy a nice cup of tea while it dries. So, what we're doing... Hello, how are you doing? You having a good day?
Yes, I'm having a fantastic day, thank you. Everything is going perfectly and there are no problems whatsoever.
I'm glad. Would you like some fudge?
No, I better not, because otherwise I'll start being hyper.
That's why I've got it. Because I'm going to have some fudge. Go on,
I
you know.
need to get because what I want to do. Sorry, I know you're live and I'm having this little chat with you.
That's fine. I talk
You
about.
bought this from the shop on the station.
I did. I talk about my tech all the time on the channel.
No, what I want to do is we want to be able to do some videos of how to connect A to B. So this is how to wire up a Cobalt point motor. This is how to connect an AEU. But I need a vertical camera to do exactly what you're doing. But this is just a standard Logitech webcam, isn't it? So that works.
Logitech webcam hanging off the glyph that I got from a pound shop on a selfie stick, and then the rest of this is a specific rig to hold DSLR cameras. And I can send you the link. I got it from Amazon. It was 30 quid.
Oh, please do. I'll get that.
Yeah.
That's really good. Yeah, that's it. I have this bit. I don't have this bit. So, yes.
Okay.
Brilliant. Yeah, because this is for holding a mobile phone effectively, isn't it? This little bit. Or
That's for the phone, yeah. It actually just adjusts to fit the phone.
I've got one of those somewhere as well. No, that'll work really nicely.
All right, no problem. I'll send you the link.
Sorry to interrupt your live stream.
Yeah, you're not interrupting. Don't worry. I'm just sat here letting these bits dry now.
Your new friend?
I have. Hasn't got a name yet.
She hasn't got a Monday Club badge.
No, not
She
yet.
needs a Monday Club badge.
She will have a one by the end of the day. Don't worry.
Sorry, I'm getting in the way of customers now.
So, Maura Cohen says, Zoe, that's fantastic. Well, thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And John Edward says, how good are the paints for matching other model trains for repair? I could not tell you. Personally, if you're talking about pre-done ones, like the stuff that you buy from a shop and it's ready to run, I wouldn't use these paints. Really wouldn't. I would be more. How can I put this? I would be more inclined to use an airbrush with specific airbrush paints, because that's closer to how the originals would have been painted in the factories and all that. So that's what I do. I'm just going to finish my tea, and then these hopefully will be dry enough to have another coat. Let's do this. So that's looking dry to the touch, which is great. Aside from a couple of bits on the side, that needs a bit longer, but these ones need another coat, you see. So we're going to go in and redo that. Quickly shake the paint up again. Shake it up, baby, now. Paint those trains, paint those trains. Come on, baby, now. We're going to use this flat brush for the insides. We're going to paint the inside of the roof. Have I been abandoned? No, Jen is off doing talk with people who are here and chatting with the various people with doing the courses and things like that, while I'm doing this quick bit about painting models. And interesting. Again, we've got a gap where it's not really doing this. Can't do modelling without a good cuppa. Absolutely not. You have to have a cuppa. It's a requirement. It really does not seem to have liked this. Perhaps what I should have done is prime everything with just a spray primer and left it overnight. That's a mistake you'll only make once, let's put it that way. So it really isn't happy, so I'm going to leave that there. See how that goes. Try these other ones. Quick extra coat down the side. Tap, 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 tap over there. Tap, 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 tap over there. Put that down. That one's... Ah! That was fine until I left my finger on it. There we are.
using IP notes.
And down to here. This one definitely needs another coat, so let's get straight in there.
Change the point behind it. Go back into the picture. Change the point behind it. Enter the loop, and whichever train enters the passenger.
There we go.
Always reflect
That's that.
5 before the point to change.
And there we are.
And there's no confusion.
Nicely done there.
It's only done logic by turning these forward off and protecting the train's change balance.
Trying to get a little bit of proper covering, but that is really not happening. There we are. So let those dry now. That really hasn't enjoyed that. Can I get the paints coming off? Let's get a bit off there. Dry the brush. And see if I can get just that little bit extra coating on those bits. Okay, there we are. One or two little bits that just aren't happy. I'm thinking the mistake is that I should have primed it all with a spray can before I did any of this. But you live and learn. This is my first time using Tamiya paints, so I didn't know, essentially. But there we go. Right, the internals, they're painted for the main thing. We're now going to paint all of this again with another coat, and then I'm going to do the little dry brushing onto there to give it a slight look of being worn, essentially worn through. So quickly get all the colours off this paint, off this brush even. Now let's get in there with a nice bit of paint on the brush, and there, nice thick coating. Oh, that's going on well. Now we're getting somewhere. Look at that.
The right protective equipment, circuit breaker in case something goes wrong, so it's not the air and causing a short noise. The bus fighter will let him know. Just don't like, doesn't sit right with me on electrical leg. Circuit breaker, particularly, absolutely.
Again, it's come off a bit. There we go.
That will be fast. The system is.
And grab the little point on the bottom. There we go. Getting in there. Bit goopy, bit sloopy, but it's going on. Acrylic paint is so much better these days than what I remember growing up. I used to swear by the Humbrol because acrylic just wouldn't cut it for models. But this is nice. Once I get used to it, I think I'll actually prefer this kind of paint. Actually, I'm going to paint the middle of this, just in case you see it. I can't guarantee that you will, but you never know, so paint that just to make sure. There we are. Oh my goodness. Trying to get that middle bit done is not working out, is it? There we are. Just in case that shows up. It shouldn't, but you never know. So there we are. We'll just do the whole thing. It's got a slap on of paint. Should be fine. Right. Next bit. Just to make sure that this is all done. Tap, tap, tap on this bit instead of long brush strokes, because we want to get it into the texturing, and then brush strokes to just even it out. There we go. Can you imagine a model kit of the Gunsmith Cats Ford Mustang? I don't. Gunsmith. I know the name Gunsmith Cats, but I couldn't tell you what it is. I think that big cone-shaped recess is the inside of the boiler. It probably is, but I don't know whether you're going to be able to see it or not. So there's a lot of paint on this now. It's slopping all over the place. So hopefully it hasn't now got like ridges and that we're going to be able to see once it's dry, because I do worry about that sometimes. It should be fine. It should be fine. It's a lot of paint. That's going to take a while to dry, so I'm just going to leave all of that for the moment and go back to the green that's over here. Try and get that done. Gunsmith Cat. That's an anime, isn't it? Isn't that an anime from the late 80s, early 90s? Which reminds me, I subscribed to Crunchyroll via Amazon Prime the other day to see what was on there. And if you want classic anime, don't go for Crunchyroll because it doesn't seem to be there. It's all modern stuff. Like, I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in that stuff. I like the old stuff, the like 3x3 eyes, which if you're under 18, do not look that up. Because it's gory, let's put it that way. It's not Urotsukidoshi levels of gory, but it is gory. So we're going to leave that there. So we're going to go back to this one now and see if I can get a proper green on there. And move that over to somewhere that I can dry in peace. Take care, Dion. Have a good day. You're off to the pool. Have a fun time, dude. And there we go. Get a bit more of a shake on the green. Have a good day, Dion. Lucky duck going off on holiday. Right, let's do this. Tiny brush. This is the one I want to use, the detail brush. Get right in there with some paints. See if we can get right in on there. Yeah. Now that we've got that base of black, it's really highlighting the there we are. Okay. Down in there, down in there. This is looking nice now. There we are. Right, this second coat is really helping with the green on the back of this. So we're going to let that dry once I've done it, and then we're going to highlight the individual bits, like the handrails and everything else. Especially this bit here. This little, what appears to be a nameplate of some sort. Yeah, that's looking good. For a nice contrast, quick paint. Nicely layered. Looking good. There we are. Leave that there to dry now. Oh, let's leave that and see how it goes. So all we can do now is let it dry. Meanwhile, I want to do the wheels. I want to do the wheels now for a specific reason. Hello, Jen. How are you doing?
How are you doing?
I'm doing
Something interesting. It's very black.
Yes, that's the base.
Would you like a Pepsi?
I would, thank you.
Oh, good. Well, I'll be sure to pick you one up next.
So, do you want to come in while this is drying and just chat for a bit?
Yeah.
What have you been buying? That is the question.
Stuff.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, while these dry, before we go to the next bit, I'm going to let them sit here and allow Jen to take over for a little while, since this is the Jenny Kirk Monday Club.
Oh, look at that. You've got paint all over you.
Of course I have. I've been painting.
Right, let me. I have the microphone of ultimate power.
Let's go back to the main camera. Hello. Hello there.
Right, come on. Budge thyself.
I will budge myself.
Yeah. The quicker you budge thyself. Yes, that's good. Right, so I'm just going to come in here now. Oh, quick, change the camera angle. Oh. So viaduct cam.
I can't get it. We've missed it.
Oh, we just missed tornado and
Oh, that's a nice
the
play.
support coach. There you go. You might want to wash your hands.
I'm going to wash my hands. You leave that to dry, and everything will be fine.
So, what I'm going to do now is you might hear a little bit of aggro through the microphone because I'm moving stuff about. Try not to get Zoe's paint everywhere, particularly not on me. So there we go. So look, it's great to see you. We are, of course, at the DCCConcepts Open Day, and they're running a load of courses. So we've got teaching soldering. I know those who know will go, well, it's quite simple. But if you don't know how to solder, it is a little bit of a voodoo black art. So I'm just going to open my Pepsi to the max. So it's really useful to just get a few tips on how to do soldering. And certainly I learned how to solder here. And before, believe you me, my soldering used to be utter garbage. I used to have all the usual pitfalls, dry solder joints, big blobs of solder which didn't really quite stick the things together. And I found soldering incredibly difficult. And then I was taught how to solder by Richard Johnson here at DCCConcepts. And it literally took him 10 minutes. And he showed me the secret sauce, the no clean flux, and just a couple of simple things. And now soldering is really quite easy. It's definitely a great skill to pick up. Believe me, it will make building layouts in particular so much easier if you can solder with absolute confidence. It's the Caledonian Railway Class 812. That was a special commission by Rails of Sheffield again. Beautiful locomotive. That's actually exactly the same one that I got as well. I got that one in the Caledonian Railways blue and the weathered BR black one. Ham Shackleton says, we're talking to various people. Anthony, Middleport Junction, great to see you. Up well and onwards. We've got any other newcomers? It's about 50 people watching, so it's great to see you all. And it is, of course, Saturday. I think it's Saturday most places where people are. Certainly, depending on which time zone you're in, you're either at the end of Saturday or the beginning. We're somewhere in the middle. But definitely just enjoying our time here at DCCConcepts in Settle. You can get here by train, incidentally, and comparatively recently they started running a service from Manchester, goes all the way up to Carlisle, and I think it's the first service to connect Manchester to Settle directly. Probably since the 1960s or early 1970s, something like that. So it's been a long time since you could easily make that journey without doing a round robin via Leeds, which is really, really good. So that's the train which formerly stopped at Clitheroe twice a day, keeps going to Carlisle via Hellifield. And it's a great part of the world up here in North Yorkshire. Amazing, amazing scenery. Although up well and onwards is technically Sunday for me. Greetings from the past. Just stopping for a slug of the Magic Go-Go juice there. Pepsi to the max. But what are the courses? That super panel. We talked earlier on with Richard Brighton from DCCConcepts about an all-new product that they've introduced. Principally at the moment, it's for NCE users. But they are designing a version that will work with other systems. And it's for simple automation of your entire layout. And I suppose that's one of the watchwords here at DCCConcepts, is just making things easy and intuitive. And the idea is that you can have different things that will just automatically happen or happen when you press a button. So, for example, you could have a whistle board on your railway, and you just put something like a magnetic sensor in the track and have that plugged to the super panel system. And the way that works is you can have that tied in with the functions for making sounds. Do you want this Coke, Zoe? There we are, Pepsi to the max. We're not sponsored by Coke or Pepsi, but if they wanted to send a crate our way, we do a lot of drinking of Coke on camera. But yeah, so you have like a little magnetic sensor in the track, something like that, and it triggers an action, and that action you can set to be, say, blowing a whistle on a sound-fitted loco, or even like your AWS warning. You could have the magnetic sensor right by where you have West Hill Wagon Works do a really lovely 3D printed AWS like grid things on your track, and you could tie that in so that the AWS warning sound actually sounds at the right point on your layout. You can also use it in conjunction with the IP Digital Ultra, the new ones. They've just brought out a new one, and they are able to be programmed with 3 different DCC addresses. Now, why 3 different DCC addresses, you ask? Well, the reason for that is, let's think about it this way. You can have one address which is just activating the point on its own the way you normally would. It's like the regular address for the point. I'm just glancing up there to see I'm going to see if we can get the viaduct back. I can hear trains moving about. But right, so you have your first address, and that's the normal address that you're normally used to change that point. But imagine that point, you want to be able to set it as part of a route. You can program a second address to that point. And that second address will be programmed to several other points as well as part of their suite of different addresses. And then when you send that address, the whole route sends as one. Ivo Van Zon says, is that whistle function usable without LocoNet active? I need to get I'll need to get Richard Brighton in actually just to talk us through some of the questions on that. But essentially, you would have a sensor magnet in the track that's sending a signal back to the super panel. That in turn is generating a function. It's like if you
can say something far more
far
more bleepable there.
But that would then effectively create the equivalent of you pressing, say, F2 on your handset, which would be the whistle. So basically, I'm guessing it doesn't need LocoNet active. But also, let's say your AWS warning sound is on, I don't know, F12. So you could have a little magnet in the track next to the meshes that go in the track that are part of the AWS system. And when your locomotive gets to the right point on the track, that magnet is triggered by the passage of the locomotive. That sends a signal to the super panel, and that then triggers your, what did we say, F12. It triggers the same message as if you pressed F12 on the locomotive. And that's essentially how it works. If you wanted to set a route, say, so you've got like a big ladder junction, you could have a series of different routes programmed to all the points, so that instead of you changing 2, 3, 4 or more points one after the other, you could pull, say, like one lever or flick one switch, or send one accessory command, and the whole route is just automatically set. But because each point is able to be programmed with 3 different accessory addresses, it doesn't stop you from being able to change the point singly, because they would have one of the other addresses that they would respond to where only that point actually changes. Or you could have a different route on a different address, so you press a different button or send a different accessory address, and that different route is set. You don't need to mess about with macros or diode matrices. It's just done through some really quite simple ways of doing it. And from the point of view, oh, there's an A4 coming. I've just spotted an A4. It's Walter K. Wigham. Yes, it is Walter K. Wigham. Oh, I do love that in the experimental purple. It's more of a bluey purple. I've heard it described as Great Eastern Railway by ultramarine, but it is a beautiful colour. It's just a shame that Hornby only released that one A4 in that livery in the main range. I think Merlin was done as a special for, I forget which shop commissioned Merlin. And then previously they have done a couple in the older tender drive version, but we don't talk about them. So Monkey of Madness is back. You missed a bit. Look, just in there. Look.
That's just a quick splattering off the inside in case you see it, but I don't know.
We're just enjoying some trains on the viaduct at the moment. Choo-choo. But if you see Richard Brighton, we do have a question about the super panel
I will go and find it.
he might be able to answer.
I will go and find it.
It's a super panel. You might be best talking to Chris. Richard might be able to help, but at the moment, Chris obviously is leading a call.
Yeah.
Richard might, but it's not his area.
Well, if you ask Richard, if it should be hovering outside, it's just a quick question somebody's asked, but I don't know the answer to.
What is the question about?
They're talking about, I described it as you can have like a whistle board and you have a little magnet which triggers effectively the equivalent of you pressing the whistle on the loco. So it just whistles automatically. And what they've asked is that whistle function usable without LocoNet active? And I'm guessing that,
Absolutely. So it's independent of LocoNet, or I'm trying to remember the other protocol, but
yeah.
it's pure DCC. You'd have it set up so that when you press a button, the super panel will.
Oh, hold
set.
on. I just realized. Hold on. Let me get the microphone close. So
Super panel, like NCE Mini Panel, the clever thing that it can do is at the push of a physical button, switch, lever, whatever, momentary or otherwise, it will send a series of DCC commands. Doesn't need LocoNet, anything additional, it's just pure DCC. So that could be, the most basic function is accessories, but it can also be loco commands, including programming, if you need to do programming live to do some very fancy automation.
Right.
But yes, if you know what loco address you want to activate the whistle on and what function button that is, you can set up Super Panel so that when you press button 22, whatever it happens to be, it says loco 6, press function 2 on, wait a few seconds, off. So absolutely doable.
So effectively, it's doing the equivalent of you physically pressing that button
Exactly
on
the
your
same.
NCE
Yeah,
card handset.
just the same. The trains see it precisely the same way.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, thank you very much.
problem.
So let me just get my microphone back. I've only got the one microphone. We're a bit stingy here today. We've just got the one mic, but there you are. So Ivor Van's on. Hopefully that answers your question. We've got some really lovely trains actually going across the viaduct. Now, if you're wondering, this is a model. I can actually stick my hand there, so you can see that that's just a model. It's a very good model of Ribblehead Viaduct. And for those of you overseas, that's on the Settle and Carlisle Railway, very famous here in the UK. And as you can see from what you've got on the screen, it's a very picturesque location. Now, the back scene behind this is photographic from the area. But there goes Walter K. Wigham again. I do love an A4.
I love that colouring.
Yeah, I've got that one. It is really nice. I
We
believe.
were umming and ahhing for ages, and I kept telling you that the more times you look at it, the more times you're going to regret
Yeah,
it.
clearly I wanted it. And you know what? It's one of my favourite A4s. There were, I believe, 4 A4s that received that livery. And I'm going to say, obviously, Walter K. Wigham was one of them. But I'm feeling Merlin was another, but I couldn't tell you what the other 2 were. There was also, it was either a Castle or a King class locomotive, also received that livery. And I want to say a Jubilee, but I could be completely wrong in that. Certainly, there was more than just Walter K. Wigham got that livery, but it is incredibly eye-catching. So, how's your build been going, incidentally?
Really nicely, thank you.
I like your back head.
Yeah.
That's come up really well. So, if we change the,
The overhead camera is still pointing downwards.
So if we go to the overhead camera,
I've spoken to the guys, and we realised that you've answered the question so far. One of the guys stepped in and answered. But Robin's going to come over after he's finished the course about the super panel. Bring it down.
yeah, there we go.
And he's going to do a Q&A with you if you want, so you can actually answer some in-depth questions about it.
Actually, that would be quite useful because I can see it's a really versatile system, and it's just a case of folding your head around. This is really difficult because everything's backwards to us.
Yeah.
So there's the back head. And what colours?
I love the way Jen immediately, once we've got
My
it
hand-
into focus, pulls it away.
My hand got tired. So let's go back to viaduct.
What is it you want to talk about there? You were looking at the back detail.
What colour have you used for like the pipes and stuff? It looks like a bronze.
It is a bronze. It is Citadel Miniatures.
Oh, go on.
Base colour, Balthazar Gold.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's have a laugh at what they've called it. Balthazar Gold.
Yes, but the white parts are picked out in,
Bone.
yes, Wraithbone. They always have a macho name for these things.
Yeah. So basically what you're saying is that's ivory.
Yes.
Oh, we're going to actually get 2 passing on the viaduct.
Oh, it's a twofer.
Oh, I do like that's a Princess Coronation.
That is a lovely matte blue.
Can't read what it says. That's City of Gloucester?
No problem.
I'm not sure which one that is, but I do like it.
There's a live camera
look.
on the real Ribblehouse Viaduct.
Yeah, I know.
Nice.
But you could always you're not going to get this sort of frequency of steam trains on that live camera, are you?
No.
Look at that. That's a really good shot. I'm really glad that we gaffer taped that camera there.
Yeah, it's worked out really well. Don't reveal our secrets. We're professionals. We don't reveal that we use gaffer tape and hopes
come
and
on,
dreams.
I've worked in the film industry. I've seen how things are stuck together.
Yeah.
You wouldn't believe the number of people deliver a scene wearing an outfit that's way too big for them. That's just got a bulldog clip in the middle of the back to hold the loose cloth together.
Oh, I absolutely would believe that.
Seen that before.
I've done theatre, you know.
a thespian.
I did theatre, you know. I played a Klingon in a parody of Star Trek.
A pasty head. So
The real Viaduct is single track. Yeah, but there's not as much fun.
can I just say,
Not as
it
much
used to
fun.
be double tracked. For reasons, it got single tracked.
What reasons?
I'm thinking just because of weight issues.
Weight was what came to mind for me as well.
Basically, the viaduct's old, and
And it can only last so long.
I'm not sure when it was singled, but it's only single over the viaduct.
Huh.
It's double track as far as Ribblehead Station and just
You mean
after.
they've got to bunch up and wait?
So,
Over.
so there's a technical reason that they singled it across the viaduct, and then once you get to, is it Garsdale signal box on the other side, it becomes double track again. I think there's loops as well there. Certainly used to be, I think there was up and down loops at Garsdale at some point.
What have you been buying?
It's a locomotive. So I've bought one of the Hawthorne Leslies. And in fact, I haven't even got it out of the box.
Put it on the screen. Let's have a look.
Okay, you put it on the screen.
Live unboxing. Jenny.
So I've bought from TMC one of these Hawthorne Leslies. They're like hot new things. They're selling really, really well. I've been speaking to Alex at TMC, and he says that they've pretty much sold out, which is pretty good going. Let's get it out of the box. Some kind of
Get it out. Get it out.
very curious. Oh, it's actually screwed to a Perspex plinth. So there we are. This is asbestos. The real one actually ran at Trafford Park.
Sorry, the locomotive's called asbestos.
Yes, it is. It worked at an asbestos works. It's before they decided that asbestos was evil and made of
To
kryptonite
be fair, it's fine as long as you don't touch it or breathe it
or lick
or
it.
lick it.
Ivo Van Zon says probably single track due to increased axle loads on modern locomotives. Yeah, could be. So I'm just like, this is quite interesting, the way that they've got them mounted in the box. I'm going to need a screwdriver to get it out. But this does look quite incredible. There's some pieces of, best I can describe it, fiberboard front and back, I think, to stop it from moving about. Yeah, it's secured by 2 screws underneath, but the detail on that is really impressive. So there we go. That's one of the Hawthorne Leslies from Daypol, which I've bought today from TMC, the Model Centre, who are at the open day as well. They've got a little stall here. So I'm actually really looking forward to this. It's quite a distinctive design. My first impressions are really quite good. This obviously is a DCC ready one, so I'll be fitting that when I get home. A good play with it. So let's go back to the viaduct cam. So there we go. I think we've probably come to the viaduct cam just as the trains aren't running over it. Let's have a look. So just going to just putting my little toy back in the box. So I'm really pleased with that, actually. I've got a thing for locomotives that either ran in Trafford Park or were part of the Manchester Ship Canal system. So I've been slowly building them up. So when I spotted that asbestos was one of the locomotives that Daypol were releasing as part of their Hawthorne Leslies, there's quite a wide variety of different ones that they've done. But asbestos, particularly of interest to me, worked in the asbestos firm. I think it was Turner's Asbestos in Trafford Park. So there are photographs of it in the Trafford Park area. I had to add it to my collection. So I can hear something working very hard. So we'll see it rounding the curve, coming onto the viaduct. There we go. Just coming into view. And this is a standard 2MT. Oh, thank you, Biscoff. Biscon. Thank you so much. So I've just been handed a Biscoff. But there we are, 2MT. With a tanker train, and correctly with match wagons front and back. Which very important, actually. I think a lot of people forget about that in the consists of their trains when running tankers. That certainly in the steam era there would be a kind of a barrier wagon between the brake van and the wagons, and also between the locomotive and the wagons. Ivo Van Zon says in Germany there was a protest action over decreasing axle loads on a busy freight line. So they called a few museum rowers to run a BR52 on it to show that the new limit pushes it back to 1950. So there we are. Just waiting for the next train. It's like train spotting live, isn't it? But we're here at the... Oh, sorry, I completely missed your comment. I think Peachy TT120 is probably already gone. It says, gotta go, guys. Have fun. See you Monday. So no worries. So I can hear another train marching ever closer to the viaduct. So again, this is going to be coming from the same direction as that 2MT. It's quite an impressive system they've got here. Effectively, the entire layout, certainly running over the viaduct, is out and back. There's a big balloon loop at the end. It does have a whole load of kind of loops, so they can hold multiple trains. Now this looks like is that Falcon? No, Kestrel. So that's the Hawker Siddeley Kestrel. Hellion model, I believe. It's really quite an eye-catching livery, and it goes so well with the blood and custard porthole stock. That's the former LMS stock. I think they're Bachmann models. Really nice in that livery. There's something about that livery that I do like. There's some of those liveries that are kind of classic liveries that just go with everything, and I think the blood and custard or a plum and spilt milk is definitely one that really does look amazing. So we're going to wait now for the next train. We're here at DCC Concepts, the open day. As I was saying before, there's a whole load of different courses running here. And the shop's open as usual. There's also the signal box at Settle Station is open. So if you want to go and just see how a real semaphore signal box works, it's not part of the national network, but it is adjacent to the railway. There are some demonstration signalling points, and it's quite interesting actually, because there's a lot of things that you wouldn't instantly have thought of which are controlled by the levers in the box, and actually the fog signals are particularly interesting. You can go and see how fog signals work. They basically place a detonator on the track, but then you pull the lever and it removes the detonator. It's quite an interesting system, so well worth having a look. You can have a go at pulling the levers as Walter K. Wiggum, the Hornby A4, in that experimental purple livery on a rake of Hornby Super Detail Gresley coaches, in that really quite interesting transitional period livery, which is post 1948 nationalisation. So the coaches still retain the Gresley teak wood panelling. The roofs have gone grey, and actually the underframes are painted in a kind of teaky brown colour, but they have BR numbers. So it's probably good for 3-4 years maybe after nationalisation. And it does give you an option to run locomotives in either early BR liveries, but also late LNER liveries, perfect combination. So quite a versatile coaching set. Certainly I've got a rake of those coaches. I do run them from time to time on Weir Yard. So Anthony Middleport Junction says, nice train. Yeah, we're just hanging out here. We're actually in DCC Concepts showroom, and right next to their Ribblehead Viaduct layout, which is running today. It's the open day, open weekend, I should say. So they are here tomorrow, but we're only here for today. Tomorrow, though, there's a model shop in Settle, which is open. Very elusive model shop. I think it opens like one Sunday a month, and tomorrow is that Sunday. I worked here for 6 months and I never saw it open, so it's a great opportunity to come and browse stock. But there's also TMC, the model centre, are here with a great selection of their weathered and bespoke graffitied wagons. And we spoke to Alex earlier on here on the live stream, and it was great just to get a retailer's perspective on how things are going, also how TT120 is selling for them. So really, really interesting. But we saw some of those bespoke weathering models, and they are unique. The artist that they've got, he sits in his little booth huffing paint fumes, so he's masses of creativity, listening to the colours, man. But also, you just changed that. We've just met. What? Let me interfere. My name's Zoe. I'm going to interfere. We were watching trains, you know. It turned into train spotting. Well,
as long as you don't follow the plot of that film. Right.
It's. I can't tell from here. My eyesight's not good enough. But I think it's either Battle of Britain class or a West Country. But it's
Tangmere. It's 34067.
Tangmere, so that'd be West Country class, unrebuilt spam can. That was the nickname because they were like very boxy with the air smoothing casing. Very strange locomotives. One of Oliver Button. Yeah, go on. I'll have some of your backwash.
Bon appetit.
Oh, just fed me fudge. So you'll have to put up with me chewing for a moment. Ivor Van Zon says, that colour scheme period sounds like the rarest hen's teeth. Olive green / black early Deutsche Reichsbahn locomotives with the early version of the numbering scene. New Model Railway says, I've been waiting all day to see that one. Yeah, see, you ruined it for them. We're playing train spotting here now. So this is, whilst there is a webcam up at the real Ribblehead Viaduct, you ain't going to see this selection of trains and rolling stuff.
Baby, you ain't seen nothing yet.
See, one thing I would say about this
I wouldn't touch it.
is you need to paint the underside as well.
You can only do one side at once.
So I think this is the return of the A4. It is my favourite livery, and I would implore Hornby, they need to release one of the other 4 A4s that carried this experimental kind of an ultramarine livery.
They also need to release a Megagron.
Well, careful what you wish for, because there are rumours that Bachmann may have tooled an option for that. Unconfirmed, not spoken to Bachmann about it, but...
But Bachmann, Jen's just announced your next product line.
but no. I'm not breaking any embargo. There you go. Have a Biscon.
You might not be breaking an embargo, but are you breaking any Umbongos?
Umbongos.
They drink it in the Congo.
Yes, they do.
Actually, someone phoned the Congolese embassy and asked, and they said no. They don't drink it in the Congo.
And do you think they were a bit fed up of getting asked? Anthony Middleport Junction says, I have to go now. Thanks for the stream. You're absolutely welcome. We're just kind of kicking back. It's a little bit less formal today. So we're at the DCCConcepts Open Day up at Settle. Everybody's welcome. And of course, I should add, don't forget to tickle that like button, share the stream, and also subscribe to the channel if you've not already done so to be the first to know about new videos as and when they go up. But we're just kicking back at Ribblehead Viaduct. It's a model. It's only a model.
You just got giant fans the size of trains.
There goes Tangmere. I don't know how to pronounce it. But that is a
New
great...
Model Railway, that's your thing you've been waiting all day for.
There you go.
You didn't miss it.
Yeah. I've been fed a Biscoff biscuit by Richard Brighton, and they're quite interesting. So everybody's just hearing the crunchy crunch of me scoffing biscuit. Zoe, talk to the nice people.
All right, then, well, let's jump back over to the painting. Yeah.
Hello, we've got customers for badges.
Yeah, please.
How many are you after?
Well, Emily will want one.
No, how much are we doing on that?
Yeah, I think
5 each.
There are 5 for each is what we're doing on that. So how many do you want? 1 or 2?
2, please.
Yeah.
Make sure they're... Yeah.
I'm a go.
And they're spelled right as well, I've just checked.
Are you interested in
Thank
any
you.
books as well?
Oh, Jen, what are you trying to do to people?
God, I've got boxes of these. It's like you could...
Just desperately trying to get rid of them.
Oh,
It's a red one. Thank you so much.
maroon.
I hope you
Thank
enjoyed
you
it.
so much. Wear your badges with pride. So, also, I forgot to mention to people in the chat, if you do come here this weekend, you can also, well, today, you can buy the Monday Club pin badges as well. We've got a stash here. So do you want to come on as a guest?
Oh, no.
I think we're scaring the punters now.
It's
we're
showing the
we're just
viaduct.
train spotting at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just passing commentary on what's going across the viaduct. It's kind of like the webcam on the real Ribblehead viaduct, with the difference being that it's
You
like
can hear
loads and
her
loads of
chuntering.
steam trains, and they're all coming in fairly close time to each other. So you don't have to,
I have to walk over it.
do you?
I walk over it. And on that webcam one, I was on it for like 6 minutes.
Hello.
Hello, Richard Brighton.
You had some live stream questions for
Yes.
your Monday Clubbers about Super Panel.
Yes. it
I
did.
have brought you the DCC Concept Super Panel Expert, complete with demonstration tool.
Aha,
Who
right.
will appear on your live stream and explain anything that any of your customers want to know about Super
Excellent.
Do you want to
Panel.
bring
So
up the...
this is Robin.
So,
Do you want to be on camera or shall we leave it on the viaduct?
I'm happy either way, but
Yeah.
so I'm just going to bring up the right camera.
I'm
We
going to move back the way so you can be in.
let me
so I'll have to hold the microphone. We
it's all right. Yeah.
just got the one microphone between us.
Right, going over there now. Right, I'll leave you with Robin and I'll go and deal with the next crisis that's happening in the kitchen with the microwave. Right.
Richard's flapping.
That's like a very, very sinister game of Cluedo, isn't it? Richard in the kitchen with the microwave.
We're doomed.
We're doomed. Doomed.
He is doomed.
This is better, Richard.
Hi, nice to meet you anyway.
Lovely to meet you too, yes.
It depends if you want to demonstrate anything or what the questions are. Do you?
The questions that came in, there's somebody asking about whether it needed RailNet on the decoders to work or whether it's just pure DCC.
It's pure DCC.
So essentially it's doing the same as what you would do with a button push on your NCE handset.
Absolutely.
And presumably as well, some of the scenarios that we've been talking about, for example, if you've got like a whistle board on your layout, using something like, say, a magnetic a detector, you could actually have it send the command for the locomotive to whistle as it goes
Oh, yes.
past. And could you set that up so it would do that with any locomotive that passes that point? Or does it have to be keyed to a specific locomotive?
Basically, it's a bit like the handset. You have to be talking to a specific loco.
Right.
But what you can do, and this is something that Chris does, is that he has a separate sound unit.
Oh, right, yes.
It's one of these ones that it, can bar like a sheep, or it can click like a
Right.
pint or whatever. And so he uses that to do the whistle.
Ah, right. So basically,
So
it does the whistle,
So
but it's triggered by the locomotive as it passes that
that's
point.
correct. So I mean, any locomotive then will trigger it.
Right.
But obviously, it's not coming from the locomotive; it's coming from the box.
But if you had the speaker roughly where the locomotive is going to trigger it, it will sound like it's coming from
Absolutely.
the locomotive.
Yes,
And presumably you could extend that to doing different things. So you could have like a AWS warning sound
Yes.
at a certain point and trigger that in the same
because
way.
those little sound boxes. I mean, he's got them set up, so that it does the click of the points, it does the drop of the signal. As I said, sheep barring and
Yes, yeah.
all sorts of things. So you can do any of those because each one is a separate accessory address.
And one of the other things that I did talk briefly with Richard Brighton about earlier on, the switchback layout that they take to exhibitions here. You could use the super panel to effectively automate all of that and make it do what it does, but without even a fraction of the electronics that currently make that do what it does.
Absolutely.
So effectively, you're making it a lot simpler, a lot less wiring, and it's like that. Is heading towards the holy grail. We're always told, "Oh, DCC, it's just 2 wires," and that's not true. But Super Panel is getting us closer to that end result.
So long as you've got something that is addressable, as an accessory, and you've got 2044, whatever the possibilities. Yeah, it'll address it.
Excellent. And how easy is it to integrate that into, if you've got an existing layout, is it an easy enough thing to fit into an existing layout, or is it better?
I mean, I would say it is very easy, and the reason is that because what it's doing is it's sending out, I mean, for instance, an accessory command or a loco command or a signal command or a macro command or whatever. The fact that something else is also sending out those signals doesn't matter. So the fact that I can use the super panel to automate a whole series of things, but then I can still use my handset to do it. I can use my control panel to do it. I can use my computer to do it. They can all happen simultaneously.
Is it the same way that if you had, say, an Alpha Central, there's still nothing stopping you from sending that accessory command direct from the handset?
Perfect.
Both will work.
Yeah. But they work in parallel, not in series, in the case of Central.
Yes.
Because Central is an output-only device.
Yes.
But you can still output.
Yes. I'm just trying to think. So let's just see if any other questions have come in. People watching the trains a lot. How well patronised has the course been? You're running a course on building the super panel.
Well, we've been running a course on the introduction to super panel because it's a very powerful device, and powerful devices tend to be a bit complicated.
Yes.
You can use it for very simple things like just switching a point. If you want a control panel where you're going to use an AEU unit, for instance, you can use alpha switch eyes to change a point with a mimic panel to show the change of the point. So the super panel is issuing the command, and the mimic panel is telling you what's happened. But of course, the mimic panel will also work if you change it with the handset or with your computer or with your central.
Because effectively it's just listening for the command. It hears the command on the bus and reacts to it.
So it can do simple things like that, or it can do route setting. So you can set a whole series of routes through an unlimited number of points, basically, because you can use macros or you can use individual point addresses. And you can have one route on a button does that, and then another route on another button that does that. And you can also say, well, if you do that route, you've got to switch that one off. Because they clash.
Yes.
So you can actually, it isn't just setting a route, but you can stop other trains from coming to that route.
Right.
So you can build on top of it, one thing on top of another.
So essentially it's limited only by your imagination of what you want to do.
Yes.
And presumably down the line you can add extra features into your layout, utilising what you've already built in, so you can become more ambitious as you get more confident with the system.
Yeah, and you can increase the automation. And because you can, each of your inputs, you've got the high and the low. So when the switch is on or the switch is off, you've got 20 programming steps on each of those. So that's 40 programming steps.
So that's a
from
lot.
Each input, you've got 50 inputs. That's 2,000 programming steps.
So people are unlikely to run out of inputs.
You can link from one to the other. So you can say, well, I've come to the end of this 20, so I want to link to somewhere else and run those 20. Or you can do a thing called activate, which means that I'm running this one, but then I want to start running this one as well at the same time. And they're both now functioning together because it's multi-programming, multi-processing.
All right, excellent. So has that been integrated into the layout that they got here, or is that something that they're planning on doing?
It's running this.
So the layout with the Ribblehead Viaduct is all being run through that system?
My understanding, I haven't actually played with it, but I was told that it's actually running it.
Oh, wow. So you can actually come down and view it in action, as it were.
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Yes.
Well, look, thank you very much. It's been really interesting, actually, just talking, just albeit very briefly. And are you here tomorrow as well, running
I'm
the
here
course?
all day today and all day tomorrow.
And if anybody wants to pop onto the courses tomorrow, check online for any availability. And
There isn't a course tomorrow,
oh, is there not?
not on Super Panel. There are other courses running,
Right, I'm with you.
but I think I'm doing a Q&A at 12:30, something like that. Anyway, I'll be around all day. Just ask for
And
Robin.
I say that people don't need to book for the Q&A. They could
No,
just come and turn
just
up.
come and
So it's a
turn
great
up.
option if you're in the area to come on down and just any questions that you might have to ask them.
Yeah.
So that's brilliant. Thank you so much.
Great pleasure.
Pleasure. Absolutely brilliant.
All right.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So there you have it. We've just scraped the surface about what you can do with the new Super Panel system, and it's one of those things that I can imagine that the more you use it, the more you'll get out of it. And in terms of setting up automation on your layout, it's kind of the holy grail, not having to remember, I need to set a route, so I've got 5, 6, 7, 8 different points I have to remember to change. You can just have it off one button, but without interfering with that point being able to do different routes. So it's all very interesting. So who have we got now? Sparky 107. It's great to see you. I hope you're well. Good day, model railroaders. I see I'm right on time for this part. Absolutely, yes, this is the Monday Club's big Saturday outing. So I'm going to bring up, if I can get the mouse to function. It doesn't seem to like our pseudo mouse mat, which is wooden table. So I'm going to bring up the viaduct. So we've got here, we're at DCCConcepts Open Day. This is a model. Wave my hand so you can see. There we are. It's only a model. That is Ribblehead Viaduct. And yes, there is a webcam that you can watch the real one, but you're never going to get this kind of frequency of trains, nor are they all going to be steam trains or retro. Oh, this is an unusual one. We've got the P class. This is the Hattons P class, as I think that's Bluebell. This was actually they go for a lot of money on the bay. They were probably one of the more desirable liveries. It's the livery that the real preserved P class that's based on ran in that livery on the Bluebell Railway, hence the name. And it's based on the Southeastern and Chatham Railway ornate Wainwright livery, but with blue as the base colours instead of greens. And lovely little models. I've actually got a couple of the P class. I wasn't lucky enough to get that exact livery. I'm being annoyed here now by the cupboard monkey. But I didn't manage to get that exact livery, but I did get the Southeastern and Chatham Railway Wartime Austerity Grey, and the I've got a kind of Rail Operations Division Green as well. Ben Whitehouse says, hi Zoe and Jenny, I have a question regarding the super panel. Trying to think how I would fit a super panel into my own system that has alpha control panels, mimic boards, IP point motors and Aegis. It should be fairly simple. Effectively, as Robin was saying, it can work in parallel with those. So your system doesn't really care what is sending the commands. It just listens for them. So you can use it to provide a degree of automation that doesn't necessarily fiddle with or conflict with any of those other items. Now, we just had a Western go over in maroon livery. All these locomotives, every single one is sound fitted. It's very impressive. Ivo Van Zon says, so basically something like the Coploper software, but without the train location stuff. Sounds like a great way to trigger level crossings, yes, and stop Valor car systems while the gates are closed. Yes, you would be able to do that. So there's a lot that you can do. Peter Jackson Cheadle Heath, hello to all in the chat. Big hello to you. And John Edwards says it would be good to see how this is put together. Peter Jackson Cheadle Heath says, hello, Jenny, Zoe and Craig. Just popping in for a little while. Zoe, thank you for the Monday Club badges. They arrived yesterday. Great little items. Oh, well, you're absolutely welcome. And thank you so much for supporting the Monday Club pin badges. So loads of people have bought them, actually. We've sold a couple today. And obviously, if you're down here today, we are here today, only doing the live stream, then do check us out and you can pick one up post free. Sorry, I'm munching a biscuit. So we're waiting on the next train here at Ribblehead Viaduct. It's a lovely view we've got because we've got pretty much the full viaduct visible in shot. I hear the sound of, I'm going to say that's either a GT3 or a kerosene castle. I don't know whether it's coming through the microphone, but I can hear it. Rather like a Learjet getting ready to taxi on the runway. And you know what? I'm completely wrong. Absolutely wrong. It's actually a 57. How wrong can I be? It does sound like a gas turbine. It's very peculiar. I do like that livery, actually. Some of the older liveries do look amazing when applied to newer locomotives. Peter Jackson Cheadle Heath, yes, it has been quite busy here. Somebody said my audio's gone lower. Maybe it's... I have moved it a bit lower. There we are. Is that better? Maybe it's just I'm talking a bit quieter. So that was a 50. Actually, I quite like that. 57. So I haven't got one of those in my collection, but that was an interesting livery. It was kind of BR lined black. I really like that. It's really suited that locomotive.
It's the LSL locomotive services.
Is it?
LNWR line.
I like it. Yeah. That's it. Really just suited. But when it was starting up in there, I honestly thought it sounded like a gas turbine. I think it's EMD or something.
Something like that. Yeah.
Because there were a class 47 that was re-engined.
Yeah.
So what have we got coming back the other way? Oh, that's the P class with a couple of brake vans. And of course, Curascale have taken on the moulds for the P class. And I believe, I think they're doing another run of that livery. It proved so popular. Ham Shackleton says, hi Peter, I'm popping in and out, multitasking. Rather like myself and the Cupboard Monkey. Of course, we had earlier on an interview with Alex from TMC, the Model Centre. They do have a stand here, and don't forget to look out for, we've got our full tour of their new second-hand facility coming out next week. And we also did a rather fun Guess the Price quiz with Howard from TMC as well. And when's that going out, the Guess the Price? You talked about doing it.
Well, I thought it was going to go out today, then you reminded me that we were here, so tomorrow.
So tomorrow, look out for that. It's quite a short little video, just a little special bit of fun. Right, the Cupboard Monkey.
You can talk, it's fine, I just want to be entertained. Otherwise, we're not going to get it done.
All right. So I'm going to move across. It will not sound like I've particularly moved anywhere because I'm wearing a lapel mic, but I will move across. So I'm going to go on to, actually, I'll just move out of the way. Go on, you get
I'll
in.
slide in.
Slide in like only you could.
Click every trip.
Yeah.
So.
And I'm going to sit on the chair that Richard Brighton's very abrasive bottom has taken all the colour out of.
Oh, there it is. Hello.
So,
Right. So
I'm
now
all-
that this is dried off, we can see.
well, they can't hear you because the microphone's over here.
They can. There we see. So it's all right. Just stick it on there, then we can both be heard.
There we go. So I'm putting you on Zoe's sleeve. Aha! Freedom!
So first of all,
They've been listening to me for ages, so...
oh, this was not an excuse for you to run away.
I've got things to buy.
Jen's run away. What I need you to do, Jen, is go and get one of those tiny, tiny, boxy, weird locomotives. Go and have a look at what TMC's got. They've got these. It's like a box on wheels. Right. The first thing I need though is I've just taken this off the thing, so now we've got a white spot on the top. What I need to do is find my little clippers, which I know are in here somewhere, and bring those into play. All I'm going to do is the tiniest bit of trimming there. Now I could have used a little file that I've also got, but I want to take this off with this because it's a bit bigger than you would expect to work for a file. There we go. And now we're going to get back in and file down. Which kit am I building? This is the Evening Star. It's a 9F. So I'll leave that there while I try and find the file. It's the smallest thing. You wouldn't believe how small this thing is. It's not like your standard nail file or anything like that. It's a tiny thing. So I've got a lot. I didn't know which size brush I'd need, so I brought a lot of brushes. And I can't find my file. I also got a load of thingamajigs, because these are really good for holding stuff while you're working. So there we are. Where is my file? I put everything into the Warhammer box for the standard paints, and I'm looking for that. It's the tiniest file. It's in here somewhere. So yeah, we're building a 9F, the Evening Star, which is a really nice looking model, but I need to just tweak this down so that it will fit properly. And now I can't find what I'm looking for. It's ridiculous. Oh my, I have a horrible feeling that it's fallen out while we're on the travels. Nope, there it is. There we go. In 00, that's bright. No, that's fine, dude. Fine. Everything's going to be fine. I've got a variety of brushes, quick drying paints. Everything's going to be fine. So, here's... Where on earth have I... There it is. I put it down and I couldn't find it. So this is what I'm using. Tiniest file. I've got a tiny thing here that we need to change. There we go. Smoothed out. There we go. So now that's fine. Everything is set for us to use that and put it into place. Now, this is where the fun begins, because we've got a lot of fun to go here. I'm going to use a very, very fine brush. What I'm going to do is get the German Army, World War II German Army grey, and I'm going to use a very light dry brushing technique just to add a little bit of what will look like scuff marks and weathering onto this textured piece here. Where did they put? There it is. So this is it. This is German Army grey from World War II. I'm gonna shake it up, and we're going in. We need the smallest amount, like essentially just this little bit that's on the side. That's all we need on the brush. Tiny amount. What we're going to do, tiniest amount, almost imperceptible what I'm doing. the dry brushing on it. The idea is just to add a little bit of shine. Tiniest amount of shine. So that it looks a little bit scuffed. And you can hardly see it. But, because it's there, there you are. Tiniest of shine. And it brings out the texture, which you can see in the light. Just adds a tiny amount, and it's ridiculous, but it works so well. Hello, Iron Horse. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. They were 009, by the way.
009. Ah.
It was in the chat room. We got Peter Jackson. Hello, Peter. How you doing? Ham Shackleton. Has he been here all day?
I believe so. Yeah.
Working hard. Or hardly working.
I hardly work. There we go. There you go. It's a little tiniest amount to make it look like it's scuffed a little bit.
I like the gold you've put on the cab interiors, though. That's very, very good.
That is Balthazar gold.
Is that dry brushing? Looks like it to me.
Slight dry brushing and then
it-
highlights with a tap rather than a brush.
Excellent.
And it's just making it fun to do.
Is it not dry brushing, like something else? Dry? Between dry brushing and normal painting, like full brushing or
Yeah.
like heavy dry brushing.
Which is a very effective technique if you can do
The
it.
only reason I do dry brushing is because I'm tight with paint.
The-
I don't overuse it. Don't overuse it.
The only reason I do it is because it gets a really good effect that I simply cannot get if I'm actually purposefully trying to do something.
That's a good thing. The sky camera.
Yes, this was a godsend getting that. This is the first time we've used it. So now we've got the internals done, and that's looking pretty good on the back. I'm going to use the Balthazar Gold to highlight this and pick out a little bit of these.
Is that flesh?
That is flesh,
That's
yes.
flesh.
Balthazar Gold is this. It's actually not gold. It's more like a bronze or a
Citadel.
brass.
Very good.
Citadel Miniatures paint. Wonderful. Really thick, really goopy. Where did I put my... Here's the thinnest brush.
Well,
Oh, yeah. Thinnest brush I can get.
000.
I genuinely don't know. It's
Should say.
Citadel Colors SDC Layer S. No idea. So I'm going to just grab tiniest bit of the paint.
Tom Shackleton says he's been in fits and starts all day long. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, mate.
I'm not sure either. And there we are. Tiniest amount.
Well, the builder's parts come up lovely, haven't they?
Yeah. And that'll dry so quickly.
That's the good thing with acrylics, they do dry quickly, but also it can bad for your brushes, so you need to keep your brush dry and clean.
Oh yeah, you've got to make sure. So that there is down. And now I really want to do the what's the word? What's the word?
Can.
I want to highlight the handrails. That was the word. But we're not going to use the brass.
Everything Balthazar gold, everything.
I considered it.
Everything gold, I've done.
But I'm actually going to use lead belcher.
Ooh, let's belch it.
Lead belcher. It's a gunmetal grey,
Oh,
but it's a shiny gunmetal grey. The Warhammer stuff. Oh my god! Sorry about that, guys. Crap.
Probably go on that thing.
Crap. Yes. Oh, the problem is I'm trying to move forward, so I've got a bit more space.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was not good at all. Sorry,
Or is it?
it's splashed.
I think so. It starts fuzzing and buzzing when all something's going.
Yeah. So we're going to use the lead belcher on,
Okay, but
but we're going to do a dry brushing effect to get a few little bits onto the ladder, the tiniest amounts.
yeah, those locals you saw, the 009 diesels, they are very nice, aren't they?
Aren't they? They're so
run an
cute.
Engage track. And I want a little 009 railway at the side of my main line on my new layout, which is why I've made it so big.
Right.
So I can have, it's just going to be like a end to end with a loop thing. So it's not going to be a continuous run, but I'll put it on a DCC Concepts ABC shuttle thing.
Oh, that sounds
So I can
wonderful.
have this going backwards and forwards just to have.
Jen loves those things.
Yeah, they're handy to have because I can just have that happening while I'm doing whatever I'm doing.
Yeah.
While I'm doing important railway work, you know.
There we go. So I'm going to highlight little bits. That's highlighted in the metal, and it looks like it's metal, which is exactly what we want. So we've got tiny highlights, and on here as well. The smallest amount of paint. You really don't need a huge amount because it'll just splash everywhere if you use too much. And right across here like this. So, what have you been doing today, Craig?
I've been doing a bit in regards to weathering.
Oh, very nice.
It's the people that done it have been very receptive, very pleased with the results they've done. They've got to keep the wagon that they weathered as well.
That's good. Craig, a quick question, please. What do you weather tankers with? The 100-ton oil tankers?
Is that the bogie tankers, Peter? The 4-wheel ones? If it's 100, I'm sure 100 tons are the bogie ones.
Right.
And if it's the 100-ton bogie ones, it depends what they're carrying, Peter.
Right.
If it's 100-ton cement, then they'd be different to tarmac or bitumen. Bitumen are very black and sticky. 100-ton bogie wagons, yeah. So I'm pretty sure I did a 100-ton cement bogie tank wagon from Castle Cement Works, and all I used on that was I actually used washes on that.
All right.
It's a very thin wash of. I always forget the name of them. Rail match, rack dirt, I think it was. Track brown, something like that, I think it was. It's a lovely, nice dirty brown colour. It's the same sort of dirty colour that you would use on a lot of stuff for railways, weathering, especially frames and what have you, and just weathered it down and just let it attach itself to the body, let it all drain down, then brush with a big soft fan brush. And I'm doing this with my hand, like you can see what I'm doing. And just pulled it down the side of the wagon and let it dry and let it set, and then added more where I felt it needed more, then just went over it with a few powders. Pretty simple, really. If you want to send me a message, Peter, I'll have a chat with you about it, mate. About what you can do with it.
So there we are. We've highlighted those, the handrails with the lead belcher, which is basically a gunmetal grade. I have kind of overpainted some bits, so there's a shine here and there. So we'll have to go over it again, but never mind. I'm going to pick out the ladder a little bit more, so it's more heavily painted. And if I want to change my mind, I can, because this is acrylics. There we go.
Shackleton's having an issue posting.
I'm going to post a link for the pin badges, but I keep getting accounts suspended. Account suspended? I don't know.
Not sure, but I need to figure out.
I don't know what that would mean.
Mark, do you know what coffee machine in there? No. No, but I don't want to break it.
Right, I'll check on the before I go any further. I'll just close off these pins and check on the thingamajig. Right, let's have a look at this before we go any further. I'll have a check on that. Account suspended. I don't know why that would happen. No, we don't. To be fair, we don't really need that much. We haven't been using the machine. So let's have a look. I can bring up moderation activity. Oh, I'm already seeing that. Due to the time it's been suspended.
You having it? Yeah. 25 quid.
Nice. I'm going to quickly check on the Facebook to find the
It's not on the website. I think that's why it's
Down
coming up.
because we have odd numbers of things.
Will the box be upstairs? Am I all right?
I don't know why the pin back counted. Right, yeah. All mass media's account is suspended. What has happened?
Would that be something to do with commerce? Are you allowed to use commerce on your website? Is that part of the license you have for it?
My licensing is unlimited. It's a right. I don't know what's gone on with
You
that.
should have an email.
Yes, I'm about to check the emails, but I'm not going to bring it up on here in case I press the wrong button and start putting my company emails on the screen. I'm going to check on my phone. I don't know what's happened. Like seriously, can't suspend. What on earth would have happened? I know I've got to change the DNS on one of my things, but I don't think it's all mass media.
Spent 20 years. Every time background works out a new run of 360 ton mineral, like different running numbers. I then buy one of each.
I don't know what's happened, guys.
Very start.
Well, it was working at midday because we got a thing come in. Nothing is. We have had no message from my about my account. It was okay until half an hour ago. Yeah, I don't know what's happened. Okay, this is upsetting because like this is my livelihood. The account's been fine for years. What on earth has happened?
So I'm very quickly got like 6 or 7 just like that.
All mass media. Let's just go straight to allmassmedia.com. Okay. Contact your hosting provider for more information. Right, I'm going to have to look that up when I get back because yeah, there's a serious issue with the site. Something's happened. I think someone's knows that I'm out and has tried to attack the site. This wouldn't be the first time that we've been hit with a DNS. Some people don't like us. That's what it. There's nothing I can do right now, so I'll check that when I get back. Sorry, guys. That's just how it is. So someone's trying to cause me trouble, basically, and not great, is it? Welcome to the wonderful world of the internet. Right, guys, we're going to keep on painting because there's nothing, literally nothing I can do with that. So we've got the internal, and the back head detail is looking wonderful now. I'm looking at the wrong screen. Really upsetting, but what can I do? Nothing, and that's the problem. Right, so we've got the back head detail here on the back of the tender. We've got the picked out with the gold. We've got the handrails, and we've got the nice little works plate. Over here we have the back head detail for the main thing. So I think we are ready to start looking at how to assemble some of this. Actually, no, we're not, because the next thing we have to do is paint the wheels. Now, the wheels are interesting because it appears to be black in the center and then grey on the outside. So let's have a look at the wheels. Where did I put? There it is. My bag full of bits is here. Here we go. Here we go. We've got all our wheels, all our ducks in a row. I don't know what I was talking about there. Let's get the wheels in. Now the wheels, given that they're plastic, they're not the greatest, but they'll work fine for what we're doing, which is... Will this be a running model when complete or a static display piece? It's a static display piece. I think that's all the wheels. Let's do this. So. Right. So we've got our main base there. We're going to put that to one side. And we don't have a huge amount of space, as Craig noticed, but we're going to make do. Little bit of a lump on the edge, so I'm going to file that down first. There we go. There we go. So that's a bit more in place. There we go. Get a little bit of that off. Trying to get the there we are. Right. So the other end has a bit more of a lump, so I'm going to cut that off. Where's my clippers gone? Ah, there they are. This is the problem with trying to do all this in one little tiny place. So we've got a little extra bit of flashing. So there, that's fine. Okay, what I'm going to do is, since it's black center with grey on the outside, I am going to actually base paint with the grey all of the outsides, or at least all the bits that we can see, and then highlight the middle with the black. So I'm going to hold on as best I can on the back, and we'll use a nice flat-headed brush to try and get round. So we've got them all here, and let's get in. Now this is a flat grey, which is perfect for making sure that we've got a good look on this, because when I highlight with lead belcher for the shine later on, it'll really show up nicely. Lead belcher being the Citadel acrylic gunmetal grey. Very nice set of colours from Citadel, but these Tamiya ones are very nice as well. What I'm using here is actually German Army from World War II grey. So it's their uniforms, which will be an interesting conversation piece, I'm sure, because it's like, that's not the right colour. I don't care. Didn't realise we were on today. Hello, Patrick Ling. How you doing? Yeah, we're doing a bit of a special. We're out at DCCConcepts today, so that's just how it is. We're getting through this nice and quick. Just getting all of the edges done in this grey, and then we're going to go over the centre with black once it's dried. There we go. Nice even coat. Looks pretty good, actually. And it dries pretty quick, which is exactly what we want. So leave that there. Do the bigger ones now. I'm going to hold on to the sprue this time. So I've got a bit more manoeuvring room. Again, the outsides in the grey. Doesn't matter if I overpaint into the middle, because that's going to get covered up. There's a lot of flashing on these ones. Perhaps I should have taken that off first, but we'll see how it goes. There we go. There we go. And one quick more one in here. Then we'll leave them to dry, and we'll look at something else, like the outside of the Put them to one side. The outside of these we can paint next, you see. Once we've done all of these. And my back is killing me today. And there we go. Going round on the edges. Quickly just going round, flat brushed, paint it. We're getting a lot of splashing on this. Not great, but what can you do? We could cut them off first, but I'm just going to paint them as they are. Then we'll overpaint later on if needs be. We'll see how it goes on. There we are. So that's that done. No, it's not. I've missed one. My goodness. Quick round there, and there we go. Right. Once that's finished, we'll let it dry. And then we can paint the centers, and then do a quick bit of dry brushing to make sure that the final bits look like they've been dealt with through hard work and stuff like that. Give it a bit of wear and tear, you know. There's a nice bit there done. How the hell am I supposed to put that down? Like that. That'll do. That'll have to do. And one more. Beep, 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 beep. There we go. So they're going to dry off now. We'll see how that goes. Right. You missed when DCCConcepts was based in Western Australia. Yep, people move, unfortunately. It's just one of those things. Right. Now we're going to paint the outside of the head bits. Bit of washing the brush, get everything nice. There we go. There are some wheels on the paper. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, thank you, Peter. Thanks. I hadn't noticed, but well spotted. Oh, got it up in the thing again now. Oh, that's black. That's not grey. Isn't that a bit on the dark side? There are the tyres on Continental trains in an overall lighter colour. No, I've purposefully gone for a dark colour because I'm going to dry brush over it later on to make it look weathered, and I want the contrast. So yeah, it is darker than it should be, but I think it'll work out for what I'm planning. It's just this is like a trial thing, really. Right, quickly paint the final wheel. It's looking good there. Yes. There we go. Let's drop that down. Oh, right. So the inside is looking good on the locomotive. Now we need to quickly wash this brush off. Let those dry off, and we're going to paint the outside of the cab. Now that we've done the interior of the cab already, and that should be dry now. So just get more of the. There we go. There we go. Right. And the advantage of having the newspaper here is that it doesn't matter if stuff gets on it because it's the sports section and I don't care. So, the roof is the most interesting part because this bit's black, but those bits aren't, according to what I've got on this. On her. So we're going to paint the green first on the grounds that it'll be easier to overpaint in black if needs be. So let's go in there. I'm going to use a smaller brush for this because there is a line around the outside of it that I don't want to overpaint too much. So we're going to go with this reasonably small brush. It's a sports section and I don't care. Wise words. But before I do that, actually, now I'm looking at it, that is flashing and it needs to come off. So where's my snips? There they are. Okay, so this is flashing, it needs to come off that. Snip, snip, snip. There we go. There we go. And one more bit there. Then final bit just to smarten that up. Quick bit with the file. There we go. Okay, so we can get in on this now. So we need the green. Straight in there, let's go. Oh, the green goes on nice. And like I say, we don't mind that it's splashing over a little bit. There we go. And quickly switch round. Paint on the side as well. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. There we go. There we go. It's coming off again. There's something weird about these greens. The Tamiya green has a bit of an attitude. Likes to come straight back off. What paints am I using? They look to go on easy. I'm using a combination. Some of these are Tamiya, and some of them are Citadel, the Games Workshop ones. The 9F is looking good. Is Jenny spending money? Yeah, she's off holding court and chatting with people, so she's having fun. So there we go. Now we're painting this again. All the greens. And painting around here. Difficult at times, because I don't want to end up getting it all over my fingers if I don't have to. But you know, these sometimes needs must. Okay, there we go. This is the Tamiya stuff. It really has an attitude problem at times. It likes to come back off completely. There we are. So it's going down there. And actually, what I should do. Where's the other side? Where's the other? I've painted both sides. And there it is. Okay. What I should actually do is use this. It's such a simple thing. It's a set of tweezers that its default position is closed, so it helps to hold things in place. Oh, that's so much easier to paint. Yes. So I'm going off the screen again. Is that a flat colour area? So it's satin. It's got a slight satin finish to it. It's just dark green. Which one is it? Dark green 1, I think. Deep green, it's called. It's a very nice, very interesting green colour. There we go. I'll hold that there. And do this bit. Ba 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 da 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 da. And then it's left. See what I mean? It streaks when you're trying to paint because it's drying, and then the solvent in it is pulling the paint back off. So you've got to be really careful. Oh, so there we are. So those are now done. We've got to wait for those to dry before we move on. So while we're doing that, the back of the tender looks quite flat in the camera view. Yeah, the back of the tender is quite flat. But I've highlighted some bits in it, so it's got some stuff going on. I kind of like it. Don't think it's going to paint over those bits of green though. No, this green doesn't paint over the Citadel lead belcher very well, so there's not much I can do about that. Okay, right, those are done now. We're going to let them dry. Not much else I can do with that until they're dry. So wow, it's 2:30 already. See how this goes now. There we go. So we let them sit there, and everything has to dry before we do anything else, essentially. So we're gonna be able to start moving on quite quick once these are done, because I think these outside greens need another coat, the same way this one did, but then we'll be able to move on. So at this point, I'm just going to quickly check on whether I can see what's... I'm building a Daypol Kitmaster 9F. It's pretty good. It's a lot of fun. Just going to quickly try and see if I can sort out what was wrong with my account on the website. I don't think I can, because I probably can't from the streaming computer use the controls. Oh, perhaps I can. Okay, let's see what's happened. I'm not. Okay. Just quickly checking my system to see what's going on. Close that. Right, I'm just quickly checking. Am I on my All Mass Media account? Yes. All Mass Media. So everything is... It's all paid up at the moment, so that's not it. It's not like I've forgotten that. I just don't know why it's not running at the moment. So let's have a quick check. Yeah. Why is my domain down? I don't get it. Content support team. I'm just going to quickly. It's a background job. So I've got Quick, I'm sorry. I'm just quickly sending a message to the guys. Right, I'm just sending an email to the web hosting service that I use to find out what's happened. So there we go, that's sent. And hopefully we'll find out what's gone on. So I hope you guys are having a good day. What's a vortex shaker? Have I lost sound? Has anyone else lost sound? It's all coming through on my side. I did stop talking for a minute while I was checking on this. While I was sending a message to my web host to find out what's happened with my account. Occasionally, our administrators suspend affected accounts to protect the service and other accounts for spam or malicious interactions. Okay, that's not great. So oh, well, I've sent them a ticket and we'll find out what's happened. And we'll just have to hope that it wasn't a bad thing and it gets sorted out. Like, hopefully it's an administrative error, you know? We'll find out. My audio's fine. Excellent. That's great news. Right, so hopefully we'll find out what's gone wrong with the account quickly. It's probably just someone playing silly buggers, or it's an accidental thing, but you never know, do you? So we'll see how it goes. Anyway, guys, let's see how we get on. Just bringing up the system again. So now that we got this needs to paint on the back. These are going to need another coat. I mean, it's looking decent enough, but I want to make sure this definitely needs another coat. And these are coming along nicely. Yeah, hope it all works out. And so do I, because I think I've had my website with the same hosting company for years, like almost since I started the company Almost Media, and I've never had a problem before. So hopefully it's all easy enough to sort out. These really need to be painted up, don't they? Oops, I've just pulled off. Oh, this is the front. Well, since this is here, we might as well do this. Okay, right. Quickly, just scrape that off. Little bit of sprue left on after we pulled it off the thing. So let's file that down and make it nice. Hope it all works out. Yeah, it'll be fine. I've never had a problem with my hosting company before, so we'll see how we get on. There we go, that's looking nice. Right, there's a little bit of flashing on the back. A little bit of sprue or whatever. So what I'm going to do is use that to hold it. There we go. Now we're going to paint that. So we're going to paint the whole front. And then I'm going to do the same as what I did on the back by putting a chrome plate onto here. onto here, picking these out with lead belcher. So let's do this. Nice and thick. Get all in there. I'm using a very thin brush. Thinnest brush I've got, just to try and get in between some of these bits that stick out. All the detailing on the front cover. It's not really going. It doesn't seem to like this, does it? Maybe it's too thin a brush. No, we're going to keep going and hope for the best. There we go. Paint that on nice. Get it on nice and thick and scoopy, and then brush it round once it's there. Yeah, I was wondering what a vortex shaker was. Why do you need to shake a vortex? What's going on? It sounds like you're doing some kind of science project. That's science with an exclamation mark, you see. Let's get in there. Right, there we go. So, front all has a lot of stuff painted. So you can't even see it there, can you? There we go. That is a goopy mess. See if I can put that down without causing too much trouble. I can't even let go of it. Turn it over that. There. That is down. That is down. Shaking paint bottles. Oh, right. Okay. Fair enough. Now we're going to do the back of this.
Well, hello there.
Hi, how are you doing?
Yeah. I'm going to backseat this. Can I go and get something from the barbecue?
Of course you can.
It smells really nice.
Jen, why would I say no? I wouldn't leave that there. In fact, I would move that right now because there's wet paint.
Oh,
Move
yeah.
it.
Sorry, I was sort of trying to work out where it was. I'll put it round here.
Yeah.
I'm going to put it there.
Yeah.
Right. Handbag.
Haven't seen... Oh, down left leg. Down by my left leg. Our website has been suspended. Yep. All Mass Media's website.
For what reason?
Don't know. I've sent them a ticket.
So what happens when you go and try and look at
It
it?
says the website has been suspended. Yeah. I've checked. The bill is paid, so it's not like I've forgotten, which I wouldn't have anyway, because it's auto in. Who knows? So
Somebody said this.
yeah, they were trying to buy the badges, and it's just kind of suspended. So that's lovely, isn't it? Right, there we are, nice and painted on the back, so all of this is good. Paint around the outside. Yeah, so that's nice. It's nice to know that while we're out doing a live stream, someone's gone for the site. Jen, Jen's wandered off. She's hungry. One of those days. Cheeseburger for me, please, Jen. Jen's wandered off. Unfortunately, she can't take orders because she's not here. There we go. I'm surprised she's come and asked me if she can have something from the barbecue. Like, what am I going to say? No, I'm not going to tell her she can't eat food. That would just be weird. But, you know, these things. There we are. Right, so that's painted. And a little bit extra there. Oh, you guys can't even see this. There we go. Get in there. There we are. That's on there. I should probably paint these steps as well while I'm on, shouldn't I? How are the steps on these? Are they even steps? Yeah, they're steps. No, they're all black. So the steps should all be black. Let's do those while I'm here. And just go straight across them all. There we go. What I really should have done is primed these before we came. But I never even thought. There we are. What a day, eh? It's been a really good, fun day here at DCC Concepts. I hope everyone that's been around has enjoyed themselves. There we go. And it seems like everyone's had a good time, which is what we're all here for at the end of the day. So, very happy with how this has gone. Even though I've had like 4 hours, no, not even 4 hours, 3 hours sleep since yesterday. Because you might have noticed we had a new some of you that were here at the start would have noticed we'd had a new intro, and I was up until 2 this morning making sure that that worked and was timed correctly and all of that. It's one of those things. The things we do, you have to have an air of professionalism, as they say. So there we go. Beep 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 beep. Da, 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 da. There we go. There we go. Getting everything painted so that we're ready to use it. So these are all the steps, and it'll look nice once they're all done. Get in there as well in the middles. Make sure that everything's finished off. Oh, a little bit more on the sides. Make sure. Basically, I want to make sure they've got a nice covering on the paints. There we go. That seems nice. Right, they'll dry off now. Oh, So we can start with this. There we go. We're going in with the top. I'm going to do a dry brushing in a lighter colour as well over some of this, just to highlight those rivets, because I think they need to not be drowned out by the paint. So we'll do a bit of paint highlighting later on. Once we've finished this, there we are. Oh, it dries very quickly, so you have to be careful, because the solvent will rub it back off, which is not great. Oops, overpainted, wasn't careful enough there, and overpainted. Use the side of the brush to highlight this edge ridge. There we are, right in there, highlight the edge ridge. There we go. Right, leave that to dry now. So I've got a bit there where it's gone, the black's gone into the green. Not much I can do about that until it's all dried, and then we'll overpaint again, and hopefully that's fine. Right, so the next bit is the black faces on the wheels. So let's do that. Again, using the small brush. Right in there with the black face. And using the edge of the brush to go around and make sure that that's done. Then right in the middles and get in there with the, which is why I'm using the small brush, because it all gets in. And then we'll be looking pretty snazzy. Oh, using a lot of black paint on these. But let's face it, you can't be stingy with the paints when you want to get a good covering. It's just how it is. There we go. Found the browser sound. I was up till 8 AM trying to get my sound back. Played a video and it just shut off afterward. Oh, that's lovely. Hi, Firemuch Aaron. How you doing? There we go. Get in there. And there's a lot of paint goes into making this work, but we get there in the end, guys. There we are. Ah, no, that's too much paint. Oh, no, it's not, because it's an extra piece. There's a little lump there. Yeah, of course there is, because that's it's a cantilever or whatever it is. There we go. There. Oh, no, that's not worked. That's not right. There we go. Right. First wheel done. Took a while, but there we go. Now we're going to do that for the rest. So it's black on the front and grey on the sides. Got to do it for all of these now. Once again, edge of the brush to go around. And then into the middles. And very thin brush because these are small areas I'm painting. So just got to get in there as best you can and slop it all in. Takes a while, but it's going to be worth it in the end. Hope you're having a good day out. Yeah, having a pretty good day out. Jen's off somewhere. I don't know where she's gone. I think last time I heard from her, she'd gone to the barbecue. We're at DCCConcepts today, guys. Their open day is fantastic. Always worth a visit. The classes they've got on weathering and the electronics are brilliant. And they always have a good barbecue on. Even though I can't actually partake due to the fact that I'm veggie. There we are. Nice and blackened wheel with the grey edge. And as you can see already, the highlight of the grey on the edges is looking damn good. Now we're going in again with another one. Big wheel. Right, use the edge of the brush for the edges, which works really well as an effective tool. And then into the centers. There we are. So, those of you who are watching the football, are you looking forward to seeing England get absolutely trounced tomorrow? I think we all know they're not going to win. But I bet that was controversial. Some of you are now going, ooh. I don't know whether I'm going to go and watch it or not, I have to admit. On the grounds that, do I really want to go and watch a load of people fail and crush some dreams? I don't know. What am I making? This is a 9F Evening Star. It's Daypol's Kitmaster. It's just here. It's rather nice. I'm having a lot of fun. I'm enjoying this. It's just a laid back stream. It's really nice. There we go. There we go. Yeah, almost got all of this. These wheels are going to take ages. It's just one of those things. So, here we go. More of the wheels. Let's see if I can get through them reasonably quick. Edge of the brush again for around the outsides. Works quite nicely for the middle as well. Edge. So it doesn't overpaint too much. There we are. Is this your layout? Are you making it to run on Jenny's? This is just something to do. I like painting and making models as a hobby in itself. It's something I've said on the Monday Club a few times, that Jen is the model railway enthusiast. I'm just a modeler. I like making the models. Mostly aircraft, I have to admit, but because Jen enjoys the trains, I've got more into that. But yeah, that's just how I am. I like making models. It's nice. Now we're going to look too in German. Black body, red wheels. Yes. I can imagine, yeah, the Deutsche Bahn would look pretty good. I do have a German locomotive at home in N-gauge, and it's really nice. I should get more of them. I use it to pull my beer wagons. I've got a few different beer trucks, and I use my German loco to pull them around. I'm mostly an American locomotive modeler, to be honest with you, when I get up there. Oh, just sorry I'm not long up, as I had to get some sleep, or I'd have had to build along with Zoe. Finally got that 9F built. I'm having a lot of fun, to be honest with you. It's a nice model to do. So I'm just doing a quick brush with the black paint on the insides of the spokes to try and get that done. Yes, there we go. Have you made any sci-fi models recently? I wish I had. It's been a while since I built a sci-fi kit, to be honest with you. I do have some astronauts at home. It's not really science fiction as much as science fact, because they're the Apollo astronauts. But yeah, I should do that as well. I should get those done. Although it's not really that hard to paint the Airfix astronauts, on the grounds that you just spray them white and that's it. So it's like primer and then a few light highlights. But yeah, the weirdest thing is though, they don't come in white plastic. They're in a kind of yellow plastic. So you literally have to paint them white, even though they should be like white plastic, I'd have thought. Because when you buy the Airfix people, the Airfix troops, like the Germans are in German grey, the British are in British troop brown, but the astronauts are yellow.
The annoying thing is, it's done that
Trying to get the right in there with the spokes.
twice. Out of all the time it's run round.
There we go.
I think there's a gold.
Get in there. There we are.
Yeah, maybe.
Ah. Oh, my hands are a little bit discoloured now, aren't they? Here we go. I'm going to go in for the smaller wheels. Again, edge of the brush to get around the edges. That works really nicely. And then in the middles. Quick splash with the paint.
Since you mentioned, Zoe, about wargaming,
Yeah.
I've been looking at loads and loads of painting people on YouTube, you know, wargaming painters or what have you.
Oh yeah.
I really want to do some miniature painting.
They're wonderful. It's such a good hobby.
That girl that I mentioned to you, that Chris.
Oh yeah.
Her paint goes on so. I don't understand how she does it. I don't understand. It looks like an airbrush. It's so smooth, and she uses the same paints that you're using, the Citadels and what have you.
Yeah. Citadel paints are amazing, but it's all practice.
Vallejo as well.
Vallejo.
Vallejo.
I've heard of their paint. Yes.
Vallejo.
Yes, I haven't tried their paints, but I've heard good things. I'm kind of liking these Tamiya.
Would you like me to feed you some flapjack?
No, I'm fine. I haven't eaten since this morning, and I don't intend to. Sorry?
Why not?
Because if I eat too much, I'll end up with a problem with this tumour. So I don't want to do that while I'm out, so I'll eat later on.
Do I have to do my best Mr. Creosote impression? Just a wafer of thin and waffle.
That was the Mitra D, wasn't it? The Mr. Creosote was the guy.
It's only a wafer of thin. Go on, George, what steam engine's that? Is it? Why is it the wrong thing? It's not.
There we go, we're getting in there now. If the astronauts are yellow, does that mean they're resin cast instead of plastic? I don't know. I think they've just cast them in yellow so that you have to paint them. It's bloody annoying. So that was Iron Horse talking to me, for those of you who didn't recognise him. he's been doing a lot of classes today on weathering, and he's really good at it. The guys that have been taking the class seem really pleased with the results. That's cool. There we go. Get in there. There we go. I have no idea what this song that I keep going is from, but apparently it's stuck in my head. There we go. There we go. There. Right, there we go. I can't. It's stuck to my hand. I can't put this down. That's there we are. Thomas the Tank Engine. Yes. Astronauts that went to bring Boeing ships are definitely not yellow. That took more courage than I could have. Right. Final wheels. Final wheels. The wheels take ages. I mean, they're going to be worth it in the end, but it takes freaking ages. Again, edge of the brush to get around the outsides. Very nice, and then down in the middle, just quickly paint those. Get in there. There we go. There we go. Right, that's looking reasonable. Right, let's do this. Get in there and paint all the little bits in the middles, all the spokes and all that. Lots of, it's basically slapping the paint on. I don't care at this point how bad it looks, because we can always over paint later on to make it look right. We just need the base coating. There we go. Nice, nicey, nicey. Again, edge of the brush to get around the outside. And then right into the middles. I wish I knew what I was humming there. I know it's from something, but I don't know what. It's not like a unique tune that I've made up. My brain is quoting something, and I have no idea what it is. I saw it on the internet. I don't know what it is though. Oh.
In the intermediate sections, it's again set to wait 10 seconds, but rather than reversing direction,
Here we go. There we go. In there. Final wheel.
This is the board for this section here.
There we go. We're getting there now.
Is the position of the
Absolutely getting there. There we go. There. Now that's jazz, or maybe the theme from Rhubarb and Custard. There we are, that's done. So let's have a look at this, and we could do a little bit of extra painting on here. Get a fuller coat onto here, more even.
So see the truck come back and it's in 37 hasn't gone anywhere because it was waiting until this turn off. There are two things keeping that door turn on. One of them is this switch which serves as our signal. However, at the minute, it won't make any difference because it's also the configuration of this front.
There we are. And leave that there for the moment. Right. I think that's it for the moment, for most of it, except for the under panel on here, which we need to paint into black. Yeah, unless it's supposed to be red, I'm not entirely sure. I'm going to paint it black for now, and if it needs to be red, well, I'll paint it red later. I'll just go slightly into there. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Very carefully into there.
Using the remote terminals here. So those guys are going via the detectors are separate, but they could be used in conjunction. So it takes higher priority.
There we go.
Yes, so the detector each operates in a separate section. So this detector is in this section.
There. What are those bits on the sprues though? Do they need painting? Right. Leave that there for the moment. These are steps. That is a hook for connecting at the front, which I won't be adding because it doesn't look right. This is the middle piece connector. So what I'm going to do is paint that black as well. Thank you for reminding me. This connects the loco to the tender. There we go. That's looking good. Hello. Hey, if you don't have a chance, don't worry. Yeah. Dude, don't worry. Seriously, don't worry. It was just like an off the cuff idea.
Is that Chief Wiggum?
Yes. There we go. So that's now painted. Once that's dried, we'll pick bits out of that in lead belcher to make sure that that looks good. So for the moment, that's all we can do with those. Everything's done except, no, it isn't, because we can pick out the windows. So let's do that.
No, I did. Well, as you well know, I'm known for sometimes speaking my mind a bit too heavily.
Right, that's the black paint closed up there. We've got to get all of the black off this brush though, because I need to use this little tiny detailing brush for the next step. Right, guys, we've got the outsides here on the these are the panels on the outside of the locomotive. So I'm thinking these windows need a bit of enhancement. And what could be better as an enhancement for windows than a brass frame? Hi. How you doing? You okay? Excellent. It has.
Thought it was a good chance to come and see.
Yeah, I'm always happy to see people. How are you doing?
So what are you making?
At the moment, I am painting a 9F, the Evening Star.
Not very good at that. Very, very fine work, unfortunately.
I know the feeling. Practice does make perfect, but
Well, also,
it requires a lot of practice.
Yeah. And a narrow brush. The right brush too.
Oh, you've got to have the smallest brush, yeah.
I've been working on that side of things, but yeah.
So I'm trying to, and basically I'm using the edge of the brush to try and get the
Yeah, just trying to get the
smallest.
gilt or gold. Yeah.
It's like a brassy, but yeah, basically.
Yeah, it looks good.
Thank you.
Wow. Yes.
It's damn hard. There we go.
Sometimes it's just interesting when somebody looks over your shoulder. Mind you,
To be fair,
you're doing it all the time, haven't you?
yeah. To be fair, I've got I don't know how many people watching.
No, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Good. Nice to see you again.
Lovely to see you too. Have a good day. There we go. So we've got the edging that's going on there. I'm going to paint the interior of the frame as well on both sides. Now, technically, I don't know whether that middle piece would be highlighted like that, but I'm going to go with it and then do both sides and the interior of the windowsill. And it's always the best just to go all in, essentially. So, need gold and silver paint in the paint box. Been meaning to get new paints. I can't recommend enough these Citadel metals. They're acrylics, but they're metal, and it's amazing. They dry so quick. They've got such a brilliant feel to them. There we go. Quickly painting the interior of the window frames, just to set the whole thing off. That's just going to be how it is. In there, yeah. Citadel paints from Games Workshop. Some strange thing. Yeah, they've got they've basically got the most macho names you can have for a paint. It's like it's ridiculous. One of their blacks is called a Baden black. It's like, dude, you can just call it black. It's all right. It won't bite. But no, they've got to have macho names like Lead Belcher for the gunmetal grey. I'm sure you could have picked a better one than that, but okay. There we go. And quick edge of the brush over the tips. Now we've got it nicely highlighted in the bronze. Oops, and now I've dropped it, and now it won't be happy. There we are. Right, do the same on this one, on the other window frame, and we'll see how we go. Again, this one is what we're using is Balthazar gold, which is a misnomer because it's not gold. It's a kind of brassy color. It's really nice, but it's so not gold. Edge of the brush again, just to highlight. I'm just going as carefully as I can to make sure that this fits. There we go. And I'll get the magnifying glass out once I finish this. I'll have a look at them. My son used to do Warhammer, etc., so we'll still have Citadel paints. I believe they have some, but not the metallic colours. The metallic colours are brilliant. I really love them. And like I said, they are acrylics, so they're all water-based. He's eating the biscuits back in Bolton, but Zoe and Jenny don't know that. He's probably with my dad watching James Bond. There we go. Paint that in the inside as well. Make it look great. And there we go. Little bits here and there. We're getting there now, getting there. Looking lovely. Oh, yeah, this is definitely coming together. It's the little things, the little highlights that really bring this model together. Because before, it just looked like I was slapping paint on. Now, it looks like I know what I'm doing, even though, really, I'm just an amateur slapping bits of paints from a war game onto a model train. But that's part and parcel of the modelling hobby, isn't it? Finding out what works and having fun. That's why I do it anyway, I love it. We'll find out where Jen is in a minute. Might have to send out a search party. I should have brought Gandalf with me. I could have sent him to go and do it. There we are. A little extra bit there. And there we go. Okay. Oops. Dropped it down there. So, there's the first little bit of highlighting on there. Put that down and wash off the brush. Right, so the other advantage of Citadel stuff is it's incredibly fast drying. So let's see. You can see my hand there. It's not great. Nice little enhancement there. Gone around and done the window sills. They're looking lovely. Yep, very happy with those. Gandalf's Day Off sounds like a film. I'm actually really impressed by how well that highlighting on the edges of the windows has come out. Is this kit entirely hand brush painted? No airbrush. Entirely hand brush painted. I've been painting it all day. Just going over doing little bits here and there. Right, from what I can tell, I was supposed to paint the that bit in red. Now, I don't have a red in Tamiya, but I do have one in Citadel. So that's good. Once that's dry, we'll paint over all of the bits that was supposed to be in red into which I've done in black. Where is my red? There it is. Now let's see what they've called red. Oh, there's the actual. If you want gold, by the way, it's Retributor Armor is a great gold from Citadel. So here's the red. What have they called the red? This one is called Mephistone Red. It's a very bright red. It's very nice. But funnily enough, it's actually got red in the name, which is amazing. Ah, the red buffer beam. Yes, which I've apparently painted the wrong colour. No, that's dry. So the paint's dry. Let's do this. Let's get the red in there. Oops. It's a really claggy red as well. Ugh. Okay, let's do this. Let's get in there. Where to put? There it is. Now I'm going to need this. Some red. We're going in. How red do you need? Yes, is the answer. Can't keep this tin open. The speed this dries at is quite shocking as well, so you've got to get in there and just really go for it. And right in the cracks. Into the groove. There. Get in there, get some more red. There we go. Entirely coated now, for the most part. Straight down there. Get in. Looks nice. Works really well. Probably not quite the right shade of red, but it's close enough that I don't really mind. And let's face it, once we do a bit of weathering, eventually it'll look just fine. There. There we go. Quick and simple. Slap it on. And into the crannies there. Right, leave that to dry now. Don't forget the front buffer beam. I haven't done the front. That's the funny thing. We haven't done the front of the locomotive yet. It's ridiculous. There we go. Right, wash that down. Right. Got a few extra bits that we need to finish off before we go any further. Is this the black? Yes, that's the black. So we need a little bit more of this black on the smoke box door because it's looking a little bit streaky at the moment. So straight in there with another coat. Slap it on there. The hands are already covered in gunk, so it doesn't really matter that I'm getting more gunk on them. Make sure that's all covered. There we go. Right, there we are. And put that down there and hope for the best. There we go. So that's done. No gears, plastic wheels. Yeah, the entire thing's a plastic kit. Right. On the front isn't supposed to be green, so we kind of missed a trick on that one, haven't we? Close that off. No alternative chassis. I probably could have done a kind of finished kit be motorized. It absolutely can, but I wouldn't because it's plastic. It's not going to be worth motorizing. It's simply for display. Seriously, it just wouldn't be. It wouldn't be worth your time. You might as well go for something else. Like, if you were going to motorize it, I would go with not doing the wheels or the gearing at all, and getting replacement parts, and then just doing the top, doing the locomotive top. The front is black, the smoke box and deflectors, yes. But the top of this bit here, just down there, is supposed to be green, and I haven't done that. So we're going to try and get that in there quick. There we go. Get in there. Right. We'll try and get this tiny bit that I've missed at the front of the green. This is going to be tough because it's incredibly thin. Come on, we can do this. We can get there. We can do this and make this work. We can get there if we really try. We can get there if we Really try. There. There, we got that, and we had a little bit of overpaint with the black on the side, so there we go. Quickly deal with that. Final bits. There we go. So that's done. And down with that. And for the moment, all we can do now is let this stuff dry. Because that's all we can do. It's starting to come together. It really is starting to look good. So I'm very, very happy. And I'm going to let it take a break now and quickly check on the status of my website and see what's happened there. See if I've got a reply to my thing. No replies. No messages, no replies. So whatever's going on at my web host is not great. Because it's not, they've not replied yet, so we don't know what happened. But yeah, it's like something's happened. Someone's playing silly buggers, basically. It's certainly looking good. Oh, thank you. Aren't these all the old Airfix kits? Could well be. This is the Daypol Kitmaster Evening Star. Done really well, Zoe. Just needs assembling, really. Yeah, pretty much. So the main bits that couldn't be painted properly before after assembly even was it after I came in at 2:20 p.m. Zoe? I don't know. It was about an hour ago by now. Something's happened with my web host, and the account's not working. And I don't want to say that it's someone playing silly buggers. I think it's a genuine issue at the host. But I've sent them a ticket I've sent support a ticket to find out what's going on, and we'll get it sorted. But yeah, at the moment it basically means that you can't buy the pin badges, which is unfortunate. But hey, right, we've got to let this dry. So at this point, we should probably look at this bit. Because this is the... I'm not even looking at the right screen. I'm looking at the wrong screen. Give me a second. This bit here is the base, I think. And we're supposed to paint the underside. So, might as well do that. And then once this is set aside to dry, we can look at... hopefully this will be dry enough that we can look at highlighting some of the bits on the front. Now, I know the majority of it doesn't need it because the panel's going to have a decal with its number on and stuff like that. But I want to try and pick out some of this stuff with a little bit of dry brushing of the lead belcher, which is gunmetal grey, but it's a proper shiny metallic gunmetal. And also pick out that plate there. Badge request to Gmail for now. We'll work something out, yeah. So that bit there is going to be in the same brass as on the back. We'll see how it goes. Right, I'm going to paint this first. I'm going to need a big brush to just slop that paint on. So I might as well open this. Kitmaster before Airpix. Yeah, Airfix. It's Daypol Kitmaster. I don't know where it's from. I don't know what the origin is. It's definitely Daypol because it says Daypol on it. But aside from that, I can't tell you. I don't know the history of them. So where's a big flat-headed brush. There we go. So we're going to paint all of this now. This is going to be fun. How can I hold this without covering my hands? Probably can't. So let's just get in there and paint this. Slop it on. It's how we do it here. Make sure that's all on there. Again, this is Tamiya's black paint. It's decent enough. Good acrylic. We have Daypol in the on the tooling. So There we go.
How's it going?
Really well. How are you doing?
I'm all right. You've got a big crowd in.
I don't know. I'm just talking to whoever's there. Even if it was like one person, I'd be happy talking to them.
50 earlier on, which is, you know, for a middle of the day impromptu Saturday stream.
Yeah. So we're painting
Would you like
up
a
this.
drink?
I would. My throat is parched.
You should have shouted.
I couldn't. My throat is parched. How are you doing, Jen?
I'm doing all right. I'm just bobbing around, like meeting and greeting, pressing the flash.
Was it consensual?
Mostly, yes.
Mostly?
So
My
hello
goodness.
to Yaharik or Jaharik says, I feel the need for slow.
I feel the need for speed. No, the need for slowness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
John Edwards says, I'll look Pico up and see what they have.
Pico's doing some interesting stuff in TT120 these days, aren't they?
Oh yes, definitely. Oh, that stuff smells weird.
Does it? I can't. I have no sense of smell. It's ridiculous. My sense of smell died when I was a kid because someone passed me some acid and when I was in chemistry and went, "Here, smell this." And being an idiot, I did. So now I've got no sense of smell, and I get nosebleeds when it gets too hot. True story. It's ridiculous. Right, there we are. I don't know what this is, where that goes, but we're going to paint it as well, just in case. There we go. All of this is getting painted in black. If it needs another colour, well, at least it'll have a base coat. That's how I see it. There we go. Right. I'll paint the sides later, but that needs to just sit there and dry now, basically. It will get another coat, don't worry. It's a bit of a mess at the moment, but it will get another coat. Right. When in doubt, paint it black. I'm here when I plan to. I'm here when I plan to be, Gandalf. A Monday clubber is never late to the wagons, nor are they early. They arrive precisely when they mean to. Thanks, Gandalf. So, I hope you're all having a great day, guys. 47 or 48 people are watching me paint things. Literally watching paint dry. That is wonderful. Yeah, certain Rolling Stones numbers just come into your head. I see a red door and I wanna paint it black. There we go. So, place that down there. I'm having a lot of fun with this. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream as well. Jen will be back soon to chat. I thought Gandalf wasn't there. He phoned me. I've got a phone on my watch. He phoned me, honest. Ah, you caught me out. I was
57.
Yeah?
I think I need to get a 57.
Right, while this all dries now, Jen is going to take over and have a chat for a bit.
The other day.
Right.
So, Jen, we're going to jump in and Jen will jump onto the chat in a moment. So for the moment, I'm going to go and wash my hands and let this stuff dry. So that's me done for the moment. We'll be back with more. Jen will be here in a minute, guys. Is Jen off spending? She's been spending. To be fair, I think I've spent more than she has because I bought a bear, and I bought some cables. It doesn't take much to make me happy, does it? A bear and some cabling. There's a lot more still to go with this, by the way. Putting it together is going to be fun. Let's put it that way. Jenny, would you join? Jenny, come and get in, Jen, while I go and wash my hands.
Yeah, you made enough. She's made lots of mud pies and stuff.
Yes. I have.
So actually, there's some really interesting trains going by on the viaduct, and I suspect that Zoe has completely neglected to. Oh, this seat is hot.
We've been doing paints.
So I'm going to show off the. Oh, we've got a bit of a Dutch angle going on there.
You're a Dutch angle.
You're a Dutch oven. See, you love it.
What is
San Pellegrino. So the beverage of choice has become San Pellegrino. So if I hold that over there, you can just about... I'm trying to get it past the chat. It's proving very elusive. I'll get told off by RJ if I hold drinks too close to that.
Yes.
So
Leave
that's
that there for the moment.
Duchess of Gloucester. I misidentified it as City of Gloucester, being the Muppet that I am. But
Look at the edging work on there.
oh, you love edging. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's a bit rude. Big hello to Richard Swiderski. So welcome back, Jenny. Yes, we're back here at the DCCConcepts Open Day. It's still on tomorrow. They're running loads of courses. So obviously you have to book online. But if it'll let you book a place on the course, then it does mean that there are places on the course. Don't book a place on a course that's already happened, because if you do, you may still be charged. But of course, the course already happened, so you've missed it. So that's the 57. I do like that. I have learned it's a Hellion 57 with the Digitrain sound. I think I'm going to need to get a 57 for my collection. I just really like the idea. I just like the 57 now. I don't know why I did. Oh yeah, I know, because it's post-privatization. I don't normally do post-privatization. I'm just going to fix the Dutch angle on that camera. So I don't know how long a cable I've got, so I may have to just carefully hook over. So let's just check the angle of the dangle for the brew that is... Oh, that is so much better. There we go. So, that was the 57 that went by on this Ribblehead viaduct model, which incidentally is at the showroom at DCCConcepts, if you're wondering. And yes, Ribblehead, for our overseas viewers, it's a real place. That viaduct really exists in real life. And it's quite a photogenic location on the Settle and Carlisle Railway. If you're ever in the area, well worth a visit, very picturesque. And it's an incredible line, but this is a model, so for anybody wondering, there's my hand. But the backdrop is a kind of photographic backdrop, and it really does set this off. We did have another camera angle, but the cupboard monkey changed it, so I can't show you it, which just looks amazing as Duchess of Gloucester goes by. And that's a de-streamlined version, so it's got the sloped smoke box and the stepped running plate at the front. Quite a complex topic, really, princess coronations. I spy an Iron Horse Railways. So did Zoe have you... Let me just move the microphone so that they can hear you. Are you going to communicate through the medium of dance or something? Hold on. Just turn mute off.
It actually went absolutely fantastically great, and then of course she's covered in it. Absolutely covered in it. Anyway,
yeah,
how are you?
The vicar said to the
Absolutely.
actress. And so how you've been doing introduction to weathering?
Introduction to weathering, yes.
So
absolutely.
how's that gone?
Very, very well, actually. We had a couple of... This gentleman behind us was actually one of my courses, and he seemed to enjoy it quite thoroughly.
Let me just move this round so that we can actually...
Mind that bottle. That water's going to go over.
It's not water, it's
There's water in that cup, which
yeah.
it will knock into.
Yeah, you're right. We'll have a major calamity on our hands.
Terrible.
All right, of course, a big stink as well if RJ notices.
Yeah, well, he's gone home, so he won't notice.
Not till tomorrow. Oh, my word. Sorry, I just... sorry. So the shiny.
Is that the Dragon set livery?
LNWR.
Well, that diesel, the proper train, not the steam thing.
Oh, let me. I've just mulleted myself, and we're just missing the tail anyway.
She's missing all the.
So actually, they don't want to see our ugly mugs.
No,
they want to see the viaduct.
George's beautiful trains.
I've been doing like train spotting live here, just start talking about what's going
Live
past.
spotting.
Yeah. So
Hi, Richard. Hi, Peter.
we had a good
Richard
turnout
Swiderski.
actually. I mean, it's not as many people as on the Monday Club on
Well,
Mondays,
no, but it's the middle
but
of the
yeah,
middle
of the day on a
people are doing
Saturday.
things, aren't they?
Yeah.
People are getting drunk and having kebabs.
Drunk and having kebabs.
Absolutely.
That sounds like a
That's
like a
part-
good time.
That sounds
Part
like
of my
Jen's,
manifesto.
idea of a good day.
Your manifesto. Did you get many votes? Oh, you forgot to
I
register.
got like 4 votes.
Did you?
I know.
What did people draw
It
in
was
the box?
ranting, flat caps, kebabs, and trains. Motorcycles, trains, kebabs, and flat caps. And just to make any man happy, I would have thought. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, like, I think people could get behind such moderate policies, but you know, it's just
Nothing wrong with a moderate kebab.
a moderate.
Moderate kebab.
I think the secret to a good kebab is garlic mayo.
I see. Yes, but also you need to have some chili sauce on there as well.
I think garlic mayo essential, chili sauce optional.
That one we had recently at your house didn't agree with you and Zoe, did it? That
Well,
kebab.
no. We're not sure it was the kebab because you were fine with your iron.
Yeah, but I have
stomach.
got an iron stomach of doom. You know, I can eat raw tinfoil and it's fine. I do like George's. This is the new. Is it the Batman 158, George? It's even got the door opening sound effect on it. It's fantastic.
Shame the doors don't open.
Yeah. Oh, come
I
on.
think that's
Give it a
gonna
chance. It will come.
I
They've
think
got it on O gauge. The Americans have got it on O gauge. The doors pop out though and slide to one side.
Yeah.
A bit easier to do than sliding into the...
Isn't there like a German brand that's already done it? But you're talking, you can have what you like if you pay for it. They're not
yeah,
cheap.
yeah.
We've got automated coupling and uncoupling on tension locks, so doors can't be that far behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I mean, the new system that Bachmann have been demonstrating with the Class 31, and they've announced that it's going to come on the Class 0809.
The new ones, yeah.
I think it's only a matter of time before they extend that across the range. I did hear a rumour, I don't know whether it's something you can retrofit, that it will actually be available as an extra item you can fit yourself.
I think it would be quite difficult to wire up because it quite clearly has some sort of electrical contact which is connected to a decoder function.
And the decoder's got to be programmed to be able to do
exactly.
certain
So
things.
if you've not got the decoder, which has got the function already set up to it, you have to tell the decoder to do this function when you get power input on
Well,
the purple wire, for example.
Yeah, it's kind of like the pantographs that go up
Yeah, it
and
is, yeah.
down. Unless you've got a decoder that's set up to activate servos, then nothing happens
Exactly.
when you press the
So
button.
it's a great idea, but I don't think retrofitting it's going to be as easy as people make it out to be.
Yeah.
On its way now.
So we hear the sound of whistling. So let's see what's
I think it's a kettle pulling some coal.
a kettle. Eh.
A kettle. Have you found in your ducks, George?
So
Have you found in your secret ducks everywhere?
Yeah, so you can play Hunt the Ducks. There's 100 of them in here.
So would you like to sit down?
No.
I've been sat down for ages. Have a seat.
Sit your bottom down. I was interviewing you. So the course went really well, doing introductory weathering.
Yep.
And this is using powders.
Powders and a little bit of. It's done it again, George. It's somewhat there on that bit of track. It does not like it,
The
right?
Jabez coal.
Just there.
And those were Frighting Hall Model Centre special commissions. I think that was the first Bachmann special commission that they ever did. And
George, you know if you put proper couplings
really,
on
really
them, it
nice.
wouldn't destroy it.
Anybody who's actually, after tracking one down, they're sold out at Frighting Hall Model Centre, but Clark Railworks seems to quite often have a stash of them in. So if that's a must-have item, then they're worth giving them a ring. Because they don't tend to put them on the website. You have to kind of find them at shows. But I'm guessing if you gave them a ring and asked nicely, they'd dig some out.
Yeah,
if they
Clark
have any.
Railworks, like a lot of local shops, they've got a box which is just full of stuff which is there to be rummaged through.
Yeah.
How well will the driver couple up here? Let's see if we can do it.
Suppose in Steam days, this was an occurrence that did happen from time to time.
The wagons just parting ways.
Yeah, loose coupled wagons would sometimes. It's the whole purpose of having the brake van on the end.
Mm.
So I guess that one of the things that would have been carried in the brake van would be spare couplings.
I would have thought so. What is that locomotive, Jenny? Because I'm not good with steam, but I like steam.
I'm gonna say, is that a Cali 812? A J11. That was going to be my next guess.
Oh,
It came from TMC.
So it's a custom weathered So it's TMC custom weathered, and incidentally, TMC, the Model Centre, do have a stall here all weekend, and they have got a selection of items. There's some of their hot selling sale items. So the Southern Railway Class 70 booster, they've got a load of those. The Class 422 from Bachmann as well, and that's been a strong seller. But then they've also got a lot of their exclusive weathering. So there's a lot of models there.
and also NT power cabs. They've got a few power cabs on offer as well.
Oh yeah, lots of power
Really good
cabs. I
power
think they're
cabs.
doing a deal on power cabs.
Power cab and an Aegis system. I think
Yeah,
there's
power
some
cab and
deal.
Aegis. I think they've got like the best deal on the market with those.
Yeah, we're talking to Alex before, and it's just,
Is it tempted you?
it's just. Well, I've been wanting a power cab for a while, but it's just.
Can he do you a deal?
Oh, well, I'm not going to at liberty to say, John, on live on audio, but you know.
Oh yeah, sorry, domestic authorities might be listening. You bought what? Yeah, if Mrs. Iron Horse Railways is listening, he already had one. It's not something new. He's had that for years.
Covering an appropriate amount of dust first.
This does not actually work. I know your tricks.
There's supposed to be a steam engine coming through the station at some
At
point.
5 o'clock, I'm told.
5
Black
o'clock.
5 at 5.
Who is it? About 5?
Black 5 at 5. So you've got an hour and 20 minutes.
Well, I think we should stick around for that, don't you?
We'll see. We'll see. Bearing in mind that the cupboard monkey's functioning on 3 hours sleep and a hell of a lot of
She
caffeine.
said she's been quite a tired girl today.
Yeah. So take care, Sarah Davis. See you on Monday. Says need to get out of bed and get some breakfast. That sounds like the kind of Saturday I could get behind.
Breakfast at 3:45 in the afternoon. Fantastic.
Osrail Gallery says, "Hey DCC Concepts, original customer from your old Perth, Western Australia store. Welcome." And yeah, it's great to see you. RJ Richard Johnson is around somewhere. He's a bit camera shy, but
He's
yeah.
gone home to retire.
Oh, apparently he's gone. Yeah, but home is only around the corner. If we really wanted to get hold of Richard Johnson, we could go round the corner and just bang on his windows. Actually, he normally has his window open, so you could just shout underneath.
He did.
Oi, Richard!
Come and play trains.
Yeah.
I have to say, the livery on that Northern 158 is really well applied.
Is that a Bachmann?
That is very nice.
Yeah, the standard of the print finish on some of these newer models is just incredible.
It's a tad modern for me, but it's a beautiful model. I mean,
I can see the attraction to them if I myself wouldn't be attracted to it, if that makes sense.
yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. The 57's winning me over. I think I'm going to have to get a 57, but not just any 57. I do like that, the livery that one's in. But I'll have to
What,
have
the body snatchers?
Yeah. They're a bit too modern for me because they're post-privatisation.
Well, it's a 47 with an EMD motor in it.
I knew it was an EMD. You know, I did say that earlier.
I think it's the same prime mover as the Class 59. Or is it 66?
Ooh,
So they've got a little bit of, but it's got a different. I think it's got a different alternator on it, so it doesn't sound exactly like a 66, but it's close enough.
It'll be the exhaust. The exhaust box will have a different shape.
there's something like that on it.
And I'll be honest, as anybody who's been behind a car with the old Japanese cannon on the back will know that the design of your exhaust can really change an engine note.
Absolutely.
What on earth is a Japanese thing?
You know those big drain pipe exhausts.
Five rice and noodles at you. High velocity noodle cannon.
We've got 94 XX?
15 XX.
15XX.
You're losing it, Jen. You're
With a
losing
shiny,
it
with
too,
a
you
shiny
So
dome.
it's one of the Rapido trains 15XX. I do like them actually.
It's lovely, isn't it?
We saw the surviving one at Severn Valley Railway. Actually,
Future rail fan there.
so it's unusual. You can tell RJ's gone home because there's all sorts of interlopers on his Ribblehead viaduct. Does he give you guys grief when you bring in weird?
Look, we've had a French TGV run around there, or Boston TGV.
But did he see it?
Yeah, he stayed on the layout for weeks.
Because, like, can I just say,
George wants me to bring my class 13 in tomorrow.
because people at home probably can't hear the guys who talk about. Yeah, when I used to work here, I used to get ribbed because I'd bring in things like H1 and H2 Brighton Atlantics, and he would turn his nose up and poo-poo them. I brought in an A4 once, and he poo-pooed that, which was a bit weird. But yeah, no, he was very much an LMS
Maybe
man.
you just didn't like your choice in particular logos.
You know, Canucci, I love these pages.
Oh, you're so good.
So, for those listening in black and white, the Cupboard Monkey is painting up the Daypol. It's actually a Daypol Kitmaster 9F. Obviously, you guys have been following that for a bit. So we've got Rich Microcosm. Wow, just saw that Viaduct live cam. Same cars went over at 9:22. That is actually a model. There's my hand. That is a scale model of Ribblehead Viaduct. And it is quite an incredible model. It's got a photographic back scene as well. So it's a class 158 going across. That's a Bachmann class 158. Don't forget to hit that like button and share the stream, and also consider subscribing if you've not already subscribed to the channel. We've actually been live for quite some time. I don't know how long we've been on for. 5 hours, 24 minutes and 52 seconds. I think that's an all-time record. Yeah, Richard Swiderski, there is nothing wrong with LMS. It's just that, yeah, everybody likes a little bit of Southern from time to time. Marcus Muggins says off down the beer garden now.
I'm sure there's some intricate detail missing.
Flymo Chairman 1 says breakfast at 4 p.m. Hello, Jenny. Yeah, I think Sarah Davis has either worked a night shift or just having a leisurely day, and nothing wrong with that. But it's great to see you, Flyman Chairman 1. And of course, guys, we're at the DCCConcepts Open weekend, live streaming today. Come on down if you're in the area. They're on all day tomorrow as well. There's plenty to see. The Settle Station signal box is open, a really great opportunity to go and see a proper signalling demonstration. Now, I always find it quite interesting every time we've been there. They've got the signal box isn't part of the network anymore. It's at the station, but it's in preserved hands, so to speak. The lever frame all works, but what it's connected to is signals and stuff just outside the signal box. And it's really interesting, actually, that some of the things that they can demonstrate, like fog signals, are really, you just never really see it modelled, but I find it really quite interesting to see it all in action. So you can go there, you can have a go, they do a full signalling demonstration. Now tomorrow, the elusive model shop that's allegedly in Settle is apparently open. Now, I worked here for 6 months. I never saw it open. I think it opens like one Sunday a month. And tomorrow is that Sunday, so there is that to see. You can also go and have a look at the museum, all about the building, excuse me, of the Settle and Carlisle Railway. Of course, TMC, the Model Centre, are here with their full range of bits and pieces. Really good deals on NCE Power Cab and Aegis combinations, plus the bespoke weathering, including some really amazing custom graffiti, one of their signature things. Their artist is absolutely incredible. Locked up as he is in his spray booth, powered by the fumes of many paints, he produces some incredible graffiti, which is just absolutely amazing. It's works of art. And we had a little chat, actually. Alex from TMC, we had a quick interview with him earlier on, And it was interesting to talk about that. We kind of talked about how it would be really interesting to have some kind of art exhibition with these. And when you think about it, it's art on a different medium. Some people use canvas, some people use brick walls, and the artist who works at TMC uses model trains as their canvas. No two wagons are the same. Every design is different, and it really is incredible. They very, very popular. Apparently, they put a load live every week, and they do seem to sell quite quickly. Dave Scott Railways, hello to you. Melchester Model Railway says, when I was a young train spotter, my friend and I threw the sandwiches my mother had made from the train window as we went over the Ribblehead Viaduct. What was wrong with your mum's sarnies? See, my experience is my mum made very lovely sandwiches.
Look, some people just don't like liver and tongue.
No, but the thing is, right, normally your mum knows what you like and what you don't. I bet maybe they had a secret fry-up somewhere that their mum would have disapproved of. So the beverage of choice, incidentally, is San Pellegrino. We've got orange flavour, San Pellegrino. It's very nice, very refreshing. But yeah, they've got a lot of courses on over the weekend. Introduction to soldering, super panel as well. We had Robin, who's from DCC Concept, who's done all the courses on the super panel, an introduction to super panel. We had a chat with him. Very interesting system, actually. I'm sure that is something that is going to prove very popular for simple automation of layout. So one-stop shop, one circuit board does it all. And definitely something which I'm quite interested to see how that progresses in the market. Craig at Iron Horse Railways has been doing an introduction to weathering, and they've also had advanced weathering courses as well.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just pausing for breath. It's been a long day, actually. I don't think we've ever tried a live stream quite this long. So we're at 5.5 hours now.
We did a 7-hour one at Rails.
Oh yes, we did.
First open day.
Yeah, so this is, anybody wondering, this is the Monday Club's big Saturday outing, live from DCC Concepts in Settle. And it'd be great to see anybody who's popping down. We're going to be here for a little while longer. But we've seen quite a few Monday Clubbers. And really nice to see so many of you guys.
I have to say, I am...
Flagging?
I
thought as much.
Given how much I've done, I'm surprised that my eye strain didn't pop in earlier, but yeah.
Yes.
That is my magnifying glass.
Oh, right.
No one can see what you're looking at here, You should be turning to the different thing.
For those watching in black and white, Jenny was prodding at an ornate thingy poking out from underneath the instructions to Zoe's Daypol Kitmaster 9F.
For those watching in black and white, the red ball is behind the blue ball.
And the shocking thing is, I'm old enough to remember them saying that.
Yeah.
I hasten to add, I wasn't watching in black and white. My parents were reasonably well off.
Posh.
But no, I do remember that him saying, and it's like, even at the time, it's like, what is it? Does he not understand what he's saying?
I don't think you can. Sorry. How are you doing? Imagine a DJ doing a 5+ hour set. Wouldn't be easy.
No, it's not.
No, it's not easy.
It's essentially talk radio.
Yeah, but they normally just do you 3 hours and then you switch to someone else who's got some good something to say.
The longest radio show I ever did was about 4 hours. And
what about the guy you used to work with, Chris Yates? When there was a storm or heavy snow or something, didn't he just do an entire day?
Him and his mate took it in turns, and they basically hiked to the radio station which was BBC Radio Lancs, because they knew that they'd be short-staffed, and it turned out they were so short-staffed There was two of them operating the radio station, keeping BBC Radio Lancs on air. He said one of them took the FM channel and the other took the AM channel because they were technically separate. Well, you would have thought that they would have.
For the purposes of that day, you'd have thought they'd link them together.
You would have thought. So it's 15XX going. Oh!
Jan, that's 3 now that you haven't got.
You did that on purpose. They look that from this angle. In fairness, from the angle I'm at, they do look very similar. Oh,
To be fair, given that I don't know, you could have said that was a Shropshire tomato, and I'd have said,
because
yeah.
the thing is, for me, what separates a 94XX from a 15XX is the Welsh Arts valve gear. But from this angle, I can't see the wheels. Yeah, because I'm down here looking up, so they both look the same. So I can see Skipsy Trains is stood in front of me, but he's just waving. I don't think he wants to be on there.
You never know.
Well, Zoe, shift it.
Okay, get in there.
So
Station mistress.
come on, Skipsy Trains. Sit in the chair.
I'm a bit wary of the chair. I've seen one of the pictures.
Richard Brighton has a surprisingly abrasive bottom, doesn't he? Yeah.
No, I'm just concerned I might take a bit of me home with me.
No, I think it's safe. I'm sure it'll brush off. Sit yourself down. So, we got here regular Monday clubber, Skipsy Trains.
Hello there, how are we?
We're pretty good, thank you. And yourself? Have you had a good day? Have you enjoyed yourself?
It's been jolly good, hasn't it?
Have you been on any of the courses?
I haven't, no. I missed out on the courses.
Have you? I know the missus has stood there, arms folded, glaring at you. But have you bought anything?
Yes.
We have a conflict situation developing. DEFCON 3. So, what was that?
It was your paranoia.
So, what are you admitting to buying?
Oh, no, it's nothing.
Think carefully at this stage.
No, it's nothing extensive. Because I've got to go home with something. I can't go home
Oh,
with not
yeah.
bought
I mean,
anything.
you go to a shop. Right.
So I've got myself a decoder.
A decoder. Which one have you gone for?
It's Next 18.
Next 18. So what's that going into?
That's going into a Dapol
Hawthorne Leslie. I got one of them in the bag. Which one did you buy?
Invincible.
Oh, right.
It had to be Invincible because of where it lives.
Where does it live?
It lives on the Isle of Wight Steam Railway.
Okay.
And that's where the model's coming from.
Oh, right. So is that a special commission by the shop there? Or
No, not this one, no. Not
Right.
Yeah, because they did the O2.
The O2
no,
they did.
This was in the original batch that Dapol announced.
Because I bought asbestos. And do you know,
right,
Do
yeah.
you know why I bought asbestos?
Go on.
Well, I've
Go on,
got
go on.
I've got a thing for any locomotive that ran either in Trafford Park or on the Manchester Ship Canal system. I just something about that industrial system really intrigues. And asbestos worked at, I think it was Turner's Asbestos in Trafford Park. So it had to be added to the collection. And I was going to get a Hawthorne Leslie anyway, because who wouldn't? They're lovely models. So that was the obvious one for me.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about it is, I've seen it's not been around for a long time. Invincible. It's been in pieces for a long time, and the last time I saw it,
like that.
well, I said the last time I saw it running, it's I think it's in the condition that is out from Dapol, but at the moment it's been rebuilt by the trainees, and it's going back decades to when it was in green.
Oh, right.
So
okay.
when you see it running next, it'll actually be green. So we could do with Dapol producing the green one next.
They could, yeah. So where did that originally work?
Oh, you've got me now. I'll have to pass on that.
Because I mean, when you said it was a must-have one, I honestly thought you were going to say because it was like local to Sheffield where you live.
Well, we did do 10 years on the Isle of Wight, you see. That's it, so it was
local. Yeah.
And so my son, he worked there first, and I did 6 months there on the platform. So so when there was the EFE rail, they brought the O2 back out.
Yes.
The shop commissioned 24 cowboy,
Yeah.
and I wish they still have some in stock, believe it or not.
I got some.
And I had to have one of those
Yes.
because that was the first train I was involved in the dispatch of.
Excellent.
So yeah, little things like that. So, but yes, I've got to have the Invincible because the trouble is now I've got quite a few Isle of Wight locomotives, and
Have you got
now
terriers?
now I'm poor. Now I'm poor. Somebody put a video on YouTube about a red one.
Red terrier and the
Yeah.
Isle of Wight Central Red.
Yes, that one. Would you happen to know her by any chance? That's done a video about one.
Oh, there's a complete and utter shill on YouTube called Jennifer Kirk.
Yes, I think that was it.
Yeah. Thinks she can do YouTube. What a muppet. So yeah. Anyway.
And everyone's just at home nodding along. Yeah,
They're going-
it is a Muppet.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll have that cut out of the live stream and up as a short in no time. Oh dear. So, is there anything else on your radar in here that you need? What do you what do you actually model? Have you got a layout at a specific
Sorry, guys, I
location?
just
Or?
realised that
The theory behind I mean, you couldn't look at the fleet I've got and say, oh, it's based on that era because it's the stuff's from all over the place.
So we're calling it eclectic.
It's an eclectic
Rule 1.
fleet list.
Yeah,
Run
yeah.
what you want. I did base it on relatively modern, certainly privatisation days in the southwest. That was the theory behind the actual physical layout itself. Because I'd get up in the morning and get the train on a Monday morning, get the boat across, then go up Portsmouth fast line to Waterloo and then out Kew Bridge, do a day's work, and then go out the train on the Windsor lines to Reading that direction. Stop overnight during the week, and then do it all in reverse on Friday evening back
commuting
home.
off the Isle of Wight to the mainland.
Yeah, to work, and then
it's
during the
quite,
week.
It's quite hardcore.
Yeah. So, example, you can't get a 458, you can't get a 707. They don't exist. Although you can now get 3D castings now. I've got the 458 ready to be done. I've got a casting of a 444 that I've got a chap building for me. And I've got quite a lot of the 450s and things like that. I've made my own Electrostars, using the 170s. I haven't shortened them, but I've changed the cab. A guy called James Makin did the first one that I saw. I was really impressed with, and he made me a load of cabs. So I made a load of those. So yeah, that was the basis behind it. But then again, on top of that, it's quite like that. But I have one of those. I quite like that.
That sounds like me.
Yeah, but then as well as that, there's going to be mainline preserved, in charters, but also there'll be a line that will be steam preservation, your 25 mile an hour stuff, which is the likes of your terriers, your own twos.
Yeah,
So I'm going to have that on there as
You've
well.
got to have a home for that red terrier you're going to be getting.
Absolutely, yeah. I just hope you don't sell out before I get the money for it. But
What are you going to do if they sell out? Are you going to you'll have to hunt on eBay and buy one at twice the price?
don't. Yeah.
So have you got the black IWC one in the train pack?
Yes, I did get that.
Is that playing bagpipes? Yes. So for anybody, you probably can't hear this through the mic, but it's the steam-fitted Flying Scotsman, and it's playing bagpipes as one of the sound functions. I must check actually on the HM7000 profiles if I can get that a non-steam fitted loco.
Do you? I'll let you buy it from me.
Well, there's a class 66 profile on TXS that plays "God Save the Queen."
Oh right. I'm assuming that's for their.
It's the one with the big Union flag. And
Yes.
You're right there.
I do like that one.
What were you worried about?
It looked like the top was off.
So we have cupboard monkey activity if anybody's wondering. So just enjoying some of the things going by on the viaduct. This is a DCCConcepts Yeah, so what? It's been a while since we last saw you.
Yeah,
I've not seen you in the chat
no,
for a while.
I've been kind of model railwayed out.
You're just taking a break.
Yeah,
And
so
there's quite a few people who kind of a little bit of burnout, just having to
yeah.
dine
Well,
away.
I mean, I've been going to work and testing model trains for a living, and then coming home and and then picking my son up on the way home, who's also working in model railways. And then we'll have the crack at that, and it's even you've been showing my videos that I've edited together.
Yeah.
I haven't made a video for over a year.
Gosh.
But I've still filmed clips.
Yeah.
But I've not got around to doing anything with them. And only in the last week, I've started going through them and sorting them out. Because at some point, very shortly, I'm going to make that video. I've started making models again.
That's good. That is
so
really
I'm,
good.
I'm getting back into it. It's like, yeah, really going to go for it. And there's a great possibility that my next job's going to be working away from home again. And when that happens, it's a case of, right, okay, into your hotel room, start making another video, back onto the Monday night club and things like that. So, yeah, you just get that burnout, don't you? And having a break means great. You can go back and you'll be re-energised.
That's the theory.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I go to work and I test these trains thinking, I've got one of them at home, I'll run that tonight. Oh, I've got that at home, I'll run that tonight. And when I get home, I'm cream crackered. It's like, I don't run anything, I don't go in the loft.
See, I found that when my day job was 5 days a week, 15 hours a day, and the last thing you wanted to do was actually do anything.
Yeah.
I used to come home, go to bed, then get up and go back to work.
Yeah.
And yeah, the money's great, but you never get any time to
Yeah,
spend.
because the bizarre thing is, it's like I'd do a day's work, I'd go back to my hotel or my room, wherever I was stopping, and it's like I can just play around the computer, or maybe I can work on a video of this, that, and the other. Great. But when I'm working close to home, I'm going home, I'm cream cracking, I'm still not going to do anything. And it's like I might as well working away from it, making more money, and I may even be able to make a video at the same time. So it's one of those bizarre scenarios.
Yeah,
Being close to home, I'm still not got more time. As that is.
Yeah, and so sometimes when you've been working all day, you don't want to do what is effectively more work.
Yeah.
And I always say to people, you've got to be very careful. I found this with doing YouTube, is that if you make your hobby your job,
it's
you
not a
can
hobby
just
anymore, is it?
it becomes a chore. You lose a hobby and gain a job.
I mean, I suppose if I really put myself to it, I could do something like you're doing. But deliberately, I've said no, because it won't be a hobby. It will be a job.
It's hard work.
It is.
Yeah.
I'm just doing one video every so often. I think, crikey, that's hard work.
Yeah,
I
and
enjoy doing it, but it's hard
And then
work.
you look at Jenny Kirk
Can't be doing
and go,
three a week.
that Muppet is doing 2 pre-records, a live stream, and now look at her. She's out on the Saturday, and we're up to 5 3/4 hours.
And one of the most difficult things is, on top of all that, is just thinking about what you're going to do.
Yeah.
Where did you get the idea for 3 different videos? Well, one's a live stream, but two pre-records.
I'll be honest, actually, because I'm a very prolific modeler, and I'm quite quick at what I do. So there's none of this messing around, taking 5 months to build a layout. I just do it in a weekend.
Yeah.
And I think it's driven by an inner impatience to get things done.
Well, you won't catch me doing a layout in 5 months. Mine's taking years.
Well, it's different strokes for different folks.
Yeah.
And I think it's really important. You've got to remember, it's a hobby. Hobbies are supposed to be fun. So do your hobby how you get the best enjoyment. And some people, they'll quite happily whittle a telegraph pole from a solid block of maple and spend weeks hand carving and crafting a telegraph pole. And that they're happy doing that. But then other people, they're like, sack this, and they'll just buy them from Pico. So,
Well, I've got another job coming up. One end of the layout's coming down, literally taking the whole thing down.
We've got a new central heating system going in the house. So we've got 2 big tanks at the end of the loft.
Oh, I was told by your missus that
Yeah.
they kept leaking or something.
Yeah, we had pipe work that was leaking that was leading to it, and I came to the decision we need to get rid of the pipe work, so we'll change the system, which means we will lose the tank and therefore by default lose the pipe work. However, to get the tanks out, we have to take the layout down. Now, this is not the most developed part.
Oh, well, hold on. What are the tanks made of?
Oh, just plastic.
Have you thought about taking a jigsaw to it and just cutting it into pieces?
But we might have to do that to get out of the hole in the loft. But by taking the end of the layout down, taking the tanks out, it means we can go further in the loft with the layout, you see.
So it's a trade-off.
It's a trade-off,
You
yeah.
can get space.
Yeah.
And that means you're going to have to redevelop that bit of the layout so that you can extend the tracks that way.
Exactly. I mean, I have got an idea in mind at that end because there's no light. It's not much further. It's a bit further. There's no light because the light's always been for the other end, the far end. So I'm thinking, because I've already got the another modern station platform here in conjunction with West Hill Wagon Works, that modern stuff.
Oh yeah. I did a video on that.
Yeah.
It goes together so nice.
Yeah,
I like it.
I've still got it waiting to use. I'm thinking, how about if I put that up with the working lights?
Yes.
And maybe even the working electronic signs. I've still got some of those.
Oh right, yes,
that
yes.
Train Tech.
Train Tech, yes.
But don't put the light up in the loft. Just let those shine. And I've got a bit of a night scene going on at that end of the layout, possibly.
And I would warn you that it's if I turn all the lights off in my loft, I do have layout lighting, but it's not quite what you might expect. And I find that actually you lose the definition of all the detail and stuff.
Yeah.
So I think having lights, and by all means turn them off if you want to play in the night.
Yeah.
But having lights you can turn back on is definitely
That's a better option.
Yeah.
Or maybe I could just...
Also, building it's going to be tricky in the dark.
Building it's tricky in the light.
Okay.
Yeah, it may be that the fact that we've got the lights there, that extra bit, then maybe we have it switched independent from the rest of it. And then we can, like you say, we can switch it on, switch it off at that end, possibly. I'm still chucking ideas around, basically.
How much extra space does it give you?
It's not great. It's enough. I mean, they're relatively big tanks, so that's probably bigger than your camera's got. But it's a big tank, but it's not,
But is there other space that it opens up around the tank?
No, I think it's at the extreme of the loft, I think, looking at it.
Right, okay.
But it buys me enough.
Any space is taken, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm straight into a curb when I come off that viaduct. Now I can go straight and maybe put 2 or 3 car train and platform before I go into a curve. That sort of length.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. So I'm just looking in the chat. We've got an Andrew L. Big hello to you. Great to see you. I hope you find you well. Don't forget to tickle the like button. You're waving, but we're not on screen.
Are we not on screen? Oh, we're watching the thing. Of course we are, yeah.
It's like we're the soundtrack to Train Spotting.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. So it's Ribblehead Viaduct, but it's better than the webcam that's up there because you won't get this many trains an hour, would you?
Yeah.
So, J. Paul Anderson says, I bought the Hornby P2 Prince of Wales recently. Unfortunately, the spare parts bag containing 2 times the left front steps and 2 times right hand. Right. Yeah, just contact Hornby because somebody else has probably got your missing steps and stuff, and they've got yours. So it probably works something out. But yeah, contact Hornby. Is the best thing to do. Richard Swiderski says, Jenny, come and fit my layout for me. I've got so many projects, to be honest. I'm going to be kept busy for quite some time. My garden railway demands much attention.
Well, the good lady wife, she says, we can have a garden railway, Oh, yes.
See, the best thing about a garden railway is you can sell it to the other half as it being a feature.
Well, no, she's trying to sell it to me on the basis that she wants the garden doing.
So what she thinks, if you build a garden railway, you'll sort of tidy up around it.
Correct, yes. So I'm actually trying to say no, I'm all right with the one in the loft. Actually, thanks very much.
I don't know, but you can. The thing about garden railways, you can go O gauge. O gauge is wonderful in the garden.
Yeah, I know. And there's quite a few O gauges I've got my eye on. I quite like.
And actually, certainly with some of the deals out there, it's quite impressive that you can buy an O gauge loco for around the same price as a 001 these days. Some of the wagons are even cheaper.
Yes.
In the sales, like the Daypole HEAs, the coal hoppers, worked out cheaper than Bachmann were selling the 00 versions, which is quite astounding. And to be honest, it would have been rude not to buy one, so I did.
I mean, if we had one, I'd be just looking at, well, just go for a little branch line, heritage, maybe a terrier and an austerity or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, mine's not too complicated, but there's nothing better than relaxing with a gin and tonic in the garden and a little train pootling around through the wildlife.
Get some of the Southern Green 4-wheelers from Dapple. That'll make a lovely little train.
Yeah.
But then there's, by the same token, I look at the 58s and the hoppers. I think that'd be really impressive. But it's completely different.
Yeah, that's a different kettle of fish. You would need a lot bigger radius. Now, believe me, the things like the terriers, the panniers, things like that, they'll go round the set track curves that they do in O gauge. But I've also got a Hellion 26 and an Ellis Clark Trains Black 5, and they don't. The simple thing to say is they don't. So if you went for a 58, you would need substantially more space.
It's like no, just stick to your Hellion one, and in 00, and your 00 HAAs and stuff like that. Stick to them. So.
I don't know what it is about HAAs, but I could never find my enthusiasm for them.
No.
The only one of the more modern hoppers that I actually liked was the HEAs.
Oh, yes.
And I don't know why, but there's something about those that I found more aesthetically pleasing. So
I think they probably are, because there's very little paintwork, is there, on the HAAs?
Yeah, because they're like
the framework.
galvanised steel,
Yeah.
so they're silver with a little bit of paint on the frames. But the HEAs, I guess they're more colourful.
Yeah, they're painted, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think as well, I remember them quite vividly going through Durham Station when I'd be waiting there to go to work. When I lived in Durham, commuted to Newcastle, and I could just remember the HEA hoppers going through Durham Station, and they used to fascinate me. So maybe that's where some of the interest comes from.
Yeah, I mean the HAAs for me, it's not the prototype that I remember. It's seeing the model going around when Hornby first brought it out, and you could see a full train of them, like at Rail Riders World when that was still
in
York.
Yeah,
and they have a full train. I'm thinking, that's quite impressive.
Or would you not see them actually going through York? Did they not go through York? They'd be coming up from the Selby coalfield.
They invariably would be, yeah. But we weren't living in York. That was just a day trip out, so we didn't see them that often. But yeah, I think that's my earliest memory of seeing the actual model. It was quite smart back in like 1980.
So I just remember the diesels not fascinating me when I was young. The only I've got air inverted commas, but nobody can see me apart from Skipsy Trains here. But the only modern model that I actually remember from being a kid was Hornby did the Class 142, the Nodding Donkeys.
Oh yes,
That's the only one that I remember. Everything else, I was just fascinated by steam.
I remember going out and getting all the catalogues. I can still see the picture now in my mind of the 142 when it was announced.
So they did it in like challenging morning after the dodgy curry.
It was
orange.
nothing like the model that eventually came out, was it? The picture that they used.
I can't really remember. I never got the. Oh, we're going to get them crossing on. There we go, crossing on the viaduct. A Tornado in the grey livery. I believe that was a Backman Collectors Club exclusive.
So yeah.
Quite some time ago. The real Tornado did run in that livery for a while. I think it's actually a web address for the
On the back of the tender,
charity
yeah,
on the
Trust, I think.
A1
wasn't it?
Trust, from what I remember. And then going the other way, we've got Walter K. Wiggum, or as I keep calling it, Police Chief Wiggum.
Yes, you have to really. Don't you?
Yeah. Once you've heard it, you can't
No.
unhear it. So, and Tornado is back, so we're going to peep, peep. It's a good
There you go.
vantage point. Actually, I think we've put our camera in the best possible place. So that is quite nice, and you get to see the full train.
Absolutely.
But anyway, look, it's lovely to chat to you.
Oh yes, a pleasant change. Been a while, hasn't it?
It has been a while, and it was probably on one of these out and about live streams where we last chatted to you.
Great possibility.
Yeah. So
Black 5 to 5 to 5.
5 to 5. So apparently there's a black 5, a real black 5 going through the real Settle station at 5 to 5. So I'm just going to look at the time. 40 minutes. So we've got a chance. Can you find me some victims to talk to as well? Just. Oh! Look at him go!
They'll be able to hear at 5 to 5 to talk to. We'll all be on the station.
So immediately it was like a mad stampede. It was like somebody had said the buffet's ready in the other room. The speed at which they just all stampeded out of the room, and I said we need some more guests. Yeah. It's like when you go to weddings and that. You always know when the buffet's ready because there's like a mad stampede to the corner of the room. And it's like, oh yeah, there'll be food now. Was that meant to do that?
No. Yeah, it's not meant to do that. Why is it we set to do that? Will you put your big red button?
Oh, Craig, I got one of them. It's
3-cylinder. Yes. So so it does 6 chuffs per revolution. Yes, not 4.
but that's the Hornby A4. I've got one of those in that livery. It's really nice. I think it's probably my favourite A4 livery, that experimental purple.
On camera, it looks purple. It's blue and red. Purple in photos.
It's more like a Great Eastern Railway blue, isn't it? Because there was 4 A4s in that got that livery, from what I remember. And I'm sure it was either a King or a Castle got it as well, but I don't know which one.
Yeah.
And something on the Southern, but not sure.
Bandcamp went in blue, but not. Yeah, an orange Bandcamp.
A random span, because I know some of them got blue, but I read somewhere that there was something got the experimental purple, but the biggie was the 4A4s, and the only ones I can remember, there's Walter K. Wiggum and one of the Merlin. I'm sure Merlin also got the experimental blue, purpley blue. So yeah, it's been a great weekend. If you're about in the Settle area tomorrow, then do pop along. There's plenty going on, plenty to see, plenty to buy. And it's a grand day out. Settle is a lovely place out here in North Yorkshire.
It's been a nice journey out.
How long does it take you to get
it took quite a while. We set off about 20 past 7. But we went in the wrong direction then.
Why?
I took my youngest to work first.
Right.
Which was travelling in
Right,
a southerly direction.
So it wasn't that you had a moment and forgot where Settle was.
No. So we started travelling in a southerly direction, and then we got onto the motorway, a junction earlier than we would have done if we were going from home. And it's at that point I realised that quite a few junctions, I think 30 to 35A, the majority are the cameras making sure you're travelling no faster than 50 miles an hour at an average speed.
Is that a permanent thing? Or is that because of where they've placed all the cones out, but nobody's working?
You know, you've got the smart motorways with these
the thick as you know what motorway.
That's the ones. Well, they're putting to alleviate problems there. They're putting more zones, more areas that you can pull into.
Yeah,
And I'm
because
thinking,
they worked out that actually hard shoulders were useful.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. You see, I mean, it's taken all this time to do. I'm thinking
They're doing
surely
that
it's
on
much
the
quicker.
M5 as well.
Surely it's quicker just to get some paint and just draw a line and put the hard shoulder back. And cheaper.
Well, the thing, they can't do that because then all the money that they spent to turn the hard shoulder into a lane, they'd have to admit that they peed it up the wall. But Yaharit here says, wasn't it Clanline that got the weird purple livery? I honestly couldn't tell you. I'm just reading some of the comments. So, to be honest, I've run out of things to say.
Yeah, it's
I'm getting tired. My voice is getting
4:25. We have now been going
just over 6 hours.
Yeah.
So, maybe we should start rounding off actually, so that we can mosey around the show. So it's been.
Everyone else is packing up here.
Yeah, so it's been 6 hours. It's been great having your company for this live stream. It's been quite varied. It's been quite nice. We've interviewed a few different people. Got to meet the great Skipsy Trains as well.
Yeah. You got desperate towards the end, didn't you?
No.
I'll say it.
But look, we're gonna round off. So we're gonna have I think what we should do is have a blast from the sponsor, just to remind everybody who our sponsor is. If I can get the blooming mouse pointer to move.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do your special thing.
As producer, I'll do the thing.
Yeah, you're the producer. Come on, earn your keep. The Monday Club is proudly sponsored by TMC, the Model Centre. Check them out at themodelcentre.com. The website features extensive stocks of new models as well as selective pre-owned items where you can track down that bargain you've always wanted. Pre-order with confidence all of the forthcoming models from all the manufacturers. TMC also offer a renumbering and renaming service so you can get the exact identity of locomotive that you want. Why not also check out their value weathering, or go for something incredibly special with their bespoke service where you can choose from a more extensive weathered look right through to custom graffiti either off the peg or to a design of your choice. Check out TMC today at themodelcentre.com and start your model journey.
There you are.
Yeah, we're back. So we now have. Oh, sorry. Not.
Were you breaking everything again?
So we're going to be winding down now. So Ozrail Gallery says great stream. Thank you very much. It's great to find people original customers of DCC Concepts when they first started out in Western Australia. John Edwards says back on Monday. Have a good weekend all. Richard Swiderski says goodbye, Jenny and Zoe. Great stream. Enjoy the stream train. It could be Braunton. So we're thinking then it could be a West Country. Which one's that?
35024.
Which one was that?
It's Asiatic company, I think.
And that's the purple.
That was the purple spam.
So purple spam can, East Asiatic line. Ham Shackleton says, I've come back in time to go again. Good evening, everyone. Thank you everybody for joining us. It's been a mammoth stream. It's been great fun, and a big thank you to DCC Concepts for inviting us here. Storm Bowman says it's been great. Greetings all the way from Denmark. Oh, it's good to see you. I hope you're well. Don't forget everybody, hit that like button, share the stream, and also subscribe to the channel to be the first to know about new videos as and when they go. And because I am so pleased with our new intro, this isn't an intro, it's kind of an outro, but I'm going to play the intro for an outro. So there we go.
Monday Club, your online model rail club for all the news, gossip, layout tours and more with your host, broadcaster and model maker, Jennifer Kirk.